Chapter 651, Creator's Temple, 4. Chapter 651, Creator's Temple, 4. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Usually, Link would never enter a portal without being clear with the situation. But now, strong curiosity had accumulated in his heart. He really wanted to know what was behind the door. Further, he'd seen the other display extremely high-level skills along the way. Some even surpassed his understanding. If the other wanted to hurt him, it would be easy. None of this was needed. After seconds of hesitation, Link chose to fly through the gates of the true self. Strangely enough, the moment he made the choice, the other two portals disappeared. The gates of the true self took up his entire vision and was immediately before him. Link had no more hesitation, he dived in. The sight changed before him. After a while, the light around him became gentle. Link discovered that his dragon form was gone, and he'd returned to human form. Warm sunlight shone on him, and the smell of books filled his nose. He looked around. He was surrounded by a circle of shelves filled with all types of magic books. There was a magician beside him too. His features were identical to the one from the epic that created the six-sided year. Even his clothes were the same. "Why are you here?" Link gasped. "Aren't you dead?" "Sorry, but when the endless light had burst, he'd seen the magician evaporate with his own eyes." The magician smiled. "I did die, but I came back to life. The God of Light revived me. The God of Light? Are you talking about that gear?" Link froze. The magician was slightly confused. "The gear? Oh, it does look like it, but it's only the appearance. In reality, he is the God of Light." Link was even more shocked. "The epic says that you created it. So you're saying that you created a god? Create a god?" The magician arched an eyebrow. Then he smiled and shook his head. No. You didn't see the entire story. What happened is that the God of Light has always existed, but he was hurt. I just helped bring him back to life and accidentally purified the darkness in the God's soul. What you just saw was the process of the God of Light reincarnating." This made more sense. If someone could create a god, then their wisdom must be so deep. Before someone like that, Link would feel like nothing more than an ant. After a pause, he looked at the books around him. "I chose the gates of the true self. Is the truth in question the different spells in these books?" The magician nodded. "When you entered this place of new life, the God of Light felt it. He told me to take care of things, so I had that guy Ramian lead you here. You really did come and chose the gates of the true self, just as how I'd expected. It was hard for you to come. To give you a gift, you can choose any of these books and copy it. Remember, only one book. This is what the God of Light wishes too. Only one book." Link looked at the hundreds upon thousands of books around him. It felt like he'd gone into a mountain of treasures but could only return empty-handed. He really wanted to read everything before leaving. The magician could tell what he was thinking. He smiled and shook his head. "I'm not being stingy. It's just that these books don't belong to me. I'm just the manager. I can't read these books at will either. The God of Light is the true owner. Each book contains extremely valuable knowledge. A mortal might not comprehend one book even after a century. Giving you one book is already a great blessing." Hearing that, Link felt that he'd been greedy. "I understand," he said seriously. "Go choose one." The magician gestured invitingly. Link took a deep breath, composing himself, and walked toward the bookshelf reverently. Looking at all the books shimmering with magic light, the titles all tempted him. The Mystery of Light, Light and Darkness, Trinity, Spellcasting Techniques of a Super Magician, Sacred Realm, Macro Elements. All the books made Link's head spin. Each one was tempting, and he didn't want to miss anyone. Just like a regular person who could only take one gem from Alibaba's treasures, this was impossible to choose. While he was conflicted, Link was suddenly attracted by one book, Sacred Realm. Sacred meant legendary, so this book would describe spells in the legendary level. With Link's current level, he would be able to understand it and benefit from it. The book looked thick too. It was thicker than other books, so it probably had a lot of content too. For books of this level, there wouldn't be a single useless word in it. Every word was important. Since there were more words, there would be more content, and he would get more out of it. Thinking of this, Link got rid of the disorganized thoughts from being in a true God's archive. He pointed at the Sacred Realm and said, "I will copy this one." The magician didn't react when he saw Link's choice. It was as if he wouldn't feel strange no matter what book Link chose. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." The magician grasped towards the magic book. A shadow appeared from the shelf. When it flew around 3 feet, it turned solid and flew towards Link. Link reached out and caught it. He looked to the shelf. The Sacred Realm was still in its original spot. This kind of copying method was almost godly. Link couldn't do it. "Young man," the magician said, "you should return to where you came from after receiving the book." Link was a bit hesitant again. He'd wanted to go search for the mysterious gear that was the god of light in the Sea of Void. After all, the demon army was still waiting for him in the Sea of Void. The god of destruction was also looking for him. If he left this realm, he would definitely die. As if reading his mind, the magician shook his head. "You've already been welcomed by the god of light. There's no reason to look for him anymore. As for the enemies in the Sea of Void, I only have one thing for you. There are true gods in this world, but it doesn't include the pale hunter Fegnoni." Link froze. "What do you mean?" The magician smiled. "You already have the mental image. In that case, it isn't hard to see the truth. As for the truth, you must find it yourself. This is the path you must walk yourself. Go now." As soon as he finished, Link felt himself float. The scenery around him spun quickly. 3 seconds later, the scenery stopped, but it had become a dark green fog. Energy vortices would occasionally pass by, pressing down on him with chaotic power. This was the Sea of Void. Link quickly changed into his dragon form to fend off the void power. At the same time, a message popped up. "Mission complete, view ancient epic. Player received, blessing of immortality. Use now?" Use, Link chose without hesitation. There was no true immortality in the world. Even the god of light had once died. So-called immortality was just immortality in a world without outside force. Since he could have something so good, he wouldn't refuse it. As soon as he spoke, Link felt his body tremor. An indescribable force flew through him, instantly washing over his entire body. He saw that the silver-black scales on him had changed slightly. Looking closely, he saw that there were ancient magic veins on the surface. They looked similar to the veins on the mysterious gear. Next, the details appeared in his vision. Player received, blessing of immortality. Blessing of immortality. Divine spell. Effect 1, when blessed, all effects from the realm on the target will be erased. Effect 2, the target's recovery rate will increase by 100%. This effect will never end. Excited, Link checked his current status. He saw that his realm essence recovery rate had gone back to normal. It was once again 180 points per second. This is great. Now, I have practically endless power, and my body can recover quickly. I won't have to worry about tiring out even if I use my max speed. Even if Nozama uses the Void Fairy to chase me, I can still escape. Thinking of Nozama, Link shivered. Federo was right behind him while Nozama and the god of destruction were nearby. He couldn't stay here. With that in mind, he immediately flapped his dragon wings. Void power spewed out, and he shot toward Federo like a rocket. As he flew, Link also checked the other reward from the mission, the energy crystal. This translucent crystal had 28 sides and contained an energy vortex that kept spinning. It radiated with pure power aura. Link could feel that if he could absorb this power, his power limit would definitely rise. He might even get to level 14. He got an idea. When I get to Fireman and settle down, I'll start absorbing. Just as Link left Federo, Nozama, who had been pursuing him, received a message from the god of destruction at almost the same time. Stop chasing and come back. He's in the Sea of Void. Nozama was shocked. When did he leave? Where? I can only vaguely sense his location. We still need to use your Void Fairy to chase him, the god of destruction replied. Nozama was still hesitant. He turned around. He could see the huge cloud cluster with the gear's imprint right now. That was the existence he'd been searching. Compared to it, Link was a lesser mission. No, it was more like an accident. Chase him or continue? After thinking a few more seconds, Nozama ignored the god of destruction. He rushed into the white clouds, ducking in without more hesitation. At that moment, the bloody light had disappeared from his eyes, turning them pitch black. God of Light, I've searched for you for countless years. So you've been hiding here, huh? This time, you can't run anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, It's Just Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 652, It's Just Survival of the Fittest. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. With a sudden hum, Nozama's path was cut off by an incredible power. The air in front of him had been violently distorted. It now resembled an ocean's turbulent surface during a storm. Countless tiny points of golden light swam in front of Nozama almost rhythmically. Every time Nozama tried to move forward, these points of light would come together, pushing him back. When he was forced to take a step back, these points of light would scatter, slackening their resistance against him. HRRGH. Can't get through. Nozama took a step back. He then began observing the golden points of light swimming before him so intently that he was completely oblivious to the passage of time itself. An hour had passed. Without warning, Nozama's body gleamed with a black light. Then, he propelled himself forward towards the left. Strangely enough, the light points before him did not seem to notice Nozama's sudden movement. They continued swirling about in the turbulent sheet of air without making any attempt to stop his advance. When he was approximately 100 feet inside the distorted space, the golden light points seemed to have sensed his presence. They quickly converged towards him, ready to drive him out once more. In an instant, Nozama stopped in his tracks. Curiously enough, as soon as he stopped moving, all the golden light points immediately slackened, before returning to their dispersed state. It was as if they had just lost their target and saw no point in assuming an offensive position. Nozama patiently waited there. Minutes passed. Half an hour later, he resumed his advance through the distorted space. This time, he came to a stop once more after having sprinted more than 150 feet forward. After 3 days of stopping and then moving forward, the fog before him dissipated, revealing a continuously revolving silhouette in his path. The gates of the true self? Nozama smiled faintly. His eyes gleamed with a black sheen that seemed to echo an endless night sky. From a close enough distance, one would be under the impression that they were staring into a pair of bottomless pits, threatening to suck out the souls of anyone foolish enough to stare into them. God of Light, my heart is filled with nothing but darkness. I will extinguish every bit of light in every realm. You should know this by now. the gates of the true self will not have any effect whatsoever on me. Saying this, Nozama walked through the gates without any hesitation. He could feel the distortion of the silhouette around him. 3 seconds later, the silhouette vanished. Before him appeared a temple that rose majestically into the heavens. The black radiance around Nozama's body thickened the moment he laid eyes on the temple. It was now roiling across the surface of his body, flailing about like black tentacles. "Stay where you are, demon!" A clear voice rang out. There was a hint of anger in it. It was Ramiyan. Ramiyan came hurtling towards Nozama with such speed that his radiant body had transformed into a lightning bolt in mid-flight. Insect! Nozama slowly floated towards the Temple of Light, not at all perturbed by Ramiyan's appearance. One of his black tentacles lashed out towards Ramiyan like a cobra. The black tentacle easily ensnared Ramiyan, before tightening around his body and holding him high in the air. Without warning, the tentacle's tip drove itself into one of Ramiyan's nostrils. Arf! Ramiyan let out a scream. His face contorted with anguish. Blue veins appeared on his body like earthworms wriggling out from the ground. 5 seconds later, the tentacle let go of Ramiyan. His appearance had changed drastically. With his horribly distorted features, bloodshot eyes and rotting skin, Ramiyan now resembled a corpse that had been brought back to life. His unicorn had undergone a horrible transformation as well. Its eyes were now casting a black glow, while green flames burned beneath its hooves. Its pure white mane had turned horribly black, and there was a tar-like fluid leaking out continuously from the corner of its mouth. Master! Ramiyan stood aside, letting Nozama pass. Not even bothering to inspect his work, Nozama quickly flew into the Creator's temple. It was not long before he finally found the Stone of Creation. Nozama stopped his advance when he saw the stone. The black energy was now churning fiercely about his body. From afar, he would have looked like a huge black sphere. 200,000 years, God of Light, I've been looking for you for 200,000 years, and now I've finally found you. Did you miss me, old friend? Countless black tentacles were now flailing about Nozama's body, coiling about every pillar and statue in the temple, corroding everything in their embrace. Boom! The sound of stone breaking echoed in the temple. The entire building was collapsing rapidly around Nozama. Hum! Out of thin air, a figure appeared in the collapsing temple. It was a magician whose hair was just as white as the full-length robe he was clad in. As soon as he appeared, multiple runes appeared in the air within a 100-foot radius around him. The runes immediately formed a barrier of golden light around the magician. Any tentacle coming at him simply melted away upon coming into contact with the barrier. Nozama seemed pleased to see the magician appear before him. So you're still alive, High Magus Tarek. In ancient times, High Magus was the highest title a magician could ever hope to attain. High Magus Tarek had stood at the pinnacle of the world in his prime. As everyone back then knew who he was, so too did Nozama. Tarek shook his head. I never would have guessed that roguish disciple of mine would end up becoming one of the most terrifying demons to ever exist in the Sea of Void. He too knew who Nozama was. Nozama had gained quite a reputation back then, though mostly for all the wrong reasons. Nozama smirked. Yes, it would seem that time has changed both of us. I'm here to extinguish the light. I suppose you're here to stop me? Of course, said Tarek softly. With a hum, the barrier of light expanded tenfold around him, melting away more of Nozama's black tentacles. You're no match for me, Tarek, said Nozama, shaking his head. He then extended a hand. He was holding a black piece of stone in it. The stone's surface was smooth, evidence that he had been playing with it for quite some time. Tarek was stunned when he saw the stone in Nozama's hand. The Stone of Darkness. You're not Nozama, you're his puppet. Puppet? Well, that good-for-nothing disciple turned out to be quite useful after all. As an empty husk for me to inhabit, that is, Ignoring High Magus Tarek, Nozama gazed up at the stone of creation, which was still floating in the air. He shouted, "God of light, I have returned. Why don't you show yourself?" As soon as he said those words, a beam of light streaked down from the stone of creation, before coalescing into a 200-foot wide sphere of light in front of Tarek. A clear, resounding voice spoke out, "You shouldn't have come back, the darkness in my soul." Nozama let out a crazed laugh. "What's the matter? Am I not welcomed here? Don't tell me you've forgotten who you really are, after being worshipped as the god of light for 200,000 years? Or were those times we spent consuming one realm after another just too horrible to think about? The black tentacles around his body were now winding around the ball of light. What happened later came as a shock to Tarek. The god of light did not even struggle against the tentacles as they began coiling around him. "My lord, why?" exclaimed Tarek. "I can't stop him. Be it light or darkness, he is still a part of me. Tarek, I may have lied to you. Back then, the Fireman realm had been too powerful. There was an accident when I broke through. I was injured. You didn't really bring me back to life. I simply let you exorcise the darkness in me." Tarek was stunned. He could feel everything he had ever believed in crumbling away. "What? So everything you've ever told me has been a lie?" "Not everything. Some of them have come from the light side of my personality." The dark energy continued flowing into the god of light's body, which was now growing dimmer and gradually radiating a purple glow. Tarek was now panicking. If light and darkness are polar opposites of each other, why is someone as radiant as you just letting yourself be consumed by darkness? As a High Magus, Tarek sensed that this union of both light and darkness would bring forth an abomination unlike anything anyone had ever seen in the Sea of Void. Light and darkness have always been two sides of the same coin, mortal. My real name is the ruler of light and darkness. The union of light and darkness is my true nature, and they obey my every command. Tarek was now on the brink of despair. If you're that powerful, why would you still want to destroy the realms? Destroy? No, I consume realms. Let me ask you something, Tarek. Let's say you're eating an apple right now. Would you even stop to consider the feelings of the worms living inside it when you're munching down on them? This has nothing to do with good or evil. It's just survival of the fittest, plain and simple. A shiver ran down Tarek's spine. All that he could feel now was utter despair. Then why would you still bother replying to a question from a worm like myself? He. At that moment, Nozama had vanished completely. The ball of light that had been the god of light had turned purple. From it, a genderless voice laughed out. Well, you've been quite the obedient little pet to me for a long time. Of course, you deserve some special treatment from me. Compared to other mortals, you hold a special place in my heart. What are you going to do now? Said Tarek. His voice rang hollow with despair. Now. I'm a bit hungry now. It's been 10,000 since I've eaten anything. I see this apple called Federo has already ripened enough. It's looking mighty tasty now. No. I won't let you. The aura around Tarek converged into a single beam of light, which then pierced through the purple ball of light like a sword. With a bang, glass-like fragments sprayed out from the purple ball of light. However, Tarek was now nowhere to be seen. He had been completely disintegrated into a wisp of smoke. Poor Tarek, he would rather bite a chunk out of me at the cost of his own life rather than stay on just a bit longer as my pet. That's one way to excite someone's appetite. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, he's dead now. Chapter 653, he's dead now. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When Federo was changing, Link was hurrying through the sea of void. No, more accurately, he was running for his life. Vague power ripples were already reaching him. Link was familiar with the frequency. It was identical to the Void Fairy from earlier. Even more shocking was that destructive aura was mixed in too. Demons are alright, but there's also the god of destruction now. I don't know if I can escape this time. Sensing closely, he could feel that the other's speed was still faster than him. It wasn't much, only closing in bit by bit, but with this current speed, it would catch up before he could reach Federo. I need to escape, Link thought while flying, but he couldn't think of a plan. After a while, his heart jumped, and a message popped up abruptly. Warning! Warning! System being invaded. Warning! System being invaded. Unable to stop invasion. Self-destruction activated. Not even a second later, Link felt his consciousness shake violently. He was dizzy as if he'd been electrocuted. His entire vision turned bloody red. The world seemed to be dyed with blood. What's going on? Link lost his cool. From the words, the game system had self-destructed due to an invasion. But who was the invader? Who was so powerful that even the system was forced to self-destruct? Is it the god of destruction? Link first suspected his most powerful enemy right now. It had to be someone on the divine level. The god of destruction was his biggest enemy currently. Wait, it could be another dark god too, like Lilith who he'd fought against before. Of course, these were all guesses. Link had no proof. This change was so drastic that Link's heart was jumping erratically. All types of thoughts arose. He looked side to side, trying to find the enemy in the thin white mist of the Sea of Void. Just then, the bloody scene changed again. The bloody light that had erupted and filled Link's vision faded quickly. Strange runes appeared. Link studied them and discovered they were magic runes. They looked similar to the veins on the mysterious gear but were slightly different. At first, they looked like computer codes from Earth. They appeared in lines in Link's vision. Around 5 seconds later, they turned into various magic formations. They appeared much faster than before and kept changing. Link did his best to memorize the changes. His soul had become powerful now and he had a somewhat photographic memory. He kept track of the changes and memorized every detail. Around 30 seconds later, the speed was almost at the limit of Link's reaction speed. He could only watch the foggy light flash before him. The fog was thickening and growing brighter. It almost took up his entire vision. This scene lasted for around 50 seconds and then it disappeared suddenly. Finally, a line of words that Link could read appeared. Game system restructuring successful, restarting all functions. Beep, beep. Restart complete, generating system log. Log complete. Link was even more confused at this. What happened? He asked himself. As soon as he thought that, a dark silver ball of light appeared in his vision. Link was extremely familiar with this. When the God of Light had sent him to Fireman, he'd been in this half-dead state. The time of the void was greatly distorted. A new timeline has been created. From now on, I will no longer be myself. Hero, this is my last time talking to you. God of Light? Link was shocked. No, I am no longer pure light now. Darkness has tainted me once again. Hearing this, Link thought of the invasion message from earlier. Thinking carefully, his heart jumped. He felt a cold tremor. Then the memory from the ancient epic floated up. A possibility rose up in his mind. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Nozama and the horrible ancient darkness on him, right?" Yes. Dark and light have regrouped again. A new me has already appeared. Now, I carry the original sin of darkness and see every realm as food. Thousands of years ago, I was known as the Sovereign of Light, but also the Devourer of Worlds. Now, I am devouring Federo. Soon, I will go to Fireman. What's with you now? Link was terrified. This is only an image I've left behind. When I was the God of Light, I knew this day would come. Thus, I made some preparations. Hero from the mortal world, take care. As soon as he finished, the dark light disappeared from Link's vision. His heart felt cold. He asked inwardly, "Game system, are you still there?" Around a second later, a line appeared in his vision. "Player, how may I help you?" Link was slightly relieved. He quickly asked, "Will the Sovereign of Light go through you and invade my soul?" "No, the game system has already been restructured. It is unique. After the past God of Light created this system, he chose to forget this memory. The Sovereign of Light cannot figure it out." Link was a bit reassured. The God of Light is already gone. Then is the mission system still here? Yes, the system's functions won't change. The rewards may be affected though. The Omni points and spell rewards won't change, but the player is unable to receive material rewards. Link could accept this. He nodded, feeling assured. Now, he suddenly discovered that his surroundings were familiar. Looking closely, his heart jumped. This seems to be where I ran into the negative energy pitfall. He immediately slowed down to investigate. There were still remnants of the vortex in the white mist up ahead. Around the negative energy pitfall, the sea of void was very calm. Other than looking darker, it wasn't any different from the regular space. Energy waves from the Void Fairy were even closer, but Link didn't continue forward. He circled the negative energy pitfall and decided to use it to lose his pursuers. But how? Link thought carefully. 3 seconds later, his eyes brightened. He'd thought of a plan. It was a bit risky. Even if he succeeded, he would still suffer great losses. But success was highly possible, and it could create horrible losses for his opponent. He might make the God of Destruction look pathetic too. Whatever, there isn't much time. Hesitating will only waste time. Let's go. Link was the type that would carry things out as soon as he made a decision. He was still like this now and immediately started following his plan. While Link was planning an escape route, on the Void Fairy, the God of Destruction suddenly looked towards Federo. "What's wrong?" Demon Magician Glyn asked carefully. Nozama was his master, but this was a god. Nozama wasn't her match at all, and he was stuck in Federo right now. Thus, his people naturally had to listen to the God of Destruction. It wasn't her fault she was stronger than Nozama. The God of Destruction looked for a long while, brows furrowing. "I can't feel Nozama's power anymore." He disappeared, while at the same time a very strong force appeared. "It belongs to a true god." Glyn was shocked. "Are you saying that Nozama was killed by that true god?" That was too unexpected. The God of Destruction's dark red eyes flickered. "I don't know. The situation is strange, but Nozama did this to himself. It has nothing to do with us. Let's continue forward. We're very close to that disgusting cockroach." Around half an hour of flying later, a demon suddenly yelled, "Look, it's the Third Lord. He's trapped in the negative energy pitfall." Everyone looked over. Through the thin fog, they could see a dark silver figure circling endlessly in the distance. They couldn't see anything in the darkness, but he seemed to be trapped by something. This only happened after one fell into a negative energy pitfall. "Ha, he's dead now." Magician Glyn cackled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, No Pain, No Gain. Chapter 654, No Pain, No Gain. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. With a dull boom, translucent void energy began pouring out of the black dragon's wings, pushing it forward. However, the dragon's forward momentum did not last long, as it was then easily pulled from behind by an invisible giant hand. Hum, hum. A saucer-shaped void fairy with a diameter of more than 300 feet slowly drew closer to it. It finally came to a stop 50 miles away from the dragon's massive body. A tall, red hologram then appeared on top of the vessel. The image stood approximately 10,000 feet tall. The void fairy hovered beneath it like an insect hovering in the dark expanse of the void. After a while, the shimmering image finally solidified into the serpentine form of the god of destruction. From the Naga's hologram came a voice which resounded through the white mists dispersed in all directions across the sea of void. Link, you're trapped. Surrender and swear your loyalty to me, and I will help you. Link's wing thrusters were still at full blast as he desperately tried to pull himself away from the negative energy pitfall. He replied, "I'd rather die." "The way I see it, you don't really have a choice," said the god of destruction with a hint of glee in her voice. She watched as Link struggled against the pitfall's gravitational pull. "In the realm of Fireman, I may not be able to deal with you personally, but here in the Sea of Void, you are no more than an insect before me. You've killed many of my lieutenants. Things have been smooth sailing for you so far back in Fireman. I would like to see you being slowly ground away by despair for a change." The Void Fairy slowly continued its approach towards the negative energy pitfall. The god of destruction silently observed Link's struggle against imminent death from her perch. Boom! Link swept his wings back in an attempt to put even more distance between him and the pitfall. However, it was all in vain. He was now like a bug trapped in spider's web. Any further attempt to break free from this invisible web was pointless at this point. Every new burst of void energy from his wing thrusters simply shaved off a huge chunk of energy in his body, pushing him closer and closer towards his demise. However, dragons naturally possessed high stamina. Though it could be said with certainty that he was now on a one-way path towards certain destruction, the process would be extremely slow. It would take more than 4 hours before Link would start to show signs of fatigue. The god of destruction continued silently observing the dragon's struggle against death. To a deity like herself, the span of 4 hours was nothing. She would receive a surge of pleasure as the look of desperation on Link's face intensified with each passing moment. It was an experience she would not mind savoring for another 8 hours if she had to. When it looked as if Link was about to fall into the negative energy pitfall, the god of destruction languidly held out a hand, which stretched out rapidly until it reached the dragon's body. "It's been fun." "Wait, you're not Link." The moment she held onto the dragon's body, the god of destruction immediately sensed that something was not right. It was merely an empty husk. The body she was holding still retained its flawless dragon scales, sturdy muscles, and skeleton. From afar, it looked exactly like the real thing. However, upon holding the body in her hand, she immediately realized that it was completely devoid of a soul. To a god, life's true essence resided in one's soul, whereas one's physical body was merely the result of an amalgamation of various energies. Any god worth their salt would be able to bring into existence a mortal's physical body without breaking a sweat. Well played. Ejecting your soul from your physical body and leaving an empty husk behind to fool me, well played indeed. You certainly have spirit, mortal. All that the god of destruction was feeling right now was pure, burning anger. Energy now surged into her fingertips in waves. Bang! There was a sudden sound of an explosion. The dragon's body had burst into pieces like a balloon between her fingers. Link's dragon body might be nigh indestructible to most mortals. However, in the face of a god's power, it was just as fragile as a piece of tofu. When the dragon body exploded, the god of destruction's anger subsided somewhat. All that was now left in her was an odd sense of disappointment. The dragon body that she had decimated was considerably more powerful than most legendary bodies. Not only did it possess a level 18 magical resistance, but a highly refined perpetual spell also seemed to have been cast on it as well. Such a body would have been of incomparable worth to a level 13 legendary master like Link. She never would have thought that Link would give it up so easily. However, Link had managed to deceive her by leaving his dragon form behind. Her more outstanding subordinates had shown the same spirit as displayed by Link moments ago. If she were to have someone like him working under her, she would already have brought all of Fireman to its knees a long time ago. It was truly a shame to have Link slip through her fingers once more. He must already have fled the place 4 hours ago. There won't be any point in chasing him down. The god of destruction then withdrew her enormous figure from outside the void fairy back into the vessel's interior. Almighty One, congratulations on finally killing Link. Glyn, the demon magician, stepped forth to extend his congratulations to his master. He had only seen the dragon's body explode into pieces in the god of destruction's hand. Shooting a sideways glance at him, the god of destruction coldly spoke, "Go, back to Fireman." Link had made quite a home for himself in Fireman. To make matters worse, he now had more than 3,000 legendary demons under him. She could do without taking the entire realm for herself. She just could not allow Link to continue existing in this world. Glyn was confused as to what was going on. However, the god of destruction did not seem to be in a mood to be pestered by anyone at the moment. For his own life's sake, he decided to keep his mouth shut, lest he say something that might incur her wrath. Outside, Link was already hurtling through the sea of void at top speed. Soon, a hazy ball of light began growing before him. It was the realm of Fireman, his second home. In order to buy himself some time, Link had abandoned his dragon form, as well as a huge portion of his dragon heart. All that was left was his human form, covered by a layer of magically immune dragon scales which prevented him from taking any damage from the void energy outside. He still retained his level 13 mid-stage power level. However, the scale of his power had been reduced by more than 80%. His power recovery rate had been halved as well. The loss he had sustained this time was simply unimaginable. However, the loss of his dragon form was a price that Link was willing to pay if it meant escaping eternal servitude under the god of destruction. Time seems to work differently in each realm. I wonder how much time has passed since my departure from Fireman. Are the High Elves still proceeding with their plans for realm reunification? If so, how much progress have they made by now? Has Arita Fortress finally engaged in battle? How's Celine doing right now? All these questions began popping up in Link's head. However, as he had lost his dragon form, he could only inch bit by bit across the sea of void towards Fireman. Gradually, the realm of Fireman expanded in his field of sight. A warm, irresistible power radiated from it towards him. As soon as it hit Link's body, something strange happened. Link felt a sudden surge of warmth enter his body. This current of warmth began circulating in him, intensifying with each round it made inside his body. He could feel even more power swirling in him as he approached Fireman. Where am I getting this much power? This is incredible. Link pulled up the game system's interface before him and saw that his power level was increasing by 1 point every 20 seconds. Moreover, it seemed to be increasing even more as Link came closer and closer towards Fireman. Link had hit the outer membrane of the Fireman realm. He then noticed something odd. He did not feel any resistance acting against him as he passed through it. Like a mother welcoming the return of her child back into her embrace, Link was able to easily slip into the Fireman realm. At the same time, huge amounts of energy began flowing into his body. He was now feeling completely at ease, as if he was lying on a patch of soft grass beneath the gentle rays of a springtime sun without a care in the world. His power level was now increasing by 1 point every 10 seconds. At that point, Link felt as if sunshine had now filled his very soul, clearing away the despondency he had felt over the loss of his dragon heart. The first seeds of self-confidence had sprouted inside him. Simply incredible. Even though he only still had level 13 mid-stage power, even though his enemies ran rampant still across Fireman and beyond, even though there were still formidable presences in Fireman like the Shadowstalker Morpheus and the World Tree that could erase him from existence any time they wanted to, Link now believed from the bottom of his heart that no one could defeat him and that he was now capable of taking on anyone who stood in his way. Link was somewhat surprised by this newfound confidence in his own abilities. Where did all this confidence come from? This is such a strange reaction to have, especially for someone who had just barely escaped the jaws of death. As he puzzled over what was happening to him at the moment, the Ode of a Full Moon Sword, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Congratulations, Link. What are you congratulating me for? I just suffered a terrible loss, said Link, frowning. Aren't you feeling like you're now the king of the world? Asked the Spirit of the Sword. Yeah, just a bit, replied Link. That means you have received recognition from the Fireman realm itself. You are now truly the avatar of the realm, the sword explained. I witnessed something like this back when I was still in the Soul Dominator's possession, so I'm quite familiar with what you're going through now. Avatar of the realm? Why now? Link was stunned. He closely felt all that was going on in his body. It really did feel like he had just received the realm's blessing. Maybe it's because you've regained your independence by freeing yourself from the God of Light's control? This sounded logical. A message from the game system appeared in Link's field of sight as if in response to the sword's answer. Examining entry of foreign energy inside player's body. Examining energy composition. Examination complete. Player has received the realm's blessing. The game system's confirmation immediately cleared away all of Link's suspicions concerning the matter at hand. He let out a sigh of relief. This was quite the reward to make up for the terrible loss he had suffered back in the Sea of Void. Suddenly, there was a flash of light before him. As the light subsided, Link soon realized that he had now appeared in the middle of Gervant Forest. The sun shone brightly above him. All around him were trees, tall and green. Not far away, Link could also see the remnants of Creekwood Village that had been razed to the ground by the fires of war. Curiously enough, none of the villagers passing by him seemed to have noticed his presence in the forest. What's going on? Thought Link, frowning. Just then, he suddenly noticed a woman standing in the shade of the forest in front of him. She looked to be around 30 years old. Even though she was dressed like a simple village maiden, there was something about her that Link could not put a finger on. There existed people in this world capable of leaving impressions in one's mind that would last a lifetime. Weak-willed individuals had starved themselves chasing after memories of these people, haunted by them even in their sleep. The woman was smiling at Link. Her eyes sparkled like constellations in the night sky. There was a beseeching look on her face. Link was about to say something to her, who seemed to be the only person in the village who was able to see him. All of a sudden, the scene before him changed. The villagers had disappeared. So too did the woman. All that was left before him were the empty remains of Creekwood Village in the middle of Gervant Forest. What he saw just now was merely an illusion. Now standing near the ruins of the village, Link tried to recall the woman's appearance. She must have been the will of the Fireman realm in human form. In the previous game world, the will of the realm's presence had never been officially acknowledged by the developers, but there had been written records of it scattered throughout the game. Some traveling poets had even named this female personification of the realm's will Freyr. According to legends, Freyr had a soft spot for heroes. She would always offer them her blessing when they hit rock bottom, encouraging them to keep fighting the good fight. He must have seen Freyr herself just now. Squatting down, Link pinched a bit of soil from the ground. He then smiled. Are you telling me to save the world? I've been doing this for a long time, you know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, The Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 1. Chapter 655, The Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Orita Fortress. On the high city wall, General Knorrs held a telescope. He was looking carefully at the black forest up ahead. Among the thousands of feet of woods, he saw many tents of dark elves. These camps stretched on for a few miles, and he could make out many people too. The telescope was a Yaba creation. It was of high quality. Even from this distance, Knorrs could still see the different races clearly. There were dark elves, nagas, demons, demonized beastmen, dark dwarves, and more. Judging from the scouts' information, this time, the army of destruction had around 200,000 people. A while later, Knorrs handed the telescope to the burly and tall man covered in dark silver armor beside him. They say that the army of destruction's general is a dark elf princess named Elidanas. She's a dark magician with level 14 power. We must be careful. This burly man was none other than Ferge Jacker. He was the commander of the Sunlight Army. He worked hard every second of every day to improve, and his efforts paid off. He was now level 10 and was the first legendary warrior of Ferd. With his legendary power and status as the commander of the Orita Fortress' most well-equipped Sunlight Army, he had great authority here. The Orita Fortress also contained the Beastman's army. They were allies, but Knorrs was still biased towards Jacker, a fellow human. This made Jacker the second most powerful figure in the fortress. He studied the army of destruction in the forest. The thick eyebrows on his square face furrowed slightly, looking like a rugged mountain. The demons this time are truly powerful. They're all high-level demons, and they have those nagas. I've already seen 8 at level 10. There are many at level 7 and level 8. This power is too formidable. Yes. Thankfully that princess broke up with the high elves. If the high elves were thrown into the mix, we would definitely lose. Knorrs felt fortunate. Jacker looked for a bit more and put down his telescope. Even so, we still must be careful about the high elves. They might be watching in the shadows and come at the end to clean things up. This made sense. Knorrs nodded. I'm sure the scouts of MI3 won't disappoint us. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps sounded from behind them. The two generals turned around and saw a beastman with menacing armor and a chain of wolf fangs around his neck. Seeing him, Knorrs and Jacker both nodded while the other brought a fist to his chest. How are things? Are those bastards ready to die? The beastman walked to the city wall to look down. He was none other than Avatar, glorious warlord, and king and leader of the beastmen. As he spoke, he looked at the dark beastmen walking around in the forest. Parmes had brought them to the Black Forest. Now that Parmes was gone, the beastmen didn't have a high status in the army. He would occasionally see a naga or a demon yell at or hit one of their beastmen. Avatar saw all this and his eyes narrowed, shimmering with bloodlight. He was furious. It was all because of that idiotic Parmes. After a while, his anger subsided. He glanced at Knorrs and Jacker. Worry flashed past his eyes. He couldn't help but lament, how unfortunate that the Ferd Lord isn't here. The two human warriors were talented, but their combat ability wasn't enough. The enemy general was a level 14 magician, and there were also many legendary nagas with powerful abilities. They weren't at the same level. Thankfully, they had this fortress as support. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Speaking of Link, Jacker said, my master went to the Sea of Void, but the Mage Tower has already sent the summoning. I'm sure he will return soon. Plus, the situation is quite good. We're already close to the army of destruction's power. This is much better than last time. Knorrs also nodded. Jacker's right. To be honest, it's more possible for us to win this time. We may be weaker, but our support is an advantage they can't have. If we can block their first wave of attacks, we will win. If they could fend off the first wave, then they could fend off the second and third. The longer it took, the more advantageous it was to them. This made sense. Avatar nodded. Taking one last glance at the enemy, he said, looking at them now, it seems they'll attack at any time. I'll go check my soldiers again. I'll go as well, Jacker said. The two left while Canorse patrolled the wall. He cheered up the soldiers while checking the weapons on the wall. In a battle of two large armies, not a single detail could be ignored. Any mishap would help the enemy and bring horrible trouble or even complete defeat. While the Orita fortress was getting ready, the army of destruction wasn't relaxed either. The priestess walked around, blessing the warriors. The demons yelled in their language, planning specific ways to attack the fortress. The dark elf magicians and archers were conserving their energy in preparation for the battle. There was a huge tent under a giant tree. It belonged to Princess Elidana's. Right now, people went in and out of the tent. There was a model of the Orita fortress in the center. Demons, dark elves, and Nagas surrounded the model, discussing specific tactics. Their discussion was very energetic. It sounded like they were arguing. Eugene, who had become Princess Ellie, sat on the side. She waited patiently for them to come up with a specific plan. Around half an hour later, Priestess Molina walked up. Your Highness, today is the coldest day of the month while midnight will be the darkest and coldest time of the day. We will attack at midnight. The army's power will be used to its max while the opponent's power will be repressed the most. We have the biggest chance. Eugene nodded. Then let's do that. What about the specific strategy? Show me. Molina hurriedly brought a scroll over. Eugene checked the various small-scale formations, attack order, plans for accidents, and more. He considered them all carefully. Around 10 minutes later, he said, the magician army's appearance is too early. It can attract their attention, and it's too risky. It should be delayed. But Your Highness, our casualties will increase greatly that way. At least 10,000 people will die. Molina couldn't accept this. I know, so tell the beastmen to attack first. Do you object? The beastmen were brave, but after Parmes died, they had no leader. Many of them wished to return to the Golden Plains and follow the Beastman King. This was an army that could betray them at any time. They were unstable. They couldn't rely on the beastmen to win, so they were best used as cannon fodder. At this, the Dark Elves, Nagas, and demons shut up. They all agreed tacitly. Then Eugene continued, have those who were sent to the Isle of Dawn returned? Molina shook her head. No news of them. Eugene brought a hand to her head. She was angry, but things were different now. After being a leader for so long, she'd learned to keep calm. They should have brought the news there long ago and should be back by now. Do the High Elves not accept our compensation and don't even wish to reply? No one could answer. Princess Ellie had been the one to end things with the High Elves. Now, she felt that she lacked power and sent someone to ask for an alliance. Last time, she'd almost killed the prince. It was normal that the High Elves would ignore them. Eugene grew more furious. She tossed down the scroll and said, let's just follow this plan. Attack at midnight. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone said. Eugene didn't want to say anything else and went back to her tent. While the humans and army of destruction were preparing, Link was still hurrying in the Sea of Void. In the Hangduan mountain range west of the Black Forest, there was a valley. Thick white fog suddenly appeared in it. It was too thick for anyone to see what was happening inside the valley. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, The Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 2. Chapter 656, The Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was a starless, moonless night. Whoosh, whoosh. A biting wind was blowing in from the ice plains in the far north. Any ordinary person would have their skin frozen blue if left exposed to the extreme cold for more than half an hour. If their ears were left unprotected in it, they would fall off like pieces of clay as well. The sound of people drawing in sharp breaths came from outside the walls of Orita Fortress. A few guards were taking shelter in a corner, their bodies trembling uncontrollably like a leaf in the cold. Blasted weather, why can't those mongrels lurking outside the fortress walls just freeze to death in it? Muttered one of the guards. The others did not respond. They simply tightened their leather armors even more around them. They were wearing thick layers of wool beneath their armors. Under normal circumstances, this layer of wool could provide an ample amount of thermal insulation as well as protection against enemy arrows for its wearer. From what the guards heard, they were gifts straight from Ferd. However, tonight, the cold was anything but normal. Like a mouse squeezing back into its hole in the ground, it had burrowed deep into the guards' bones. Their limbs now felt sluggish, as if rust had spread to their joints. At that moment, there was a hum from inside Orita Fortress. Then, a golden light shone out from the mage tower in the fortress grounds. Woo! The sound of horns being blown echoed within the fortress walls. Enemy attack! Shouts rose up from inside the fortress. In the next second, a silver dome-shaped light barrier spread out over the fortress in the air. At the same time, far within the black forest, countless points of purple light carved out long arcs in the air before descending on the fortress like a meteor shower. Boom! 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 Every purple light point was more than a foot wide. Every explosion it set off had a radius of more than 10 feet. In the span of a few seconds, the silver blanket of light that was shielding the fortress grounds was enveloped completely by this purple inferno, coloring the whole sky in the same shade of purple. As soon as the attack began, Knorrs made his way towards the command tower behind the second fortress wall. Once there, the tactical analyst immediately gave him a report of the enemy's ongoing siege. Marshal, I've activated the level 16 light canopy. The enemy is currently using large-scale catapults against us. They've thrown more than 400 level 9 balls of decay during their first wave of attack in our direction. Our canopy will only be able to take 2 more hits like that, sir. The light canopy was a recent addition to Orita Fortress's magical defenses. Thought it was a level 16 barrier, the enemy had launched a huge volley of level 9 magical attacks against it. It would seem that they had come prepared to take down the fortress in one fell swoop. They had a tough battle ahead of them tonight. Return fire, said Knorrs calmly. The tactical analyst immediately gave an order according to a predetermined battle plan for situations like this. Ready the sliding explosive ballista. 300 shots, target, the enemy's catapults, ... As soon as he gave his command, the Army of Destruction's second volley of balls of decay fell from the sky towards the fortress. Almost at the same time, the sounds of crossbows unloading their charges rang out in quick succession from the fortress wall. Streaks of red light whizzed out from the top of the wall towards the black forest like a swarm of locusts. A moment later, consecutive explosions rocked the black forest. Shrieks of agony could even be heard from the chaos. The sliding explosive ballista was one of the latest magical inventions developed by Ferd's Golden Rune Workshop. It had a range of 13,000 feet and was also capable of firing one volley of arrows every 8 seconds. The tips of its arrows possessed high magical resistance, allowing it to pierce through level 11 magical barriers. Once an arrow had broken through one of these barriers, it would activate a level 8 explosive spell attached to its shaft, which would then release countless tiny metal pellets from it in all directions, causing maximum destruction in its wake. Though the Army of Destruction seemed to be packing some serious firepower against them, their defenses were sorely lacking. Casualties abounded the moment these anti-magic arrows broke through them without much difficulty. During this intense exchange of long-distance attacks between both sides, a series of commands were given out from the command post. All the warriors in the fortress immediately broke the magic seals they had on them, flooding the fortress's interior with magical light at that moment. These were all supplementary combat spells, granting buffs such as Giant Strength, Steel Body, Ultimate Protective Barrier and so on to the warriors. A level 1 warrior would be able to receive from these seals enough power to confront a level 3 warrior head-on. Right now, the average power level of all the warriors in the fortress was level 5. After casting these supplementary spells on themselves, they had effectively increased their own power levels and were now capable of going toe-to-toe with the army of destruction. The supplementary spells were the first step of their battle plan. At that moment, sounds of alchemical vials being smashed into pieces on the ground echoed from every corner of the fortress. A thick golden mist began rising from the vials' shattered remnants. The mist was radiating a golden light. Before long, it filled the entire fortress. Every warrior breathing in this golden mist would receive a huge boost to their strength, endurance, and natural resistance against dark power. Conversely, the golden mist would act as a poison against those who wielded dark or destructive power. The third volley of balls of decay fell from the sky once more when the warriors were finally done with their defensive preparations. However, the number of balls of decay coming down on them now had been vastly reduced after the hit the enemy catapults took from the fortress's explosive ballista. However, under their constant barrage, the level 16 light canopy seemed to have lost most of its luster as well, as if it had lost all its defensive power. Inside the command post, Knorr's face did not betray a single hint of the panic that he was now feeling inside. How many catapults does the enemy still have left? The level 9 balls of decay had been quite a handful to deal with. If even one of them had gotten through their defenses, it would have caused considerable damage to their forces. The tactical analyst was still closely observing the current state of the battlefield. He then gave his report to Knorr's. After taking 2 hits from us, the enemy now has 50 catapults remaining. We'll be able to bring that number to 0 with 2 more hits from our explosive ballista. Good. Knorr's was somewhat relieved by this. Glancing at the dim light canopy above him, he then ordered, "Get ready to intercept enemy's frontal assault." The order was given out, and every warrior in the fortress began gathering near the walls. Furred Sunlight warriors were charged with guarding critical points around the fortress, while the rest of the warriors lined the fortress's less important regions. As a Rita Fortress trump card, the Beastmen warriors were tasked with delivering the final blow to the enemy forces. Soon, every warrior had assumed their positions in the fortress. They now waited patiently in their formations for the big battle with the army of destruction. The walls of Orita Fortress were recently erected with magically resistant clay imported from Ferd. With their huge bulk and powerful magic seals etched across them, these walls were capable of withstanding even level 18 legendary spells. These nigh impenetrable walls gave a certain sense of security to those behind them. No matter how powerful the army of destruction might be, they would not be able to penetrate these sturdier-than-steel walls of the Orita Fortress. Boom! Boom! Sporadic explosions echoed from the dim light canopy above them. The army of destruction still had 10 catapults standing. When the explosions subsided, the canopy quivered unsteadily in the sky. However, it remained there still. The canopy was powered by the Mage Tower. As long as it remained unbroken, the Mage Tower could simply channel more power into it, returning it back to full capacity. Right now, the light canopy seemed as flimsy as a bubble. Slowly, it began to thicken, visibly regaining its former firmness. To the human warriors in Orita Fortress, this was good news. However, the same could not be said for the army of destruction. A few thousand feet away, Eugene saw the light canopy returning back to full strength. She muttered angrily, blasted tortoise shell. She climbed to higher ground, with a magic wand in her left hand and a dark runestone in her right. The runestone began to glow with a black light, which expanded into a 1-foot-wide ball of dark energy around the stone itself. Go! With a tap of her wand, Eugene conjured a small portal before her in the air. She then threw the runestone into it. At the same instant, an explosion of purple flames erupted in the sky above Orita Fortress. The flames melted away the last shreds of the light canopy upon hitting it. Many warriors in the fortress were hit as well as a result. Cries of agony from Orita Fortress soon reached the warriors of the Army of Destruction in the Black Forest. "An excellent move from Her Highness," said the Holy Priestess Molina. Waving his hand, Eugene gave out his order, "Storm the fortress." The black runestone might not look like much, but it was Eugene's most prized possession. With it, she would not need to waste too much dark power on legendary spells while dealing with the legendary masters of Orita Fortress. Exhausting her reserve of dark power recklessly now would mean putting herself in a tough spot that would eventually lead to her death. Eugene was more than aware of such an outcome. After casting a legendary spell with the black runestone and giving out an order to her troops, Eugene returned to her tent and closed her eyes for some much-needed rest. War drums sounded amid the army of destruction. More than 200,000 warriors began rushing towards Orita Fortress like a fierce torrent, all according to Eugene's plan. The Dark Beastmen led the charge, followed by the demons, then the Nagas, and finally the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves had spared no expense in donning everyone in full armor. Despite serving as cannon fodder at the front of this ghastly procession, the Dark Beastmen were all equipped with fine sets of armor and weaponry as well. The Dark Elf magicians were not simply twiddling their thumbs in the corner during the warriors' mad charge towards the fortress. In fact, they played an integral part in breaking apart the fortress walls. Boom! 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 80-foot-tall, earthen golems were summoned by the magicians one after the other. These magical behemoths began throwing 40-ton stones at the fortress. They did not need to land any of their shots on the fortress's warriors. The stone's impact against its walls would be enough to disrupt the warriors' formations behind the walls. The stones reached the fortress before any of the Army of Destruction's infantry. 40 golems had been summoned in the Black Forest. They began lurching towards the fortress, threatening to demolish its walls with their bare hands. "Dispel them! Quick!" shouted the commanding officer of the magicians in Orita Fortress. He was well aware of the destruction these golems would be able to wreak if they were allowed to come any closer to the fortress. Hum. 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 Streaks of dispelling spells shot out towards the golems, disrupting the magical integrity of their bodies. However, the Dark Elf magicians did not let up the golem assault. They continued summoning more golems from the ground, replacing those that had fallen under the barrage of dispelling spells. Half a minute later, some of them had even begun burning their souls up to continue the summoning process. Inside the Orita Fortress. "Snipers, shoot down the enemy magicians." The order was quickly given out to every magical sniper posted across the entire length of the fortress wall. Streaks of light began flying out from the top of the wall, making a beeline towards the forehead of every Dark Elf magician. The magic pistols these snipers were armed with were also forged by Ferd's Golden Rune Workshop. Each of them possessed level 8 offensive power. Due to its anti-magic properties, the pistol was also known by another name, the Mage Killer. The Dark Elf magicians' numbers were now declining at an alarming rate with each shot from the snipers. The earthen golems' numbers were also whittled down as a result. The golems were the Army of Destruction's principal force in their siege. Though they were not endowed with considerable offensive power, their bodies could still serve as ladders. As long as they were able to reach the base of the fortress, even if their magical integrity was dispelled, the remnants of their bodies would still pile up beneath the wall, facilitating the enemy warriors' climb over it. In the end, only one golem was able to reach the wall of Orita Fortress, at the cost of the lives of almost all the Dark Elf magicians. Eugene was stunned by this outcome. He had no idea laying siege to Orita Fortress would be this difficult. "Am I going to lose here?" thought Eugene. He could see that the Dark Beastmen were now 500 feet away from Orita Fortress. They were also falling at an alarming rate under a shower of arrows unleashed from the top of the wall. Even the high-ranking personnel of the Army of Destruction had realized that things were not looking too good for them. Orita Fortress was evidently more formidable than it had ever been. They now feared that they had no chance of penetrating even its walls. "What should we do, Your Highness?" whispered Molina. Eugene was extremely conflicted about this. They would most likely lose if they pressed on with their siege. If they retreated now, everything they had worked for would have all been in vain. None of her subordinates would know what it was like to make difficult decisions for an entire army. Back when she was still a genius dark magician, Eugene was able to spend her days as free as a bird in the world. Thanks to the incredible power she wielded, she could do anything she wanted to. But now, her every action had actual consequences, influencing the fates of those beneath her. Eugene's body trembled unconsciously. She was now at a loss for words. Just then, startled exclamations rose up among the warriors outside her tent. "What's that? There's something in the sky, Dot. It looks like a meteorite." Soon, Eugene sensed an all-encompassing magical pressure coming down from the sky. The magical power she felt was at least level 14. "I've never felt magical power like this before," exclaimed Eugene. Both of them quickly rushed out of the tent to look at what was going on in the sky. Eugene was overjoyed by what she saw. There was a ball of bluish-white light in the air with a diameter of approximately 30 feet. The entire sky had been lit up by it as if it was now morning. The ball of light seemed to be falling straight towards Orita Fortress at an unimaginable speed. "It's a level 14 legendary spell, Doomsday Meteor. No one in Orita Fortress will be able to defend against such a powerful spell. They're done for, Dot." She had no idea who was behind it, but this meteor was enough to turn the tables on Orita Fortress. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 3. Chapter 657, Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 3. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Orita Fortress. When a level 14 meteorite appeared in the sky, Knorr's face instantly turned ashen. "General, we couldn't stop him." The strategy analyst's face was white as a sheet of paper. If the light canopy were still there, they could easily block a level 14 spell. But now, the canopy was damaged and couldn't be used within a short period. If this spell fell upon them, it would be a feat if 1/10 of the warriors in the fortress could survive. That 1/10 would be horribly injured too. How could that number of soldiers with a damaged fortress fend off an army of 200,000? The Doomsday Meteor was about to land. There was no time to consider or hesitate. Knorr grabbed his lion's fury and rushed out of the command tower. "General?" his subordinate yelled. "From now on, you're the general." Knorr yelled back. He trained his eyes on the Doomsday Meteor while rushing towards it. He would stop it, even if it meant paying with his life. The Beastman army on the other side of the fortress. Avatar, the glorious warlord and Beastman King, saw Knorr at once. He looked up at the Doomsday Meteor, hesitated for half a second, and then rushed towards Knorr. "Lowly sneak attackers, if I survive, I'm gonna rip you apart." The Beastman King never spoke with sophisticated vocabulary, but he knew that if the meteorite landed, his warriors would all die. These warriors were the insurance for his race's survival. If they all died, the fate of Beastmen would become miserable. Avatar couldn't let that happen. On the fortress wall, Jacker, clad in legendary armor, was also watching the meteorite. From his spot, he could clearly feel that it would fall on the wall right where he was standing. If he didn't dodge, he would be the first to be killed. He also saw Knorr and Avatar. He knew what they were thinking because he had the same thoughts. "Retreat, everyone retreat. Find somewhere to hide. Jacker radiated with golden sunlight power. He tossed his sword away and grasped his heavy shield with both hands. At the last moment, he saw a young man looking at him from the near distance. He knew this guy. He was Thoreau, a prodigal warrior. Only 19 years old, he was already at level 9 and had unlimited potential. Live and tell the Lord that I died without regret. Jacker yelled. Thoreau nodded forcefully, tears rolling down his face. During this time, the Orita Fortress Mage Tower had reactivated the shield that covered the entire fortress. But it was only at level 10. It couldn't stop this doomsday meteor at all. Magicians, archers, and all types of heavy artillery kept attacking the meteor, trying to make it ignite beforehand, but it was all useless. The structure of the doomsday meteor was 10 times more stable than the usual level 14 spell. There was also a special shield around it that was probably around level 12. This shield blocked all disturbances. More accurately, this was a level 14 spell with a level 12 shield. Someone had worked hard on this doomsday meteor to turn the Orita Fortress into a zone of death. Just now, Knorrs and Avatar reached Jacker. The three didn't talk. They understood each other with a glance. The three legendary warriors looked up and activated their power. Knorrs turned into a flash of silver light, Jacker was gold, and Avatar was bloody red. Their battle auras melded together into a dark red glow of more than 15 feet wide. At that time, the Doomsday Meteor was around 600 feet from the fortress. For legendary warriors, this was enough for them to attack. The warriors in the fortress heard a piercing yet muffled thud. The dark red glow lifted from the wall and shot towards the blue-white Doomsday Meteor like a rocket. An instant later, they collided. There was a blinding flash in the sky. Everyone inside and outside the fortress shut their eyes reflexively, not daring to look. Under the blinding light, the temperature rose 30 degrees. The north was originally freezing, but it became stifling now. All the snow melted. Boom! There was a muffled explosion that spread in all directions like thunder. Then, there was another muffled boom. This came from the fortress wall. Something still crashed into it. Smoke rose up, covering the sky. When the dust subsided, everyone saw the wall clearly. The sturdy wall now had a huge hole 30 feet deep and 90 feet wide. There were 3 burnt bodies in the hole. Judging from their figures and armor, one could vaguely distinguish them. General Knorrs' body wasn't even complete anymore. He was clearly dead. Beastman Avatar and Sunlight Army Commander Jacker's bodies were still whole, but they were not moving. No one knew if they were alive. There were also thousands of bodies around the hole. They were the warriors who hadn't retreated in time. But these losses were nothing compared to what would have happened if the meteor had smashed down directly. When this happened, Princess Annie was in a hidden corner of the fortress. She had entered the legendary level now. When she saw Knorrs' corpse, she covered her mouth, trying not to cry. The general and war god of the Norton Kingdom, the man who always smiled gently at her, was gone. She saw warriors rush to the hole and take the 3 bodies. She heard some yell happily that someone was still alive, but she also heard sobbing. General Knorrs was still dead. Outside the Orita Fortress, Dark Magician Eugene was ecstatic. The human army lost 3 legendary warriors at once. Her threat was gone instantly, she could unleash her power now. The Orita Fortress also lost their general and had such a big hole in the wall. If they still couldn't win, the Army of Destruction could change their name to the Army of Failures. She stood up and ordered, all fronts charge and attack with full force. I'll clear the path. With that, she transformed into a puff of black smoke and rushed into the sky. Aiming at the hole in the wall, she cast a level 10 dissociation ray. Boom! The crack widened. After the loose rocks slid down, the bottom of the hole was less than 150 feet from the ground. It's so sturdy. So unfortunate. Eugene couldn't help but praise it. Since it's so sturdy, I won't look for trouble. If it was a regular wall, her spell could have destroyed the entire thing. Though she was a level 14 magician, she'd only upgraded recently and hadn't learned level 14 spells yet. She could use level 13 spells though. Without the threat of legendary warriors, one level 13 spell could kill more than half of the warriors. Eugene moved her wand to cast a level 13 spell. Your Highness, wait, Molina said. What? Eugene turned. There are more than 40,000 beastmen inside the fortress. They're all powerful warriors. We are in a good state and it's a pity to kill them all. What if we persuade them to join us? Molina asked. Eugene considered this and nodded, smiling. Good idea, but we still need to give them a taste. I'll take care to kill those humans but not beastmen, hee. In that case, Molina wouldn't object. Eugene focused on casting the spell. However, she'd underestimated the army's power and the dangers of the battlefield. There were countless eyes and elites on the battlefield. They wouldn't let her cast spells safely. Just then, around 500 streaks of fire shot out from the Orita fortress. Crossbow archers and magic fire gun shooters seemed to have planned to shoot together. They had the same target, Eugene, casting a spell in the air, and the range of 60 feet around her. Eugene was in the middle of spellcasting when the attacks rained down. The weakest spell was level 8, and there were around 500 of them. She was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This was an all-encompassing attack. She had nowhere to hide, and regular shields couldn't stop them at all. Eugene didn't even have time to cast a powerful shield. Oh no, I was too cocky. My stupid habit. Eugene wanted to slap herself. But she was a top fighter of firemen for centuries and still had life-saving tricks. She immediately stopped casting spells. At the same time, a rune flashed in her hand like lightning. Activating, it buzzed, and Eugene disappeared in the white light. She reappeared hundreds of feet away. She wasn't a spatial magician and couldn't do transmissions well. Teleporting hundreds of feet was already her limit. But then something happened. Before she could even steady herself after appearing, she saw a shadow charge towards her at an incredible speed. The shadow was already 15 feet away from her. A thought flashed into her mind. Oh no, an assassin. It was none other than Princess Annie. She turned her sadness and fury at Knorr's death into power. Ignoring her own life, she snuck into the army of destruction's camp to assassinate their general. This was her responsibility as a legendary assassin and the only way to save the Orita fortress. Knorrs, I hope you will protect me from heaven. Annie was 9 feet away from Eugene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, The Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 4. Chapter 658, The Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 4. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Any self-respecting assassin would be able to cross 3 feet in no time at all, but right now, Annie was a mere 3 feet away from Eugene. In other words, Eugene would have no time whatsoever to react to her ambush. She would be killed in an instant. Eugene was ecstatic upon seeing the massive meteorite decimate the entire human army in Orita Fortress. However, the ecstasy she was feeling was soon followed by surprise, which then gave way to frustration. After centuries of running rampant throughout the realm, why did things stop going my way only recently? If this body were to be destroyed, she would have to look for a replacement. However, no matter how fast her assassin was, Eugene's situation was not completely hopeless. Rescue came in the form of the Naga priestess Molina. A few hundred feet away, Molina had noticed Princess Annie's presence sooner than Eugene did. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut in the army of darkness in anticipation of the battle that was to come. Eyes darted about warily, expecting danger to jump out from every corner. Even a legendary assassin would have a hard time infiltrating such a place. With a combination of talent and sheer luck, Princess Annie was able to pull off such a feat. Just when it seemed as if there was no hope left for Eugene, dark red light shot out from Molina's hands towards Eugene. Destructive Vortex. Though it sounded like the name of an offensive spell, it could also be used defensively. In an instant, the streak of red light enveloped Eugene's entire body. It then began revolving half a foot away from Eugene like a crimson cyclone. Princess Annie immediately felt the sheer force of this destructive spell as soon as it was activated. She could feel herself being lifted up by the swirling wind around the cyclone. At the same time, she could see that cracks were appearing on her leather armor. Her own hair was being shredded away, bit by bit. There was also an intense pain spreading from patches of her bare skin that were exposed to the wind. From the corner of her eye, Annie saw that the huge rocks lying on the ground were immediately ground to dust by the wind. The bodies of normal demon warriors standing in the vicinity met a similar fate, collapsing to the ground before they even realized what had happened. Shadow Cocoon. Shadow battle aura began swirling around Annie's body. In an instant, she had transformed into a mere shadow. With this battle technique in effect, the destructive vortex's effect would be temporarily nullified. Even the wind it was blowing up simply passed through her harmlessly. Annie's body finally regained its movement. The shadow cocoon technique would not be enough on its own to see Annie through this. She needed to defend herself against further interference from anyone else in the army of destruction. As she lunged at Eugene, Annie suddenly raised her left hand up to her side. In an instant, a huge magical pistol materialized in it. From the corner of her eye, she took aim and triggered the pistol's magic seal, firing a couple of shots at Molina without any hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. A total of 6 bullets simultaneously flew out of the pistol's barrel towards Molina's position. The magical pistol was a Golden Rune Workshop creation, custom-made according to Annie's specifications. She had spent a good bit of money on it. Due to her status as a member of the royal family, a number of legendary magicians in Ferd had personally overseen the pistol's creation. The pistol was also named as the Flash for its lightning-fast firing rate. It was able to spew out all the bullets in its magazine in an instant, and each bullet's offensive power was as high as level 9. As the god of destruction's priestess, Molina only served as a support to the army's war efforts. In the face of such an attack, she immediately panicked. She was now forced to defend herself against Annie's attack, even if it meant leaving Eugene vulnerable to Annie's ambush. This was the first step to Princess Annie's strategy. However, it was still not enough. She was now deep in enemy territory. She could be surrounded by powerful members of the army of destruction at any moment. With a flick of her hand, Annie withdrew the magical pistol in her hand. A crystal ball appeared in its place. It seemed to be filled with a milky white fluid, while numerous magic runes were engraved across its surface. Annie lightly touched one of the runes with a finger. The milky white fluid began to boil in the crystal ball, which then started to glow. The crystal ball was custom-made as well. The fluid in it was mixed with highly concentrated level 10 sunlight power. Annie only had 3 such crystal balls at her disposal. Annie was now a foot away from Eugene. She could see that Eugene had only just reacted to her presence and was about to cast a spell to defend herself. However, any kind of spell casting would require time. Unfortunately, time was not something Eugene had in abundance right now. Annie was now so close to Eugene that she simply needed to reach out and drive a dagger into her heart. Disregarding everything else, Annie threw the crystal ball into the air. She now only had one thing in her mind, ending Eugene's life. With a dull thwomp, the crystal ball exploded. In an instant, there was a blinding white light in the air. Her eyes already shut tight against it, she continued on her trajectory towards her target, relying only on her acute hearing and previous estimation of her target's position. Arg! My eyes. Arg, I can't see anything. What's going on? Realizing that Eugene was in danger, every warrior in the army of destruction immediately scrambled to her aid. However, none of them were prepared for this sudden onslaught to their eyes. Nagas, demons and dark elves were naturally accustomed to dim light and so were extremely sensitive to harsh light. As a result, they were all blinded by the sudden explosion in the air. In the chaos, Annie felt her anti-magic dagger piercing through a layer of clothing before reaching the layer of skin beneath it. Her skin feels thin. The fatty layer comes next. It feels thick. Must be the woman's chest. Next comes her ribcage. I'll just give the dagger a twist, plunge it through a gap between her ribs and, there, I've reached her heart. The process took only a few seconds. Princess Annie had perfected the art of stabbing people in the chest ever since joining MI3's assassin division. She had quite a stellar body count, which mostly comprised of dark elves. She had killed thousands of them with her bare hands. She was now more than familiar with the sensation of a blade cutting through dark elf flesh and any energy feedback it might receive in its path. Even though she had her eyes shut, she could still tell how much damage her target had sustained from her blade. Her heart's been punctured. It should rupture if I channel a bit of power into it. There, the deed is done. I probably should retreat now. She would probably be trapped there if she stayed on any longer. Annie pulled out her dagger and opened her eyes. The crystal ball's blinding light still illuminated the place, its intensity diminishing not one bit. As a human being, Annie only needed to squint in order to withstand the intense light. Shadow battle aura began surfacing from Annie's body, reducing it immediately into an indistinct, mist-like form. As the light subsided, she silently faded away into her surroundings. Annie decided to linger around the Black Forest for a bit, instead of directly returning to Orita Fortress. It would probably not be safe for her to choose the latter option, as her enemies would probably expect her to do so. The harsh light in the sky finally subsided when Annie was 300 feet away from the army of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. A number of spells flew out from the army of destruction before coming down on the space between the army itself and Orita Fortress. As the assassin was nowhere to be seen, area of effect spells were cast at that moment in an attempt to smoke her out from the shadows. However, Annie had already anticipated such a reaction from them. She was now completely out of their reach. After following a circuitous path through the forest, Annie finally returned to the fortress. Once inside the fortress's command post, she was immediately greeted by a couple of generals. "Your Highness, how did it go?" asked one of the generals. The cold, uncompromising air that she had assumed during Eugene's assassination lingered still on Annie's face. "I managed to stab the Dark Elf Princess in the heart. Her heart has ruptured completely. Even if she managed to pull through, she would still sustain severe damage. For now, she won't pose much of a threat to us." "That's great news. Your Highness, you've saved the fortress." Everyone in the command post heaved a sigh of relief. The Dark Elf Princess was far too dangerous to be left alive. They probably would not survive another one of her legendary spells in their current state. The realm's entire south side would be engulfed in the flames of war if Orita Fortress were to fall now. At that moment, Annie was unusually calm. She said, "It's too early to celebrate now. Don't forget about that doomsday meteor from before. We aren't just dealing with the army of destruction here. A more terrifying enemy lurks still in the shadows as we speak." "Yes, of course." Some of them nodded in agreement. How should they proceed with things right now? The opposing side had its own share of formidable magicians. So too did the humans of Orita Fortress, who had at first been quite confident in their ability to fend off the army of destruction on their own, and so had chosen not to ask for any magical assistance from Ferd. "There's been a drastic change in our situation. We should probably bring Ferd into this. Ferd presently had a total of 4 legendary magicians, who were individually a force to be reckoned with. Annie simply could not be bothered with this. She made her way towards the stronghold in the middle of Orita Fortress, where Knorr's corpse lay. She could see the fortress's medics bustling about in the stronghold's great hall, applying treatment for the injured and fallen. 3 bodies were laid out in the middle of the great hall. They had belonged to the legendary warriors who had tried to resist the Doomsday Meteor's impact. Knorr's condition was most severe. Both his arms were badly damaged, and parts of his body were twisted out of shape. Strangely enough, a crowd of medics and priests had formed around Knorr's body. They seemed to be in the midst of resuscitating it, stitching its wounds up and applying healing magic on it. Could it be that Knorr hasn't actually passed on? Annie was overjoyed for a moment. All of a sudden, the world seemed to light up around her. She quickened her pace towards the commotion. She then asked, "How's it looking?" One of the medics who was busy tending to one of Knorr's open wounds replied without turning around to face her, "Not good, I'm afraid. However, the marshal is a well-built man, and there is a chance he might live through this to see another day. It's still too early to say if he will be able to pull through, though." Annie was ecstatic upon hearing this. She stood to one side, silently watching the medics and priests proceed with Knorr's operation. After a while, she sensed that something was wrong. She asked one of the light priests standing in a corner, "Why aren't you using your healing magic on him?" "The marshal's arms are still bleeding." The light priest smiled weakly. "For some reason, my power seems to be draining away quickly and still hasn't fully recovered. When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything?" Annie was taken aback. "It's been like this ever since the battle started. We aren't quite sure what's going on." "The Archbishop is now praying in the prayer room for an answer," said the light priest with a helpless look on his face. Just then, the Archbishop appeared before them. When Annie saw him, she immediately sensed that something had gone horribly wrong. The Archbishop's face was a deathly gray. He was now walking towards them unsteadily. He also seemed to have aged a lot. One of the younger priests immediately hurried over to support him. "Archbishop, what happened?" asked Annie. There was a troubled look on the elderly man's face. "I couldn't feel the Lord's presence. No matter how hard I prayed, all that I could feel was a dark and terrible power." "What? How? How is this possible?" exclaimed Annie. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 659, Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 5. Chapter 659, Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 5. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The army of destruction retreated. Starlight Rose Princess Elidanas had been gravely hurt. The army was about to lose its commander, so they had to retreat. It was a pity because the human army met misfortune too. Other than people like Knorr being wounded, the army's most important light priest suddenly lost power too. This made the army unable to pursue the enemy. The two sides were at a stalemate again. The army of destruction didn't stop until they reached the Black Forest. Other than the warriors ordered to stand guard, the other dark elf doctors and destructive priestesses all gathered in the general's tent to help Princess Ellie. Hiss. Hoarse breathing sounded inside the tent like a broken windbag. Then Priestess Molina asked, "Your Highness? Your Highness, can you hear me?" 3 seconds later, there was a raspy and weak voice. "I'm not dead yet, but I'm close. Heal me." To regular people, a broken heart was fatal, but Eugene was a legendary magician. To magicians, the physical body was only a shell. It was a bit pathetic when the shell was broken, but they wouldn't die. In the tent, Eugene lay weakly on a bear hide rug. Her clothing had been taken off, revealing a huge bloody hole on the left of her chest. Through the hole, one could see the mangled heart. The veins under the pale white skin around the hole had turned dark. They were filled with eerie and unnatural battle aura. At a glance, the veins looked like a net of death that had trapped Eugene. Even more terrifying was that the darkness was spreading at an incredible rate. Eugene was a level 14 magician, but she was using all her power to keep herself alive after the injury. She couldn't fend off the assassin's battle aura. If she didn't have outside help, this flesh body would definitely die. In fact, she would watch her body die bit by bit. Eugene's soul was powerful, and she was completely familiar with flesh bodies, but this process was still like torture. The Dark Elf doctors were helpless against such a horrible injury. After feeding Eugene some medicine, they could only stare at Molina. As the god of destruction's saint, only she had the ability to save their princess. Molina's expression was strange. She looked at the injury, seeming to study it. After a while, she said, "I should be able to cure it, but I can't be disturbed." "Everyone, get out," Eugene said. Soon, only Eugene and Molina were left in the tent. Molina cast a soundproof barrier but didn't hurry with the healing. "Your Highness, to be honest, you're greatly injured, and only I can heal you. I'm the only one in this entire camp who can, but why should I?" Eugene froze. She stared at Molina and saw her faint smile. Molina looked calmly at Eugene, and it suddenly dawned on the princess. Yes, she was the Dark Elf princess right now. The Dark Elves were a weak race. They could only be the leaders now because of her. If something happened to her, Molina, as a Naga, would definitely take the chance to get her authority back. Now, she had two choices. She could give in to Molina and save this body. She would continue to be the Army of Destruction's general, but in reality, she would have to listen to Molina. Or she could give up now. She could abandon this body since she had many backup bodies throughout. But then everything she'd put in would go to waste. She didn't want to choose either option. A few seconds later, she rasped, "I won't submit to you, but I can promise you something. Don't forget, this is the best time to attack the Orita fortress. If you save me, my magic can easily destroy the fortress." "Indeed." Molina nodded. "That is why I can save you. However, I'm still not too sure about you. Ambition burns in your eyes." With that, dark red light flared in Molina's hand. "This is a loyalty pact. Once it is complete, you will become my master's most loyal slave. I think that is the most reliable solution." "In your dreams." Eugene roared. She couldn't lose her freedom. After centuries of being alive, no one had ever restricted her. Anyone who wanted to take her freedom had to bear the consequences. "I'm afraid you don't have a choice, Your Highness." Molina moved her hand, and the dark red light floated towards Eugene. Fury almost shot out of Eugene's eyes. She glared at Molina, saying coldly, "The god of destruction? Good, very good. I'll make you pay." As she spoke, she gave up on fending off the foreign battle aura and allowed it to ravage her body. Her soul shook, preparing to leave this body and go elsewhere. But then she realized something was wrong. A strange power restricted her, making it impossible to leave this body. "Stop struggling, Your Highness." Molina smiled. "Perhaps you fooled my master at the beginning, but it was only temporary. My master already knows everything about you. I don't know if you've heard this phrase. Don't test a god, don't pull tricks before a god. To a god, you're just an ant crawling on the ground. Accept this fate." Molina pressed down lightly and the dark red light buried into the dark elf princess body that Eugene was using. Eugene shook and tensed like a shrimp getting cooked. Her pupils constricted and she was in this state for a few seconds. Then her body relaxed suddenly, falling back onto the bearskin hide with a thud. Eugene's pupils were back to normal. Dark red light curled upon the wound on her chest, driving out the foreign battle aura. The flesh around the wound seemed to come to life. It kept quivering and growing. It seemed that Eugene's fatal injury would recover soon. But she didn't move at all. There was no life in her eyes, she seemed to be dead. Molina stood beside her and comforted her. "Your Highness, no need to feel sad. Even with this loyalty pact, you're still the general, and I am still your subordinate. Our master won't stand in your way of revenge. If you lead us into the Orita fortress, he will reward you handsomely too." Eugene's eyes lolled. When the dark elf princess did this, her starry eyes rolled, and her expression looked pitiful. A lion is leashed and turned into a dog that has to wag its tail and beg for pity. Should I be happy? But can you get rid of the leash? Molina didn't hold back. When Eugene didn't reply, she laughed. No, right? Since things are like this, why keep torturing yourself? Accept it and allow your conspiracy to have greater benefits. Make yourself stronger. Perhaps there will be new changes in the future. At this, Eugene's eyes brightened. Molina kept going. No one knows what the future will be like. Even gods can fall, can't they? Won't the god of destruction punish you for saying this? Eugene looked at Molina, confused. Molina shook her head. That shows that you still don't understand a god's wisdom. A god will know if I have this thought. I don't have to say it out loud. God didn't punish me in the past and won't now. Of course, I sincerely wish that my master will become stronger and stronger. This logic made Eugene feel much better. She wasn't the type of person who only knew how to cry. Her heart was stronger than mortals. A while later, she was still upset, but she'd put away these useless emotions. How long will it take to recover fully? That's the most realistic question. Molina laughed. You're heavily injured. The surface wounds will only take 1 hour, but it will take 3 days to completely heal and recover 80% of your power. 3 days isn't long. Eugene used some power and could sit up from the bed. She draped a cape over her close to naked body. Just then, a timid voice sounded outside. Your Highness? Eugene recognized this voice. It was her trusted scout. Since her injuries were okay now, she answered, What, not? Receiving a reply, the scout was obviously relieved and reported, Your Highness, someone wants to see you. A high elf. Oh? Surprised, Eugene exchanged glances with Molina. The doomsday meteor from earlier? Molina whispered. I thought that too. Those high elves are truly tricky. Eugene sneered. However, he needed the high elves now and wouldn't reject them. Let him in. A while later, a high elf in a dark green cape walked in. It wasn't a stranger, it was Prince Mordina, who had almost been killed. Your Highness, I'm very happy to see that you're still alive. Prince Mordina smiled, but his eyes were still cold. Eugene didn't have any of the arrogance from before. She immediately rose, took a few steps, and plopped down. She actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed, shocking Prince Mordina. Molina was shocked too. She quickly went to help Eugene up while saying, Your Highness, be careful. What are you doing? Mordina was honestly frightened. Eugene tried to seem sincere. I was brash and ignorant before. I beg for your forgiveness and hope we can work together against the humans. Mordina had been angry, but now, the hatred had faded greatly. He sighed. Your Highness, that is my wish as well. While Eugene was meeting secretly with the high elf, the humans of the fortress were at work too. The urgent magic message was sent to Ferd. Less than half an hour later, an airship filled with powerful magicians set off, escorted by dozens of dragon warriors. The airship was extremely fast. 3 hours later, the Orita fortress appeared before them. I heard that Princess Ellie is a level 14 magician. I'd love to see how her spells are. On the airship, Iliard's extremely handsome face glowed with confidence. Right now, he was already at level 11, and his power was still rising quickly. With this speed, he could even surpass his good friend Link. He felt like he could defeat any magician in the world right now. There were 2 other legendary magicians standing beside him. They were Elovan and Milos, the high elves Link had taken from the Isle of Dawn. They had once been more powerful than Iliard, but they were still level 10 now. Iliard had left them in the dust. They had complicated feelings now, but when they looked at Iliard, they couldn't help but feel reverence. This young half-elf indeed possessed unbelievable talent. He also had an ineffable temperament that easily impressed others. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, The Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 6. Chapter 660, The Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 6. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Inside the Black Forest. The magicians of Ferd must have flown here on board that airship. King Mordina pointed at the vessel in the distance. There was a weird little smile playing on his face. Eugene was standing beside him. Her ivory skin stood out against her black robe. As she had not completely recovered from her injury, Eugene seemed even more emaciated than before. Her dark elf guards had their eyes plastered to her from behind, not daring to look away for even a moment, lest something happen to her again. Seeing the incoming airship, she frowned. Will Link be with them as well? Impossible, said Molina, her waist swaying smoothly as she walked up towards them. She then greeted both Mordina and Eugene with a bow. Mordina raised a brow and asked on Eugene's behalf, "How could you be so sure?" "My master told me so. He said that even if the Lord of Ferd were to return to Fireman, he would not pose a huge threat to us, as he too has suffered a terrible loss in the Sea of Void." "Loss? To what extent?" asked Eugene. The memory of being killed by Link in a mere instant was still fresh in her mind. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. Eugene had every right to be wary of the Lord of Ferd. Molina said smilingly, "He's lost 2/3 of his power. His dragon form was also completely decimated." Mordina chuckled. "Seems like the Lord of Ferd's trip into the Sea of Void did not go as planned." "Yes, a shame indeed, but we should still not let our guards down, no matter how weak he may be right now," said Eugene. In spite of what she said, her face had slackened considerably. She would never be a match for the Lord of Ferd in his full strength. However, things seemed to be in her favor now. If she still could not best Link in his present weakened condition, she would have to renounce her right to call herself a magician. All 3 of them fell silent for a moment. Then, Mordina asked, "Your Highness, how do you intend to deal with Orita Fortress now?" Eugene chuckled softly. She then glanced at Molina. "The priestess has asked that I keep the fortress intact and spare the beastmen inside it. But this would require casting a powerful enough spell on my part. In order to kill off most of the human warriors in the fortress, I've decided to use the Book of Death spell." Book of Death. Level 13 Hidden Legendary Spell. Description: conjures a magic book using an extraordinary amount of dark power. By writing a person's name in it, he or she will have his or her soul forcibly extracted from them. It will then be ensnared within its pages. Note: death is just the beginning of a new journey. Mordina frowned at this. This spell seems to have a huge limitation to it. How are we supposed to know all the names of the human warriors inside the fortress? Molina laughed out loud. She then took out a thick notebook. "I've already prepared a name list just for this occasion. When will the spell take effect?" "Within 3 days. In the meantime, I will need you to stay by my side and keep me safe," said Eugene in a pleading tone, which complemented well with her emaciated state. This should be enough to pull on some of the Elf King's heartstrings. Mordina inwardly admitted that the Dark Elf Princess truly was one of the more charismatic individuals he had ever encountered. You have my word, Your Highness. I, and the magicians I've brought with me, will protect you as best we can. Aurita Fortress. Iliard was examining the three legendary warriors' injuries. Knorr's were especially severe. He seemed to be at a loss as to what to do now. When he was finished with his examination, Princess Annie asked quietly, "Can he still be saved?" Iliard nodded. "Yes, there is still hope for him. But I'm afraid that I won't be able to restore him to his full strength. I fear that the Marshal will remain an ordinary person for the rest of his life." That's good, that's good. His life is all that matters. Annie was somewhat relieved by this. Iliard then went to check on the conditions of Jacker and the Beastman King Avatar. Both of them seemed to be doing a lot better, thanks to their naturally strong constitutions and fast recovery rates. Jacker was especially lucky that the shield he was holding managed to absorb most of the meteor's impact. Even though his wounds were severe, Jacker would probably be able to recover fully after 2 months of recuperation. The same could be said for the Beastman King. This was one of the few silver linings in their current situation. When Iliard had finished examining the two warriors, he then listened to Princess Annie's account of the battle that had just happened. Frowning, he asked, "And you don't even know who's behind the meteor attack? Has MI3 turned up any clues?" Princess Annie shook her head. "Nothing so far. The enemy managed to unleash such a devastating attack upon us at the most critical moment without leaving a single clue that could lead back to him." Iliard smiled bitterly. He then turned to Milos, who had just returned from his inspection of the meteor's impact site. "Did you find anything?" Milos sighed. "I couldn't find anything useful left by the enemy's attack. However, on closer inspection, I detected a familiar aura around the site." Ilovan immediately knew what it was. "Is it from the Isle of Dawn?" "Yes, unfortunately," said Milos. There was an awkward look on his face. He was after all a former inhabitant of the Isle of Dawn. The High Elves used to be allies in the continent's resistance against the Army of Destruction. Now, the Isle of Dawn had switched sides, going so far as to help the Army of Destruction breach Aurita Fortress. Milos felt ashamed for how things had turned out between the Isle of Dawn and Ferd. Iliard heaved a sigh. "I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. The High Elves are the only ones in the continent of Fireman capable of such a devastating magical attack. Once, they were allies. Now, they've turned on us. There's nothing inherently good or evil about this war. Everyone's just fighting for their own self-interests. He then continued, "The Army of Destruction still has the God of Destruction's support, and I imagine a punctured heart would not keep the Dark Elf Princess down for long. I figure she will need at least a few days to regain her full strength. When that happens, we'll be facing a level 14 legendary magician and maybe even some of the Isle of Dawn's own magicians. This is certainly going to be an uphill battle for all of us." A single Dark Elf Princess was already more than they could handle. With the involvement of the High Elves, things just became a lot more complicated. Iliard was now starting to wonder if he could actually fend off another attack from the combined forces of the High Elves and the Army of Destruction. However, he soon shook off all his self-doubt. "What am I thinking? Link has entrusted me with protecting everyone before leaving Fireman. I'll just need to do everything I can to see everyone through this, whatever the outcome may be." He then turned to Princess Annie and said, "Your Highness, we need to have an exact idea of the enemy's current power level. Do you have any idea how we can do this?" As the highest-ranking commander in Aurita Fortress MI3, Princess Annie was naturally an expert spymaster whose talent for gathering information was second to none. Princess Annie pondered on this for a few minutes. She then replied, "Give me one night. I'll have the information you need ready by tomorrow. Do you need our help? Asked Iliard. Annie nodded. After thinking about this for a moment, she said, you could try to disrupt the enemy's formation for me with another attack. Iliard, Ilovan, and Milos looked at each other. Then, Iliard smiled. What a coincidence! We've just brought with us a powerful new magic cannon for such an occasion. I'll bet the enemy won't know what hit them. With everything settled, Princess Annie immediately leaped into action after checking on Knorr's condition. Soon, she slipped out quietly from Orita Fortress alongside more than 100 elite scouts. Not a sound came from Orita Fortress for 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, a boom echoed from the top of the fortress's wall. A white ball of fire then appeared in the middle of the Dark Elves' campground 10,000 feet away from the fortress. The resulting shockwave hit the Army of Destruction's entire base camp in an instant. When the ball of fire dissipated, all that was left behind it were the corpses of hundreds of demons scattered across the ground. The attack was at most level 8. However, what made it even more terrifying was its range. The Army of Destruction was severely hit by the attack. A few seconds later, when the third ball of fire exploded in their midst, a horn was sounded, signaling everyone to retreat. Retreat! Everyone retreat! They would all be sitting ducks if they stayed there any longer. With their commander still injured, the entire army was not in a position to mount a counterattack against the fortress. For now, they could only retreat deeper into the Black Forest. From the shadows, the Mi-3 scouts could see that the Army of Destruction was now in a state of chaos. Some of them even had their telescopes out to observe the situation even more closely. 2 hours later, Princess Annie delivered the information she was able to gather to Iliard. The reconnaissance mission went smoothly. Things seem to be looking better than I thought it would. Iliard unfurled the scroll Annie had given him. His brows furrowed as he read her report. When he was done, he handed the scroll over to Milos. It's worse than I had anticipated. More than 100 high elf magicians have joined the fray. There are at least 5 legendary magicians in their midst. It would seem that King Mordina has decided to oversee this battle personally as well, but everyone around him drew a sharp breath upon hearing the news. What should we do? We don't even have that many magicians with us right now. Iliard thought about this for a moment. He then said, I will arrange for more magicians to be transferred here from Ferd. This way, we won't be completely outnumbered. As for the enemy legendary magicians, the 3 of us could still put up a fight against them with some legendary magical equipment sent in from Ferd. These sets of legendary magical equipment were forged using the souls of ethereals they had captured, allowing even ordinary magicians to wield legendary level power. Ferd was stocked up with such an arsenal for exactly the kind of battle that they were about to face. Everyone on the scene was now put somewhat at ease after hearing Iliard's strategy. A general then spoke out, I heard that the Beastmen have another warlord who's still in the Golden Plains. Maybe we could bring him in as well. Not a bad idea. However, we will still need to ask for the Beastman's opinion on the matter, replied Iliard, nodding. Annie then said, I'll assign squadrons of elite assassins outside the fortress. These assassins are all equipped with powerful anti-magic weapons. As soon as the battle begins, we'll eliminate every magician on the enemy side from the shadows. Iliard nodded. Excellent idea. The enemy must now be extremely defensive against another ambush after having just taken a hit from Orita Fortress out of nowhere. However, no defense was complete without its flaws. Another surprise attack might just be what they needed to turn the tides of battle in their favor once more. The Red Dragon warrior Felina was there with them as well. It should be worth mentioning that she was now so close to reaching the legendary level. We can also circle the skies and drop a couple of powerful magical scrolls and explosives on the enemy when they least expect it, Felina added. There were too few red dragons available in Orita Fortress at the moment to be of any use on the battlefield. However, they could still provide aerial support for the fortress's forces. "I'll prepare some for you," said Ilovan, nodding. Soon, a more or less perfect battle plan was formed in this fervent exchange of ideas between everyone on the scene. Iliard clapped his hands and said, "All right, everyone, this battle will decide the fates of all the races of the light. Let's put on our game faces, shall we?" Everyone immediately scattered off to make all the necessary preparations for the upcoming battle. And so, for the next 3 days, both sides began preparing for the second exchange of attacks between each other. On the morning of the third day, a thick layer of snow had piled up on the ground. A sheet of white stretched out across the black forest towards the horizon. In the bleak, biting wind, Iliard, who had only just gotten up from bed, suddenly sensed an indescribable magical fluctuation. Magic attack, incoming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 7. Chapter 661, Second Siege of Orita Fortress, 7. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Powerful mana waves rippled again. The peaceful snowflakes were thrown into a flurry. In the mage tower, Iliard's heart jumped. "They're coming," he said to the magicians beside him. "Get ready." They were in the circular room at the top of the mage tower. There was a star-shaped magic seal on the ground. Iliard stood in the center. A powerful magician stood at each point. There was also a 45-foot wide ring of runes around the star. Every 3 feet, there was a rune node with a magician standing there. When Iliard uttered the command, all the magicians tensed. Mana surged in their bodies and the runes under their feet lit up. Mana kept flowing through the runes and then towards Iliard in the center. This magic seal was a focus magic seal formation. It had 2 uses. The first was to group the power of more than 100 magicians for the core magician to use. This allowed the magician to greatly surpass their limit temporarily. The second was for all magicians present to share the core magician's magic backlash. This lowered the risk of the core magician to cast high-level spells. For example, level 11 magician Iliard could now easily manipulate level 12 spells. If he wanted to push his limit, he could even cast a level 14 super spell. His mana could reach that level, but he wouldn't be able to grasp complex spells. The mana waves from the Black Forest grew stronger. Looking out from the Mage Tower's window, one could see that the air above the forest was slightly distorted. The mana waves are so powerful and carry a thick dark aura. They must be preparing a super powerful dark spell. We can't allow that. This thought flashed through Iliard's mind, and he immediately acted. Taking out a runestone, he added some mana, and it hovered before him. Iliard didn't stop. He kept drawing runes in the air. They flew into the runestone and ripples started pulsing out of the stone. It looked like waves in the sea. The ripples kept expanding and expanding until they rushed out of the Mage Tower, covering the entire Orita fortress. This wasn't all. The ripples still kept expanding. A few seconds later, it was more than 1.5 miles in diameter. Strangely enough, the magicians within it couldn't feel the powerful mana waves. This was called crystal waves. Crystal waves. Level 12 ethereal spell. Effect: activate using the ethereal techniques from the ethereal crystal. No spells within the crystal waves can form. Structures of all spells under level 12 will be crushed immediately. All spells under level 14 will be weakened by 70%. It is ineffective against spells above level 16. Note: an ethereal talent. Because this was activated by the ethereal crystal, Iliard only had to feed mana into the runestone while maintaining the flow of mana. He didn't need to try very hard. After that, he didn't have to worry about the powerful dark magic to directly fall upon his soldiers. This was only a defense technique. With it, the Orita fortress could keep standing in the battle. After that, Iliard took out another runestone to prepare for an attack. Black Forest. When the crystal-like ripples appeared in the air, Eugene, who was preparing the Book of Death, felt something was wrong. She didn't recognize this spell, but she still understood its use. She had deep knowledge of spells and rich battle experience. After a few glances, she said to Prince Mordina, who was protecting her, "This is the enemy's defense spell. If we don't undo it, the Book of Death will be ineffective. Leave it to me." Prince Mordina nodded. Then he said to the many high elf magicians beside him, "Another doomsday meteor." They had already prepared the magic seal. Hearing the command, they started adding in mana. In that moment, runes flew in the air and transformed dramatically. Around 1 minute later, the blue-white ball of light, over 15 feet wide, shot up from the sky. It cut an arc in the sky and crashed into the crystal waves around the Orita fortress. Boom! With a huge boom after the doomsday meteor landed, it was affected by the chaotic force fields within. The spell quickly fell apart and exploded. While dismantling, it also ate up the crystal wave's energy. The doomsday meteor kept going forward and kept dismantling. When the meteor was 300 feet away from the fortress, it was completely broken up. In comparison, the crystal waves that had been more than 1.5 miles wide had shrunk to less than 600 feet. Crack, crack. The ethereal crystal runestone hovering before Iliard cracked, becoming fragile. If there was another similar attack, it would fail. But by now, Iliard's attack spell was ready. It's time for you to taste Ferd's power. Ultimate Disassociation Ray. Ultimate Disassociation Ray. Level 13 Ethereal Spell. Effect: use the ethereal crystal to create a high-level ray with high destructive power and range. Note: not even an inch of grass in its path can survive. Iliard's runestone flashed and disappeared in a puff of light. Almost at the same time, the warriors preparing in the fortress saw an endless ray at the tip of the mage tower. When it first appeared, it was dark red. Half a second later, it suddenly brightened, burning white. Then blue deepened quickly and it was dark purple in the blink of an eye. It also thickened quickly. It had been a thin dark red beam but instantly turned into a dark purple ray over 10 feet wide. Like a sort of divine punishment, it shot towards the dark elves' camp. Whoosh, whoosh. All dirt, trees, tents, an army of destruction soldiers within 60 feet of the ray's path evaporated. It cut a steaming path of lava on the ground. The beam was instantly before Eugene. Boom! A dark gold shield popped up, blocking the ray for an instant. During that instant, a tall golden tree spirit appeared behind the shield. After it appeared, golden vines flew out, forming a net within half a second. Just at that moment, the dark gold shield shattered. The ray broke through and crashed into the golden tree spirit. Sizzles sounded. Rays of light flashed and scattered mana turned into countless bubbles that floated disorderly within the army of destruction. This clash lasted for 3 full seconds. After that, the ray extinguished, the golden tree spirit collapsed onto the ground. "Your Highness, now!" Mordina yelled. The opponent had just attacked and was exhausted now. The defense spell was undone too. It was time to use the Book of Death. Eugene had finished preparing. She opened his arms, and the image of an open book arose in the air. A feather quill pen appeared in her hands. She quickly started writing names in the book. First, she wrote the names of the mid-level officers of the enemy's army. These were the core of the human army. Without them, their combat ability would be halved. Their magic defense abilities were much lower than the high-level generals too. They would die as soon as their names were written. Tom Johansson. When that name was written, a rune shot out from the Book of Death and disappeared in the air. Almost at the same time, a young warrior in the Orita fortress collapsed. He clutched his chest and gasped for breath, his life draining out. He would die soon. Alan Trundon. Another officer died. Eugene wrote quickly, the soldiers within the Orita fortress died quickly too. In the Mage Tower, Iliard quickly realized when the third officer died for no reason. It's the Book of Death. They're using the Book of Death. He had to stop them. Iliard was now preparing the third spell. It was a defense spell. It couldn't fully stop the Book of Death, but it could at least save the warriors from the horrible dark curse. At the same time, the dragons in the sky started fighting too. They threw down soccer ball-sized potions. After they exploded, golden fog appeared in the sky. The soldiers of the Army of Destruction started wailing. Stupid little trick. Gale spell. Mordina smiled. A level 8 spell created a gust of wind that blew through the camp, easily blowing away the toxic smoke. Then Mordina quickly propped up a defense shield, blocking the disturbances. Your Highness, these dragons are annoying. Too bad we don't know their true names. True dragon names were long and complicated. Their full names usually contained more than 100 runes and were extremely hard to pronounce. Not only were they hard to remember, dragons never told people their true names. Molina smiled. I know some. Your Highness, listen. She supplied an extremely obscure name. Eugene wrote it. Immediately, there was a wail in the sky. A few seconds later, a dragon crashed down from the air. He was already close to dying. Shocked, Felina said, Go back. Go back to the fortress defense barrier. They couldn't stay here. Even if they were still alive after the curse, falling from the sky was still damaging. They would also fall into the Army of Destruction's camp with nowhere to escape. This kind of death was meaningless, so Felina decided to retreat. Army of Destruction camp. Prince, they're using another defense shield, Eugene said while writing. Prince Mordina smiled. He waved, and another doomsday meteor rose up. It crashed towards the Orita fortress, shattering the shield that Iliard had just put up. The entire fortress was exposed again. Inside the fortress, Iliard was already sweating. After casting 3 high-level spells consecutively, the other magicians were running out of mana too. Even more critically, their spells were ineffective. The Orita fortress would lose if this continued. Master, what do we do? Milos asked. Iliard took a deep breath. Gritting his teeth, he took out an ethereal crystal. This crystal can activate a level 14 attack spell, but the cost is high. With our current status, everyone present, except me, will die. The Mage Tower fell silent. Everyone knew that sacrifices were necessary in battle, but very few were brave enough to give up their own life. Even if this was the only solution, the magicians present still couldn't reply. In this world, most people were mundane. Even in the battlefield, they were there to make a name for themselves and get rich. If they died, it would be meaningless. Even legendary magicians Ilovan and Milos were silent. Seeing this, Iliard sighed and put the crystal away. Without the magician's cooperation, he couldn't use it. Then we only have one last option. Cast defense spells for all soldiers and send them out for the final battle. All the magicians agreed to this. During this time, more than 20 officers in the fortress had died. Terror spread throughout. When the attack signal sounded, many of the soldiers were confused because their leaders had died. They didn't know what had happened. Iliard saw this clearly from the Mage Tower, and his blood ran cold. If the soldiers charge now, it's no different than sending them to their deaths. Sighing lightly, he took out the ethereal crystal again. There was another way to use this ignite his own soul. By sacrificing himself, he could cast a level 14 spell that would turn the tides. Time was tight. If he hesitated, the situation would be impossible to change. Iliard clutched the crystal tightly. Familiar faces flashed past his mind: Link, Evelina, and the opponents who'd died under his hand. Finally, he sighed again. Farewell, firemen. Outside the window, soldiers died meaninglessly. Under the mysterious dark spell's attack, the army was falling apart. He couldn't hesitate anymore. But just as he was about to activate the crystal, he felt an extremely familiar mana aura rising out of the air. He knew this aura like the back of his hand. He was ecstatic. Army of Destruction Camp. Prince Mordina smiled, pleased. Human spells are just child's play. They're out of ideas so quickly. Actually, he couldn't really keep going after so many consecutive doomsday meteors. If they had to cast it again, his magicians might make mistakes. Thankfully, the opponent was a bit weaker and collapsed before them. Eugene glanced at him and didn't speak. She kept writing down names, but for some reason, she felt some unease. A voice told her that she had to end the battle quickly. This time, her instincts were right. When she wrote the 63rd name, the Book of Death sent another rune into the air like before. Then something odd happened. The rune turned back and crashed into the Book of Death. The mana inside was deeply affected. It trembled violently and was about to fall apart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662. What is he up to? 2/3. Chapter 662. What is he up to? 2/3. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Eugene desperately tried to keep the Book of Death intact. For some reason, the Book of Death trembled even more violently until finally, it was too much for her to handle. The book instantly dissolved into countless specks of light. Eugene could feel sudden nausea rising in her chest. The magical energy in her body was all clogged up as if it was now stuck in a mire of some sort. She could no longer use any of her power. What's wrong? Mordina was stunned. Even though they were enemies, he was familiar with the Dark Elf Princess' grasp of the mystic arts. She could not have made such a low-level mistake like that. Someone's disrupting my spellcasting, said Eugene, her heart now pounding against her chest rapidly. She never even sensed her enemy's presence as the Book of Death crumbled. That was the most terrifying part. Imagine, for a moment, that you were facing an enemy that you could not even see. Maybe you were lucky enough to dodge their first attack, but what about the next 10 attacks? As Eugene remained dazed by what had just occurred, King Mordina suddenly looked toward Orita Fortress. It would seem that another airship has just arrived bringing backup from Ferd to the magicians in the fortress. Could this be the work of one of the newcomers? But there's no way any magician in Ferd is capable of such magic, said Eugene. The brows on the Dark Elf Princess's elegant face furrowed, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, Molina spoke out, "It's the Lord of Ferd. He's come to the fortress's aid." What? Shouted Eugene and King Mordina in unison. The high elf magicians around them began whispering among themselves in hushed tones. They looked at each other nervously, clearly troubled by what they had just heard. The Lord of Ferd had gained quite a reputation across the continent, not just for his sheer power, but for his wisdom as well. In just a few short years, he had managed to transform an impoverished Ferd into one of the most prosperous cities in the Fireman continent. Ferd's Mage Tower threatened to usurp the High Elves from their 10,000-year place as the leading race in magical innovation. The mystical wisdom the Lord of Ferd had accumulated over the years had far surpassed the comprehension of ordinary magicians. Anyone who had seen his magic firsthand would immediately lose all will to fight him. Weak-willed individuals who knew him only through his reputation would not even dare pick a fight with him. And now he had arrived at the battlefield. Without even letting his presence be known, the first thing he did was to spell the level 14 Dark Elf Princess Book of Death. Such a move was enough to strike fear into anyone. Eugene looked at Molina. Molina, didn't you say that he had just lost his dragon form, that he had lost most of his power? Why do I get the feeling that he's even more powerful than before? She asked in an accusing tone. Molina shrugged. Maybe something happened to him after that. In any case, everything I told you was the truth. King Mordina was now a lot more composed than before. There was even a faint smile on his face. It's just one person. Even if the Lord of Ferd had a miraculous encounter on his trip back to Fireman which restored his power back to pinnacle level, he's still just a level 13 master. His presence here is troubling indeed, but it doesn't mean we'll lose. To his surprise, he was immediately shot down by a scathing remark from Eugene. Humph, shows how much you know, ... Eugene had thrown all decorum that was to be expected from a dark elf princess out of the window. She began pacing with her hands behind her back. She then noticed the offended look on King Mordina's face. Do you know Heleno the Light Magician? Heleno? Yes, I've heard of him. Though Mordina was fuming inside, he still maintained a semblance of courtesy before the princess. Heleno, a level 13 light magician, roamed the continent for centuries. I've never met the person myself, but I heard that he was killed in the northern ice plains by Link, even when he had the upper hand by holding the Red Dragon Queen hostage. One swift stroke from his blade is all it would take him to kill you as soon as he sees you. How do you intend to defeat someone like that, especially when he's back at the legendary level? Eugene did not actually witness the event with his own eyes. However, knowing Heleno, Eugene was able to guess what happened to him that day. She deliberately omitted herself from her account of the event, lest Mordina or anyone else manage to figure out who she was. Mordina was not satisfied by mere hearsay. He might not be able to go toe-to-toe with other more reputable masters in head-on combat, but he just could not believe that anyone would be able to kill him with just a single blow. In the end, he simply let out a discontented huff. Eugene knew what Mordina was thinking at the moment. Ignoring him, she turned towards Molina and said, Priestess, the only reason we mobilized the entire army was because the Lord of Ferd had left Fireman. Now that he's entered the battlefield personally, there's no way we'll win this fight. There's no point in prolonging a losing war, so I say we retreat for now. The High Elves and Dark Elves all frowned at this. She only had her magic undone by the Lord of Ferd. Was it really necessary for her to be so unnerved by this? Her sudden display of cowardice certainly was at odds with the unyielding resolve she had shown in the past. Frowning, Molina said, the entire army is ready to see this fight through to the bitter end. All our arrows are already knocked on our bowstrings. We can't just pull back now, ... Eugene was stunned for a moment by Molina's words. She then heaved a long sigh. Indeed, she was now the commander of an army. If she were to order a retreat now, she would have to take into account the men's morale, remaining reserves, whether the enemy would give chase, and many other considerations. If they pulled back now, the warriors of Orita Fortress would certainly come after them from behind, and that would be the end of them. If that was the case, they might as well see this war through to the bitter end. They still had a chance to come out victorious in this war, however slim it might seem. Eugene sighed inwardly. All right then. We'll proceed with the war as planned. Suddenly, someone pointed at the fortress wall. Look, there's a magical illusion above the wall. Everyone turned towards it and saw that a 10-foot-tall image of a black-haired young man had appeared above the fortress wall. He was wearing a silver-black battle robe and had a sword dangling from his waist. Everyone knew exactly who he was. It was the Lord of Ferd. He looks like he's about to say something, said King Mordina, frowning. In the next second, the illusion spoke out, Elidanas, I have something to say to you. At that moment, Eugene was seething with hatred at the sight of Link. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to sink her teeth into his flesh and grind his bones to dust. However, since he had asked so politely, Eugene figured that there probably would not be any harm in hearing out the man at the very least. Magically amplifying her voice, she spoke out, "If it's about surrendering yourself to me, I'm all ears." The image of Link above the fortress's wall smiled faintly. "I would like to ask if Mordina, King of the High Elves, is beside you right now?" King Mordina nodded to Eugene, who replied, "He's here." "The doomsday meteor from 3 days ago, was he the one behind it?" asked Link. Eugene did not know why Link would ask her such a thing. However, she was beginning to sense that something was wrong. Unable to figure out what had gone wrong, she simply remained silent. "What is this guy up to?" thought Eugene. She really could not understand what Link's game was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, The Prophecy Becomes True. Chapter 663, The Prophecy Becomes True. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Under the Orita Fortress. Mordina thought Eugene was scared again. Upset, he answered himself. "Humans are the biggest enemy of my race. Ferd has stolen the Isle of Dawn's various resources multiple times. My race will never soften against enemies like you." He couldn't weaken at all in a stalemate. Mordina knew this. Thus, his tone was adamant. "You've done well." While speaking, the face on the wall smiled. But the moment it finished speaking, the smile disappeared. The face turned cold. "Let's see if you can bear the consequences." The next moment, Eugene cried, "Prince, be careful." Before she could finish, a figure appeared beside Prince Mordina. It looked like Link, who had been speaking from the fortress wall. But now, his face was as white as frost, and his sword gleamed. He was less than 3 feet from Mordina. Everything had happened too quickly, they could barely even react. The surrounding high elves gaped, unable to believe it. They couldn't understand how the Ferd Lord had crept into the heart of the army. Were all 200,000 soldiers blind? Even if they couldn't see him, could they not hear or smell him? Weren't demons the most sensitive to foreign auras? This was incredible. Molina reacted somewhat quickly, but she still needed time to cast a divine spell. Faced with Link's incoming sword, she couldn't reach it in time. Eugene was the only one who understood. Link had used the other spell to distract everyone while his true self snuck into the army to get close. This was nothing to a spatial expert like Link. Eugene could have stopped Link, but she'd just experienced magic backlash. Her power hadn't recovered fully. Link must be taking advantage of this chance for the risk. Plus, she was a magician. Faced with a swordsman that was faster than assassins, she couldn't do anything even if she processed things. Because of all these reasons, she could only watch. This guy is so tricky. He'd planned this all, and each step is filled with fatality. Mordina is dead this time. From interrupting her spellcasting and making her temporarily lose power from the backlash to immediately using a hallucination to distract everyone while sneaking into the army, Eugene had figured out all these details. That was why she was terrified. She was decisive. As soon as she realized she couldn't do anything, she retreated and cast a powerful defense spell in case Link attacked her. Prince Mordina reacted quite quickly too. He'd been a magician in his youth and was a wandering vigilante too. He had trained in battle techniques before. Now, he retreated while white transmission light flashed. He wanted to move away from Link. Right now, Link was in the army of destruction. If he won a few seconds for himself, Link would be submerged in attacks. Then the sneak attack would be an idiotic joke. However, no one in Fireman could use a spatial spell to escape from Link because he was the most powerful spatial magician here. When the light flashed, Mordina completed the transmission and disappeared. However, he didn't see that Link's sword had disappeared too. An instant later, Mordina reappeared hundreds of feet away. He walked hurriedly and turned towards Link. Then he stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, he was forced to. Boundless darkness surged like a tide, swallowing him. Other people only saw a thin red line appear on his neck. Then blood spurted out, and his head rolled off his neck. Blood sprayed from his headless body. Link remained in the distance. He didn't hurry back to the Orita fortress or even move from his spot. All the high elves were dazed. They didn't see how Link had acted at all. The prince that they revered couldn't block even one of the Furred Lord's attacks. Before, Eugene had said that Mordina would be killed instantly. They didn't expect that the prediction would become true. Molina's eyes narrowed into slits, her heart shaking. She didn't dare to act. Link looked over. All the warriors under his gaze retreated instinctively. There wasn't a single being who dared to meet his eyes, let alone attack him. Link huffed. Taking this rare chance, his sword flashed jarringly. With a squelch, Molina's head flew off too and rolled on the ground. The two powerful figures of the army of destruction had been killed like dogs before the countless soldiers. It was unbelievable. Eugene's heart jumped. Link's guts were incredible. Instead of leaving after killing someone, he decided to kill Molina too. Just incredible. The battlefield was silent for another second. Then a voice finally rang out, "He's only one person. Kill him." It was Eugene. With that, the masses were finally awakened from their shock and started attacking. In an instant, hundreds of attacks flew towards him, drowning him. But they were useless. Instant flash. This was the transmission spell Link had created in the Iragu realm. It was multiple times faster than regular ones and had barely any delay. Even in a legendary level fight, he didn't have to worry about the opponent finding a flaw. After that, Link abruptly appeared hundreds of feet away. Because it was so fast, it seemed as if he'd teleported. Of course, all the attacks missed. Standing amongst the thousands of soldiers, Link looked through the crowd to the retreating Dark Elf princess. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. The opponents had already reacted and were attacking him. Otherwise, his third kill would have been the princess. It was all right though. Killing Mordina and Molina was enough. He flashed again, using the instant flash. A few times later, Link was safely back in the Orita fortress. Looking around, he saw surprised, respectful, and reverent eyes. Link was used to this and didn't feel anything special. Looking at the Black Forest, he said indifferently, "The army of destruction is going to retreat." Awooga! A bleak horn rang out from that direction. The army of destruction had indeed started retreating. Finally, they disappeared into the Black Forest. Eugene's courage was completely gone. The entire army had been humiliated by Link and morale was at the lowest point. They couldn't fight anymore. After retreating many miles into the Black Forest, Eugene climbed a hill. She gazed at the Orita fortress, grinding his teeth. "You won now, but just wait. When the realms fuse, and there will be countless strong figures, you won't be so arrogant for much longer." She was filled with hatred, but that couldn't hide the truth of how she'd surrendered to Link. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, An Unexpected Visitor. Chapter 664, An Unexpected Visitor. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Orita Fortress. Snowflakes drifted down like cotton from the heavens. Link stood on top of the fortress's wall, looking out pensively over the Black Forest. The High Elves' persistence to merge the two realms would soon bring about an age of darkness. The God of Light was no more. He had transformed into the ravenous ruler of light and darkness. Though he was still in the Federo realm, it would soon only be a matter of time before he set his eyes on Fireman. And the human race still had the army of destruction in the Black Forest to worry about. The path set before the human race was fraught with countless obstacles. One false move could mean the extinction of the entire race. How should they proceed now? Should they go after the army of destruction? No, the Black Forest was just too dangerous. The fortress simply did not have enough manpower right now to confront the army of destruction on equal footing. The High Elves would also not stand idly on the sidelines. Whether they chose to continue assisting the army of destruction in their war efforts or turn around and attack Ferd themselves at this point, the humans would still suffer. In any case, there was nothing good to be gained from going after them at the moment. Should they attack the Isle of Dawn directly? No, that would be folly. The Isle of Dawn was surrounded by precipitous cliffs as well as countless defensive magic seals. It was even protected by the World Tree itself. Any attempts to storm that place would be suicide. Link knew that the human armies currently did not have the strength to bring the fight to their enemies. Their only option for now was to bolster their own strength while being on the defensive and patiently looking out for any new developments in the situation. However, the humans' enemies would also be building up their own strength as they stayed on the defensive. They simply could not let the army of destruction or the High Elves do as they pleased. They needed to disrupt their enemies' plans somehow. But how should they go about it? Having only just returned from the Sea of Void and still not having a good grasp on the situation at hand, Link did not have the slightest idea what his next move should be. My lord! Iliard had come over. In a formal setting like this, he would never casually call out Link's name as he would when it was just the two of them. He was now looking at Link with utmost reverence. Should we go after them? Link shook his head. No. It would be too dangerous. For now, we should just take advantage of the fact that the army of destruction currently do not have the power to carry out a follow-up attack, and continue chipping away at the enemy's forces while we maintain our defenses here. This was the safest option he could think of. Iliard immediately understood Link's reasoning. Standing beside Link, he noticed that his brows were furrowed. He asked, "Is something troubling you?" Link nodded. Realizing that the officers around them were now looking at the two of them, he said, "Yes, there is. However, it's nothing too urgent. Let's go to the stronghold. I need to see how Knorrs is doing now." Iliard did not raise any objection to this. The two of them then headed towards the stronghold in the middle of Orita Fortress. Inside the stronghold, Milos, Ilovan, the Red Dragon warrior Felina, Princess Annie, and everyone else all came over to greet him. Link nodded at each of them. He was then guided by Princess Annie to Knorrs' room. Knorrs was sleeping soundly on his bed. After resting for 3 days, and under the watchful eye of Iliard and the others, Knorrs' condition was finally improving. Though he still had not woken up, his breathing and pulse were now stable. For now, his life was out of the danger zone. But Knorrs was a warrior. A warrior without both his arms was as good as a dead one. Princess Annie broke the grave silence in the room by exclaiming, "We should be thankful that he is still in the world of the living." Link walked forward and closely inspected Knorrs' wounds. He then looked at Iliard. "How much combat power do you think Knorrs will be able to regain if we build him another pair of arms using the flesh puppet technique?" Iliard shook his head. "I've thought of it as well, but it would be extremely difficult to pull off. Knorrs is already quite powerful. His strength is currently at level 11. We could use the flesh puppet technique to reconstitute new arms for him, but to use it in a fight, I'm afraid that his new arm might not be able to handle the strain of having battle aura channeled into it." He recalled the time the high elf magician Milos had his arm ruined by the Beastman King avatar. Link had used the flesh puppet technique to fashion him a new arm. The only difference was that as a magician, Milos was not a physically strong or agile person and so never saw the need to wield highly concentrated power in his body in his everyday life. Thanks to this, Link was able to effectively use the flesh puppet technique on the High Elf. On the other hand, Knorrs was a warrior. His body was a weapon. In combat, high concentrated levels of power would be circulating throughout his body every second. A warrior as competent as Knorrs would need to be able to deftly manipulate this flow of power in his body in a split second. The task of building a new arm for someone as formidable as him might not have been possible for Link before his trip into the Sea of Void. Right now, though it seemed difficult, Link was confident that he could help Knorrs regain his two arms. He would still need to carry out a bit of research to formulate a way to go about this. Seeing Link standing there without a word, Princess Annie simply assumed that he too thought that Knorrs' situation was hopeless. She sighed inwardly and decided to put the matter aside. She then walked forward, tucked Knorrs even more snugly under his bedsheet and sat down beside his bed silently. At that moment, a general plan had taken shape in Link's mind. He then said, "There may be a way. But I'll need some help to pull this off. Iliard, let's go back to the Mage Tower. We'll hammer out the details there." Is there really hope for Knorrs? Princess Annie was overjoyed. Though she was ready to accept the reality of Knorrs losing both his arms, she could not be more pleased if there was still a chance for him to be made whole again, however slim it might be. Link replied consolingly, "I can't make any promises just yet. However, you have my word, I will do everything I can." Princess Annie's face broke into a smile. Hearing this from the Lord of Ferd assured her that he would succeed. He was, after all, a man capable of miracles. Without further delay, after casting a rejuvenation spell on Knorrs, he and Knorrs went back to the Mage Tower. Once there, Iliard could no longer suppress his curiosity. "Link, did you learn some new form of magic?" He too was a master magician. To the best of his knowledge, there was no spell in Fire Emblem capable of giving Knorrs back his arms. "Guilty as charged," said Link with a smile. He then took out his magic notebook and turned it to the last few pages. On them, he had scrawled all of the magical wisdom he had gathered from the realm of Federo. "Look at this." As if he was being given the Holy Grail, Iliard gingerly took the book from Link and examined what Link had written in it. He then exclaimed, "It's a completely different magical system from ours, but it's also extremely refined." Indeed. By combining the flesh puppet technique with these new concepts, we may be able to build a new pair of arms for Knorrs. Of course, it will be an extremely arduous task. The two of us will not be enough. We may need Milos and Elovan for this. "They should be honored to be a part of this experiment," said Iliard, laughing. After summoning the two high elf magicians into the Mage Tower and explaining the plan to them, Milos and Elovan nodded ecstatically at this. "My lord, we are yours to command." Soon, all four legendary magicians began pouring everything they had into their research. Link was the main conductor of their experiment, while Iliard and the others simply provided their assistance. The four of them experimented on every possibility without showing any sign of fatigue. Magical research had always been an arduous process which required concentration above all else. The magicians soon lost track of time as they delved deeper into their work. Seeing the Lord of Ferd appearing out of nowhere and beating back the army of destruction, only to disappear once more for days on end inside the Mage Tower, had left the warriors of Orita Fortress completely mystified. This intrigued most people at first. However, half a month later, Knorrs finally regained consciousness. When news of this got out, everyone stopped caring about the Lord of Ferd's whereabouts and decided to congratulate Knorrs on his recovery. When Knorrs woke up, he was completely despondent over the loss of his two arms. If Princess Annie had not told him that the Lord of Ferd was still looking for a way to restore his arms, he would have probably started drinking his days away to drown out his grief. While Knorrs waited with bated breath for Link to emerge from his work and give him the good news, one day, Orita Fortress received a visit from a strange visitor. The visitor was at least 40 years old. His features were simple. He was clad in an elegant, golden robe. It was far different from anything the human race had ever conceived, and certainly not something worn by any high elf, dark elf, or naga. His attire suggested that he was a magician. His features also seemed human. He had entered the fortress alone, and his face did not betray the slightest hint of worry even as he found himself surrounded by the fortress's warriors. There was a disparaging look on his face as he looked around. It was as if he were being surrounded by a couple of ants that could be easily stomped on. The warriors brought the man to Knorrs. When the man saw Knorrs, his gaze immediately fell on the two stumps on his shoulders. He then said with a smile, "Looks like you've just lost both your arms in a battle." Knorrs frowned slightly. He did not like the man at first sight. He seemed too arrogant. Though the visitor looked human, he had the bearings of a high elf. "State your purpose, magician." The man's smile did not leave his face. "I heard that the Lord of Ferd is the most powerful magician in this realm. I've come all the way here to see if it's true." Malice dripped from his words. The man had obviously come here to challenge the Lord of Ferd to a duel. Knorrs' brows furrowed even deeper on his forehead. Most of the warriors around the strange visitor already had their hands resting on the pommels of their swords in case a fight broke out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Target, Shadow Divine Fragment. Chapter 665, Target, Shadow Divine Fragment. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Knorrs was careful but dared to take risks too. He was a natural leader. Faced with this stranger with weird clothing and odd features, he didn't lose his temper despite the man's words. A few seconds later, Knorrs said, "The Ferd Lord is busy. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to see you." "I know." The person nodded and smiled. "He's busy making a magic arm for you." This made Knorrs furrow his brows. Not many knew what Link was doing. It was practically a secret. Thus, it put him on edge that a stranger said it like that. "Who are you?" Knorrs raised his voice. The warriors beside him unsheathed their swords. If this mysterious guy answered incorrectly, they would behead him immediately. The army wasn't a place for jokes. This guy probably knew he was pushing it. Wiping away his smile, he said seriously, "I am magician Dylison from the Aragu Empire. As for what I know, it isn't hard for a legendary magician to find out these things." When the man reported his background, the warriors were all confused, especially at the word Aragu. However, Knorrs knew confidential matters. Heart jumping, he immediately ordered, "Leave us." "General, what about your safety?" One warrior was worried. Knorrs looked very clear-headed. "Dylison is a guest and means no harm. Plus, even if he did, you wouldn't be able to stop him." "Very wise," Dylison praised. The belittlement in his eyes faded a bit. When the soldiers all left and only Knorrs and Dylison were left, Knorrs finally said, "Master Link is very busy. As a fellow magician, you should know that magicians hate being disturbed the most when they're fully focused on something." Dylison smiled. "You're right. That's why I chose to come now." "What do you mean?" This raised alarms in Knorrs' mind. He interpreted it as the other coming to take advantage of loopholes. Then he felt a commotion from the Mage Tower's direction. Link seemed to have come out. Dylison seemed to know everything. "Congratulations, young general." He smiled. "Your arm is here." Less than 10 seconds after he spoke, Link appeared at the entrance. He looked as he always did. His hair was tied carelessly, he wore a dark silver battle robe, and a magic sword that looked normal but glowed faintly hung at his waist. Link didn't come alone. Iliard and Princess Annie followed him. After entering, Link froze when he saw Dylison, but joy flashed past his eyes afterward. However, he ignored this foreign magician for now. He tossed up 2 thumb-sized metallic balls. They floated and flew to either side of Knorr's. At the same time, Link advised, "General, it may hurt, but don't fight back. Try not to move your body." Knorr's obviously trusted Link. Hearing this, he sat in his chair without moving. The 2 balls flew to where his arm had been cut off and sped up, digging into the damaged flesh. It was obviously very painful, but Knorr's just grunted and didn't move. After the spheres entered him, they expanded, grew, and transformed. The process was impossibly precise. After a while, 2 steel-gray arms actually grew out of Knorr's shoulder. They were the exact size of Knorr's original arms. "Try moving them," Link said. Knorr's tried moving his arms, but he discovered that he couldn't control them. He could only feel that his shoulder was cold. "I can't control it, dot." "No, your finger just twitched." "It means that it succeeded," Link said, smiling. "Succeeded? So?" Knorr smiled bitterly. This was only a bit better than before. At least he didn't look as pathetic anymore. Smiling without speaking, Link looked to the foreign magician. Dylison had been watching from aside. Now, he'd mostly figured it out. When Link looked over, he understood and explained, "General, the most powerful part about these arms is that it will grow according to your wishes. You can only control it a bit because it hasn't been long enough. If you don't give up and keep using them, they'll become stronger and more agile. They might even become stronger than your original arms." Knorr understood now, but he still didn't dare believe it. He looked to Link for confirmation. Link nodded. "Indeed. If you work hard, they will completely belong to you." He didn't create prosthetics that could be used immediately because those were too stiff and would greatly restrict Knorr's room for improvement. These arms now used magic knowledge 10 times more advanced than the other kind. He'd put in 100 times more effort too, and it paid off. The effect was shockingly perfect. Just as Dylison said, the most critical thing was that it would grow like a flesh arm. It could keep strengthening and adjust to Knorr's needs. Knorr laughed heartily. "I only need to work hard. That's easy." To him, having arms again was the same as being reborn. Standing up from his chair, he bowed deeply to Link. "Thank you, Master." Link accepted the gratitude and said, "You deserve it, and it was my duty." "All right. General, shouldn't you introduce this gentleman?" He could feel deep and obscure mana surge within the magician. He was level 14 and was definitely a powerful figure. Knorr nodded. "His name is Dylison. He says he's from Aragu." "Oh." Link grew more excited. If he was from Aragu, he must be related to the fire sect of the Aragu realm. Judging from his attitude, he wasn't a foe. There was nothing better than finding a powerful ally right now. By now, the disdain in Dylison's eyes was gone. He smiled. "I heard countless stories about you along the way. I thought I had an idea about your magic, but seeing those arms, I realized I was wrong. Your accomplishments and enchantments, at least, are far beyond my imagination." Link already viewed this magician as a future ally. Since he was praising him, Link returned the gesture. "We all have our specialties. For example, I don't understand your wand at all. It must be a masterpiece." "Oh no. Ha ha." Dylison had made this wand himself and it was his proudest work. Link's words hit his sweet spot. The exchange made the atmosphere very comfortable. Having gotten new arms, Knorr held hope for the future again and was in a great mood. "Your Highness," he said to Princess Annie, "the masters have things to discuss." "I don't understand magic, so how about we go patrol the fortress?" Annie had no objections. She smiled and nodded. After they left, only the three legendary magicians remained. Link composed himself and cast a soundproof barrier. Then he asked, "Did the Aragu Empire run into trouble?" Dylison had learned about Link and knew some things about Link's past with Milda, Holy Maiden of the Fire Sect. When Link asked this, he realized that Link already knew the basic situation of Aragu. "Skipping the nonsense," he said, "it isn't trouble. It's that we're at the last juncture between life and death." Link was shocked. "It's that bad? What about the Snow Mountain Archmage? He is old. Now, he is already 596 years old and can only live around 20 to 50 more years. Even if we use a secret spell, it can only be pushed to 10 years. He can't use spells easily either. If he dies, the Aragu Empire will collapse." By then, speaking of Araga's situation, Dylison's expression was serious. "Why doesn't the Snow Mountain Archmage become a god?" Link asked. Dylison chuckled bitterly. "It's not that easy. The Fire Archmage became a god because he received the divine fragment from an ancient fire god when he was young and strong. Throughout history, one has always needed an outside force to become a god. No Archmage has done it alone. No one." From the side, Iliard said, "Since the Fire Archmage can't be defeated, it's useless to ask us for help too. Archmages were at level 19 and this was an Archmage with a divine fragment. That made him a demigod. Going against someone like that was suicide. It's obviously impossible with only you, but Fireman has what we need." To be honest, Dylison looked at Link, hesitating whether he should speak or not. In the end, he said it. "Fireman is a very old realm and had an era of gods in the ancient times. Countless gods had died here. There are obviously many divine fragments too. If we find one and give it to the Snow Mountain Archmage, we will turn the tides." "So you have a target?" Link asked directly. "There's a Shadowstalker in the south," Dylison answered simply. "Shadowstalker Morpheus is level 19 and a demigod-like figure. What did you prepare? How do we benefit?" Link was more straightforward. "I have level 19 attack equipment from the Snow Mountain Archmage. If you help me defeat the Shadowstalker and get the fragment, the Snow Mountain Archmage will do his best to stop the realms from fusing. You will also receive 3 pieces of level 19 magic equipment." The reward was hearty. Link and Iliard met eyes. Iliard nodded in agreement, but Link still had doubts. "One last question. Why would the Snow Mountain Archmage give such an important mission to a level 14 magician?" "Ha!" Dylison chuckled wryly. "Because I'm the only one who was fortunate enough to escape from the Fire Archmage and his magicians. Those stronger than me were all killed. I must thank them for attracting all the attention." Looking at the subtle marks on Dylison's wand, Link decided to believe this explanation. "All right. Let's sign the contract." He would trust Dylison now. As for the truth, it would naturally be exposed while they worked together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666 Lava Knight, 1/2. Chapter 666 Lava Knight, 1/2. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. A day in Fireman was equivalent to a year in Aragu. In other words, the Snow Mountain Archmage would only be able to extend his life for another 100 days even with the aid of a secret spell. If the Archmage were to perish, both Aragu and Fireman would be doomed as well. Link and the others had little time to spare at this point. After signing a soul contract with the magician Dylison in order to avoid being betrayed by the latter, Link and Iliard set off for the south with their new companion. They left Milos and Ilovan behind to watch over Arita Fortress in case the Army of Destruction mounted another attack against the place in their absence. Link was not too concerned that the 2 high elves would betray him. Both their hands were stained with the blood of high elf royalty. They had also completely adapted to life in Ferd. There was no turning back for either of them. The less people who knew about their mission to retrieve the divine fragments, the better. If Morpheus caught wind of it, he would probably have his guard up even more, making the mission a lot more difficult for them. And so, after returning to Ferd, the three magicians quickly made a few preparations and disguised themselves before continuing their journey down south. The three of them were masters of the mystical arts. No one would be able to track them down if they really did not want to be found. Even a demigod would have a hard time sensing their presences. As the three of them headed towards the south, in the Isle of Dawn's largest port, Monosun, a high elf queen and her elderly entourage were seeing off a high elf warrior as he boarded a Silver Storm Sparrow warship. From a distance, this high elf warrior seemed like any other ordinary high elf, save for a few differences, such as the fact that he was a bit shorter and that his clothing was of a different style. However, one would discern a lot more differences from up close. Though the high elf was a male warrior, he was a lot shorter than the female high elves of the Isle of Dawn. His skin was coarse, and his rugged features were in stark contrast with the daintiness of the typical high elf on the island. He was wearing a battle robe of gold and red, which was inlaid with various crystals. Its style was visibly different from the Isle of Dawn's. The most intriguing thing about the warrior was his sword. Numerous magical circuits were etched on the blade's surface. These circuits were gleaming with a blood-red light. At a glance, the entire sword looked as if it was dripping with boiling lava. As soon as he was on board the Silver Storm Sparrow vessel, the warrior gave the High Elf Queen a slight bow. He said impassively, "Your Highness, you can expect good news from me." He then walked towards the ship's cabin without turning back. Woo! The Storm Silver Sparrow ship sounded its horn as it slowly left the Monosun port. Back on the docks, some of the elders around the High Elf Queen looked somewhat displeased. One of them let out a huff. "He's just a warrior. Does he really think he can get away with such insolence?" The High Elf Queen shot him a warning look. "Hush now. To be able to attain this much power deserves some respect, even as a warrior." The High Elf was a level 15 Inferno warrior, one of the 6 high-ranking lava knights in the fire sect of Aragu and second only to the Queen's daughter Milda. Naturally, a master of his caliber could afford to show some degree of arrogance. Another elder seemed concerned about something. He then said to the Queen, "Princess Ellie said that the Lord of Ferd's power has reached level 14. He now possesses incredible combat power. He's capable of flawlessly combining magic and battle techniques in combat. Even the king did not survive his blade. Will this warrior really be a match for him?" The High Elf Queen replied calmly. "Of course, he will be. The Lord of Ferd's skill is trivial compared to what a level 15 master is capable of, especially considering the fact that anyone who has reached level 15 would begin accumulating law power." At that point, the Silver Storm Sparrow ship had shrunk into a small point on the horizon. The High Elf Queen let out a sigh. "Let's go back. All that we can do now is wait." With Mordina gone, there was but an empty void in the Queen's heart. In the south, Gaul Kingdom. Link, Iliard and Dylason were each riding a horse down the road. The three of them were dressed as ordinary traveling merchants. They had even hung from their saddles leather pouches which were typically used by traveling merchants in order to complete their disguise. With their magical auras suppressed, the party of 3 made their way south, their faces covered by dust in the wind. No one would have known that these 3 seemingly ordinary travelers possessed power capable of sundering the earth and rending the heavens. In this day and age, journeying out in the south was risky business. Security was lousy on the road, or a gang of highwaymen could just pop out of a corner and rob you blind. As not many people could afford trips outside civilization, the road was practically deserted at that moment, and so the 3 of them did not need to worry about being bothered by anyone else. The 3 magicians chatted with each other leisurely as they rode their horses. They would either begin discussing a magical problem among themselves or make a few adjustments to their battle plan in accordance with any rumors they heard on the road. I heard that the syndicate's members are quite passionate about inciting political turmoil from the shadows. That demigod upstart seems to have control over every other southern kingdom except the South Moon Kingdom. His worshippers have reached more than 3 million as well. I fear that he's not too far away from becoming an actual god, said Dilason. Any time they were about to mention Morpheus, they would usually substitute his name with the pronoun he or simply the word upstart. Saying his name out in the open would draw Morpheus' attention to them, and that was the last thing any of them wanted right now. Link smiled faintly. The chances of him achieving godhood are just too low. I've dueled with him before. Back then, I was just a magician's apprentice. Look at me now. Still in the pink of health. He really is an upstart, muttered Dilason. Whatever the reason might be, if this demigod could not even deal with a magician's apprentice, maybe he was just not cut out to be a god. Iliard suddenly asked, Dilason, you said that you had just escaped the Fire Archmage and his underlings back in Aragu. Does this mean someone will be coming after you soon? Link now looked at Dilason, waiting to hear his answer. Perhaps. If I'm not wrong, my pursuer will be a lava knight from the Fire Sect, said Dilason matter-of-factly. Lava Knight? Link raised a brow. The name sounded impressive. The 2 Inferno warriors he had captured back then never mentioned this to him. Link figured that a Lava Knight's existence was kept secret even from low-ranking members of the Fire Sect. There are, in total, 6 Lava Knights in the Fire Sect. Each of them is a genius in their own right and were chosen personally by the Fire Sect's Holy Maiden. They were all molded into pinnacle warriors above level 15. The leader of the Lava Knights is a level 16 master whose combat power surpasses even the Holy Maiden herself. Though they are all known as Lava Knights, they each have their own codenames, techniques, and equipment. All of these were given to them by the Holy Maiden. They all sound formidable. How many did you say will be coming after you? Asked Iliard. There was not a hint of concern on his face, even after hearing Dilason's account. Dilason replied warningly, these Lava Knights are extremely powerful. You would be wise not to underestimate any of them. Only the Frost Warriors of the Aragu Empire are capable of fighting them head-on. Due to the high cost of trans-realm teleportation, the Fire Sect could only send over 1 Lava Knight. Still, 1 is enough. Truth be told, I would probably be killed by him with just 3 strokes of his sword in direct combat. Even if I were to ambush him with magic, I would only be delaying the inevitable. Also, half of the magicians who managed to break through the enemy's encirclement were all killed by the Lava Knights. Link and Iliard were stunned by this. As they traveled on, both Link and Iliard were able to estimate just how strong Dilason was through their discussions on magic. Iliard was certainly not a match for Dilason. However, Link figured that he had a pretty good chance of coming out on top in a fair fight with him. However, there was still a chance he could lose if he were not too careful. After hearing from Dilason just how powerful a Lava Knight was, Link now wondered if he could even take on someone like that by himself. What if we worked together? Asked Link. Dilason grunted as if mentally trying to weigh their combined powers against 1 Lava Knight. Half a minute later, he said, it's worth a shot, but we should still be prepared for the worst. Our mission right now isn't to take on him, so I think that our best option now is to just run if the Lava Knight catches up to us. My lord, you are a spatial magician. With you by our side, he will never reach us. Link nodded in agreement. Then let's hope we don't meet him too soon. The sky had darkened considerably. For safety reasons, they decided not to use their powers, as they were still within the Syndicate's area of influence in this empty wasteland. They got down from their horses and soon found on the roadside a huge tree to rest under. Dilason found some dry grass, on which he lit up a fire with a flint. Link took out a metal pot from his leather pouch, scooped up some water from a nearby stream, and fixed up a metal stand for the pot. Iliard was in charge of feeding their horses. Soon, Link began cooking a meal in the pot above the fire that Dialson had started. They then lay out their sheets on a flat surface and prepared themselves for dinner. Thanks to the South's warm climate and their sturdy physiques, the three of them were not too bothered about having to spend the night out in the wilderness. Before long, the aromatic smell of meat wafted from the pot. They quickly ladled some of the soup into their bowls and began greedily slurping it down while continuing their conversations from earlier. At that moment, the three of them looked just like a couple of traveling merchants who were now having dinner with each other after a long day's journey. No one would know who they really were. As they ate, Link's ears pricked up at a sudden swoosh in the air. Thanks to his abundant combat experience, he immediately recognized it as the sound of an arrow flying through the air towards them from a blowpipe. As soon as he heard it, he gave his companions meaningful looks. He seemed pleased by this. "Get ready, it's coming." The blowpipe was a weapon most commonly used by the Syndicate's thieves. They would usually lace the tips of their arrows with snake venom. Once hit, even a well-built man would succumb to it in a matter of seconds. He would then be sold off by the Syndicate as a slave. Link and the others had come all the way here to let themselves be taken as slaves. This was the first step of their plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667 Temptation of the Celestial Stone. Chapter 667 Temptation of the Celestial Stone. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. Blow darts had very short tips. They were like needles and weren't very strong. In fact, they barely had any fatality. At most, they would break through one's skin. Their biggest power came from the anesthetic poison the tips were dipped in. Naturally, Link's group was all hit. Each one got shot in the neck and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Around 10 seconds later, 3 guys in dark gray leather armor ducked out of the bushes. The guy at the front was still holding his metal crossbow. It was aimed at Link with an arrow in place just in case. "Go get their weapons," the person said to the other two while his crossbow was still aimed at Link's trio. The 2 thieves sprinted over and stripped the 3 of their stuff. They found 3 daggers, a regular steel sword, a crossbow, and some valuable little things like silver rings and jade necklaces. "Boss, this is all," one thief said. The boss cocked his head at the things on the ground and studied the unconscious trio. He smiled. "They're young and muscular. We can sell them as warriors. We hit the jackpot. Go search their bags." "Gotcha," the 2 thieves answered. Happy, they jogged to the horses and opened up the bags. The 3 were clearly traveling merchants. They would definitely have a bunch of good things. While searching, one thief yelped. The boss jumped and almost shot his arrow. Shocked, he asked quickly, "What's wrong?" "Boss, look. Something good." The skinny thief turned around, holding a stallion statue in his hands. More accurately, it was half a statue. It had been sliced by something sharp, and the cut was smooth. The most attractive thing was the statue's material. It was semi-translucent and shone gently like crystal. It made one get the urge to clutch the statue and caress it forever. All 3 thieves gaped at the statue and gulped, swallowing heavily. They just stared like idiots. How could there be such a pretty thing in the world? It must be priceless. After a full 5 minutes, the head darted over and grabbed the bag on the horse, covering the statue. Finally, he let out a breath. This must be valuable. It must be priceless. One thief mumbled while staring at the bag. He couldn't see the statue anymore, but just looking at the bag reassured him. "Boss, what should we do?" the other thief asked. His eyes flashed for an unspoken reason. The boss was familiar with that light. Usually, when they chanced upon something valuable, they would secretly take it and exchange it for money. Then the three brothers would splurge happily. If they sold the statue, they could live wealthily without doing anything. But this time, the boss didn't say anything. He kept silent. Deep down, he obviously wanted the treasure for himself. However, another voice told him that it was too valuable and dangerous. If people found out, they might die. Their lives were still more important than money. Any logical man would know what to do. After debating for a full 15 minutes, the boss gritted his teeth and said, "We can't take this. We might not be alive to spend the money. Hand it over. Leader will reward us greatly." The other two thieves weren't happy, but thinking of the syndicate's cruel punishments, they shuddered. "Boss, we'll listen to you." With that, the head thief's thoughts ran more smoothly. "Take these three back too. There's only half of the statue. They must know where the other half is. Whatever you say." The three started acting immediately. They dragged the three unconscious men onto the horse and tied them up nicely. Seeing that there was stew left in the pot, they sat down and drank it all. Then they started walking the horse down the small path beside the road, going deep into the forest. As they walked, the trees grew denser. After more than 10 miles, the trees grew sparser again. A river valley appeared before them. In the distance, one could see a castle. This was one of the syndicate's strongholds. The three thieves led the horse towards the castle. At the entrance of the river valley, the bush moved, and a young and agile man in black leather walked out. Looking at the three unconscious men on the horse, he furrowed his brows. "Why did you bring outsiders in?" Only syndicate thieves knew about this secret stronghold. Usually, they would sell slaves outside instead of bringing them into the stronghold. If that happened, the location would be exposed. The syndicate didn't like to be out in the open. The head thief nodded submissively. "Yamu, we found something really good to give to the leader." "Oh, something good?" The thief wasn't impressed. These three weren't powerful. Their battle aura was only level 2, and they could only capture lone merchants to sell as slaves. What good things could they find? The head thief walked forward with the bag. He opened it slightly, revealing the statue inside. Yama gasped as soon as he saw it. When he looked back at the thieves, his eyes were different. "That really is good. I'll bring you to the leader." He'd never seen a stone like this, but he could feel the power aura coming from it. It didn't look bad either. It was definitely extraordinary. The leader would definitely like it. He turned to lead the way. As he walked, he said, "You three really got lucky to get something that good. You'll definitely be rewarded well. Hee, brother Yamu, I won't forget about you." The head thief quickly smiled. He had to. Here, he wasn't as powerful or important as Yamu. He had to bow down to the man. "You're very thoughtful, haha." Yamu was pleased. The group led the horse into the castle walls. In the courtyard, people dragged the still unconscious trio off the horse and into the dungeon. Yamu brought the three thieves into the castle's main hall. The hall was vast. In the front, there was a huge statue of a muscular middle-aged man. His face was covered and there was a dagger on either side of his thighs. The statue was hidden in the shadows, and every detail was on point. From afar, it looked as if a thief was really hiding in the darkness and could jump out at any time. This was the shadow stalker Morpheus. Before the statue, a figure shrouded in dark aura stood in the shadows. His face was hidden, but his eyes glowed faintly with red light. When he looked at the four entering the hall, they felt like a viper was watching them and shuddered in unison. "What good news did you bring?" The man spoke. His voice was raspy. When it rang throughout the hall, it sounded like a snake's hiss. It gave one goosebumps. "Leader, these three captured 3 merchants and found this." Yamu took the bag. He walked up and offered it up. The leader took the back. When he opened it, his eyes instantly brightened. The dark room seemed to brighten too, as if a star had fallen onto earth. This statue, this stone, it's a celestial stone. The leader couldn't help but exclaim, his breath quickening. He knew what this was. Celestial stone. Level 16 astral meteorite. Effect, it dazzles like a star on the outside. If one grinds it into fine gold, the weapons created are formless and traceless. It won't let out a bit of aura while being almost perfectly anti-magic. It is an assassin's top choice. Note, there is only one star in the world. The others are destined to fall. While appreciating the beauty, the leader suddenly said, "Why is it only half? Where's the other half?" For priceless treasures like this, one would never worry about having too much. Even if there was only a shred of a chance to get more, he would snatch it up. Judging from the breakage point, someone had chopped it off with a sword. It was a fresh cut too and should have been recent. If he had a clue, he could definitely find the other half. It was found in the merchant's belongings, Yamo quickly replied. There was only half. Leader, should we bring them over? Before the leader replied, there was a soft buzz behind him. They all looked over and saw that Morpheus' statue's eyes lit up. Bloody light shot out while boundless pressure weighed down. The four thieves immediately fell to their knees. They didn't even dare to breathe. Morpheus kept surveillance of his high-level believers' minds. Once there were dramatic abnormalities, he would sense it. Now, the leader was suddenly ecstatic, so Morpheus' focus projected from the statue to see what was happening. And thus, he saw the celestial stone. Recently, Morpheus had been feeling off. There was a vague sense of danger. To protect himself, he wanted to create a powerful weapon for himself. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough materials to fulfill that goal. The celestial stone's appearance was like a traveler in a desert seeing an oasis. Morpheus was immediately excited. With this stone, he could definitely produce the most advanced divine gear for thieves. A voice rang out in the minds of all the thieves present. Take this celestial stone and the three mortals to be. I will interrogate them personally. Hurry! Now! The leader was shocked. Yes, master, he hurriedly said. I will do it now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, There's been a change in plans, 1/2. Chapter 668, There's been a change in plans, 1/2. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Wooden wheels rumbled down the road with a wooden cage set on top of them. Clad in threadbare prisoner garb, Link, Iliard, and Dialson leaned despondently against the bars of their prison. After being questioned by the Shadow Stalker himself, their lives would come to an end. These thieves certainly would not have anything good in store for them. Of course, to these thieves, these three were no more than ordinary merchants who might have known a thing or two about self-defense. Being completely disarmed, these merchants did not seem to pose a threat to their captors and so were left unsupervised in their cage. This gave Link some leeway to discuss matters with the others. As masters of unequaled power, they were able to converse with each other without even opening their mouths. Instead of silently mouthing out words or playing charades, they could communicate with each other via a series of subtle movements that they had decided beforehand, such as a twitch of a finger or an eyebrow. On the surface, other than adjusting their postures slightly inside their cage, these three remained almost completely still. However, the three of them were already in the midst of a conversation. Hey, you got it ready yet? We're about to meet Morpheus, said Iliard to Dialson. They were now rolling along a small path through a thick forest. From the looks of it, they should soon arrive at Morpheus' lair. Their plan to defeat Morpheus now hinged on the level 19 sacred gear that Dialson had brought with him. Relax. Before leaving, the Snow Mountain Archmage did his research on the demigod. This divine gear is forged especially for him. He will die for sure. Dialson contorted his lips slightly. There was not a hint of concern in his eyes. Link did not say a word. He had kept his eyes glued to his surroundings throughout their journey while feeling the wind speed and the thieves' breaths in the air in order to determine where they were now. By estimating their current coordinates and comparing it with the Shadow Fortress location as he had remembered it back in the game, he would be able to determine if they were indeed heading towards Morpheus' lair. The game had not been as detailed as this world Link now lived in, but everything was where it should be in this world. For instance, the bandits' fortress from before existed even in the game. It was known as Horde Fortress. It was one of the Syndicate's main strongholds and served as a base for one of the Syndicate's smaller divisions. The thief Yamu and the bandit leader were the fortress bosses. Back in the game, Link had brought a party of his own into the fortress and was able to find some clues concerning the location of Morpheus's Shadow Fortress after killing the bandit leader. According to the game's description, the Shadow Fortress should be more than 80 miles southwest of Horde Fortress in the depths of the forest. Poison mist traps had been set up in its vicinity. Any trespassers who blundered into any of them would surely die as soon as they came into contact with the ensuing poison mist if they had not been properly vaccinated against it beforehand. They had already traveled 40 miles through the forest. According to the game's description, they should soon reach one of said poison mist traps. If these thieves intended to let Morpheus interrogate them, they should at least give them the antidote for the poison in order to keep them alive. To Link's surprise, none of them seemed too concerned about their prisoners' well-being at the moment as they kept driving on. No traps were triggered. Slowly, Link realized that they were now taking a path that seemed to diverge slightly from the one that Link remembered taking back in the game. Right now, he could not determine if such a divergence had always existed, or if the thieves had simply decided to take a different route. However, Dialson seemed a bit too optimistic about this. This was not the right attitude to assume when one was about to go up against a demigod. Link then said, he may be an upstart, but he's still a demigod who had the fragment for 100 years. Such a presence would most likely have something up his sleeve, so let's try to be careful, shall we? Of course, said Dialson, nodding slightly. The prison wagon rumbled on down the road for another 2 hours. Suddenly, the path before them grew wide and flat. The wagon's jolting diminished somewhat. There were now fewer trees around them. Before them gaped a 50-foot wide valley which seemed to be filled with a faint layer of mist. As soon as the valley came into view, Link suddenly felt that something was amiss. All right, stop the wagon, said the bandit leader, who had been walking at the front of the party. He then raised his hand, and everyone came to a halt. Let them out. One of the thieves approached the cage. He then opened its doors with a click and shouted, "Get out, all of you." What now? Illiard shot a questioning look at his companions. Dialson frowned. He too did not seem sure what they should do next. Link raised a brow. Just do as he says for now. Their plan had gone off course. Still, this was normal. The information they were able to gather was incomplete after all, so how should one expect any plan to go smoothly on the basis of incomplete information? The three of them got off the wagon. One of the thieves then pointed a dagger at their backs. Walk, now. The three of them were then forced to walk up to the bandit leader, who looked at them with a cold smirk. He then threw a bundle at Link. Take the statue with you and go straight down into the valley. Don't even think about running, our Lord is waiting for you in the valley. Link and the others looked at each other in confusion. Their bodies began to tremble. None of them seemed willing to take another step forward. Hurry along now, will you? The bandit leader took out his crossbow and pulled back its bowstring with a click. So did the other bandits. At that moment, the tips of 10 or so arrows which glinted with a cold metallic light were pointing menacingly at the three of them. If they remained cowering there, they would surely be killed. At least they could live a bit longer if they followed the path before them into the valley. The three of them began walking forward tremblingly, especially Link, who was shaking so furiously he nearly dropped the statue from his hands. Evidently, he was more shaken up than the other two. The thieves behind them howled with laughter as they watched Link and the other two enter the valley. The three walked on until they finally entered the valley. The bandits were now completely obscured by the white mist behind them. Morpheus was still nowhere to be seen. This was not part of their plan. However, the three of them had no choice but to walk on. After walking for at least 10 minutes, a voice suddenly rang out in the white mist. "Mortal, you seem familiar." There was a stir in the white mist before them. The mist then coalesced into a humanoid form, which floated straight towards them. Link could feel its gaze on him. This must be one of Morpheus' clones. Where was his real body? Without knowing where it was, Dylison could not use the sacred gear on the demigod even if he wanted to. He began to panic. Link had once dueled with Morpheus in the past. In order to avoid being recognized by him immediately, Link had altered his own features, his own magical aura, and even assumed a jittery disposition in order to transform into a completely different person. Still, even after taking these precautions, he was unable to completely fool the demigod's unusually acute senses. Link fell to the ground. Sweat was now streaming down from his forehead. He raised the bundle that was hiding the statue above his head in trembling hands. He then pleaded, "Almighty One, I'm just a simple merchant trying to make an honest living. Please spare me." No one would have guessed that this trembling merchant was the peerless Lord of Ferd. Though Iliard and Dylison looked petrified on the outside, deep down, they now had nothing but admiration for Link's performance. The human figure in the mist seemed to have dispelled his suspicions concerning Link's identity. Its attention was now drawn to the bundle in Link's hands. The bundle unraveled by itself all of a sudden, revealing the dazzling celestial stone statue inside it. Incredible, just incredible. Such a shame that you've brought me only half of the real thing. The figure in the white mist extended a hand to touch the statue's broken surface. Where did you get this from? At that moment, Link's back was now wet with sweat. He was now sweating nervously for real. He had a feeling that if he gave Morpheus the answer that he had prepared before entering the valley, the demigod would immediately make his move against them. And once Morpheus made his move, the three of them would be forced to give themselves away. Morpheus' lair was nearby. As soon as he knew who they were, he would soon come out to greet them personally. They had initially planned to catch Morpheus by surprise. Only through ambush would they have any chance at all of defeating him. All three of them would simply be stomped to death like mice by the demigod in direct confrontation. They were now standing on the crossroads of life and death. The problem was, what should they do now? Iliard and Dylison were smart enough to know that things had taken a dangerous turn. However, the two of them were unable to do anything at this point. Their hearts pounded furiously against their chests as cold sweat oozed out from their pores. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669 Time to Risk Lives. Chapter 669 Time to Risk Lives. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Valley. After Morpheus' white fog projection finished asking, he watched Link quietly, waiting for his reply. Link's mind whirred crazily, trying to find a way to solve this. On the other hand, Morpheus waited a few seconds. When he didn't get a reply, he said, "Oh? You don't dare to answer, dot." Iliard and Dylison had stopped breathing, and they were ready to act. They didn't hope to defeat Morpheus, they only wanted to escape successfully. But then Link suddenly yelled, "Those thieves said you're an unbeatable god. Is that right? Can it be wrong?" Morpheus huffed. He was only a demigod, but before mortals, he always called himself a god. He never interacted with mortals either to further maintain his mysteriousness. God, I beg you, let me become your believer. Link prostrated himself on the ground. This interruption got rid of Morpheus' anger. Link probably only wanted to save his life by becoming a believer, but no demigod who wanted to become a god would drive away a potential believer. Morpheus was the same. However, he wouldn't accept just anyone who said he wanted to convert. He had to learn about this person's past and personality. Of course, this wasn't important. The most important thing was where the other half of the celestial stone was. If you wish to become my believer, you must serve me and be completely loyal. Now tell me, how did the statue get halved? Morpheus asked. His voice was much softer now. If he could get the other half, he could let these people live. Of course, they had to join his cult. Link's thoughts whirred, and he thought of what to say. Pretending to recall his memory, he said, "Mighty God, this statue was very difficult to get. We risked our lives in the Grinth forest near Ferd to get it." Morpheus was instantly interested. Oh? Tell me in detail, . He didn't test Link's soul to see if he was speaking the truth. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he was just a thief originally. He didn't know anything about soul magic. After receiving the divine fragment, his power increased, and he grasped some of the knowledge for becoming a god. He still wasn't familiar with soul magic though. If Link was his believer, he could use the belief to read Link's soul. Since he wasn't, he could only judge from Link's expression. The man looked fidgety and extremely scared. His body was drenched in cold sweat. A regular merchant wouldn't dare to lie. Morpheus was quite confident about that. Link cursed inwardly. He didn't know anything. Beside him, Iliard and Dylason were still sweating. They looked at Link, waiting for him to make something up. They hoped the story would be beautiful and Morpheus wouldn't be able to find flaws. Of course, they were also busy during this time. As a level 14 magician with a level 19 divine gear, Dylason took advantage of when Morpheus was distracted by Link and secretly searched for where Morpheus truly was. This divine gear was the Snow Mountain Archmage's proudest work. It was called the Eye of Reality and operated secretly. If the other was also an Archmage, they would be able to discover it. Morpheus wasn't though. He was just someone who didn't know any soul magic and just hid a fortune. He didn't know what Dylason was doing at all. Link saw it, of course. Now, he had to make time for Dylason. His mind spun and suddenly got an idea. "Mighty God, we are from Norton, and we live in the Grinth forest. We were strong as children, so we learned some martial arts techniques." Morpheus cut him off with a wave. For some reason, he felt anxious and restless inside. This annoyed him. "Cut the nonsense and say how you found it." Yes, mighty God." Link wiped his sweat and swallowed heavily. Then he took some deep breaths, seeming to try to make himself calm down. Morpheus couldn't do anything except wait patiently. After many seconds, Link finally continued, "It's like this. Me, Liard and Dylo were good friends. We went hunting in the forest. You know, the Grinth forest had a lot of battles. The farms are all destroyed and we don't have enough food, so we had to hunt to add to our food. And then? Morpheus just wanted to strangle this wordy guy. It's been so long, and he just can't get what he wanted. And then we found a deer. I shot it and hit its hind leg. It was a bit off though. Not only did it not die, but it also ran too. It kept running, and we followed its bloody trail. I didn't think the lame fella could run so fast. It disappeared just like that. If it wasn't for the blood, we couldn't track it at all." "Cut the nonsense." Morpheus' image waved his hand and Link immediately flew backward, rolling many times before stopping. If Morpheus hadn't restrained himself and used more strength, he would have exposed himself now. As for why Morpheus was so nice was because Link had said he wanted to become a believer. Morpheus couldn't kill him. After rolling to a stop, Link immediately started screaming like a dying pig, "Mighty God, mighty God! I'll tell you! Don't kill me!" Morpheus huffed. "No more nonsense. I usually don't give second chances." Link suddenly looked at Dylison. Seeing that he was still focused, Link knew he hadn't found Morpheus. Link couldn't find him either. In the game, he found Morpheus mostly thanks to the Ethereals. The Ethereal warriors had mutinied and forced Morpheus into the Shadow Fortress. But here, because of Ferd's capturing, the Ethereals were almost extinct. Morpheus naturally didn't have pressure from them. As for where he was now, Link had no clue. Seeing that Morpheus' patience was at the limit, Link spoke faster. "We still lost the deer in the end, but we happened to see a warrior chasing a magician deep in the woods. He was completely BSING. He only had one goal: drag things out." "Warrior? Magician?" Morpheus' brows furrowed. "Tell me what they look like. If they could have the celestial stone, they must be powerful." The warrior was probably a legendary warrior. The magician must be a master too. Link recalled in detail. The warrior wore a gold and red robe. It looked weird. "I can't explain it. He was so fast too, just like lightning. He just flashed by. We heard the magician say, 'Here you go, all for you.' And then he tossed something down, but the warrior didn't want it. He cut it with his sword and then started chasing the magician again. They disappeared so fast. We waited a long time before we dared to go look. After looking around, we found half of the statue, but couldn't find the other half." Iliard followed up. "The statue is so pretty. After we got it, we were scared the warrior would look for trouble. We obviously couldn't stay in Grinth anymore. We wanted to sell it in the southern black market. And then we got captured and got brought here." Hearing this, Morpheus fell silent. If it was a warrior with a gold and red battle robe and chased a magician with a celestial stone all over the place. More importantly, he could cut the celestial stone with one move and make the cut so smooth. Just from that, he was sure the warrior was at least level 15. These three were honestly so lucky to get this half. But according to their description, the other half should be in the Grinth forest. They were just too scared to find it. They probably didn't dare to spend too much time looking. Thinking of this, Morpheus said, "Do you still remember where you found it?" Yes, Link hurriedly replied. "We grew up in the Grinth forest. We can find our way with our eyes closed. Liard, Dilo, right?" "Oh, good." Morpheus suddenly looked to Link. "You said that you want to convert?" Link froze. Glancing at Dylison from the corner of his eyes and seeing that the man was still silent, he panicked a bit. What was with Dylison? Did he still not find Morpheus? It was getting serious. Though he was panicking inside, Link nodded hurriedly. Yes. Mighty God, it would be my biggest honor to become your believer." "Oh, then I will perform the ritual now." Morpheus' image raised a hand. An emblem with dark light appeared in his palm. He was about to press it down onto Link's forehead. Just then, Dylison's hands twitched. The gesture meant that he'd found Morpheus. Link's eyes flashed. This meant that the divine gear could be activated and they could act. Now, Morpheus' hand was about to land, but Link obviously wouldn't allow it. He suddenly raised a hand. A shred of moonlight flashed and dissipated the projection. Link couldn't defeat Morpheus' true self, but this was just a projection. It was nothing. As soon as the projection was gone, Dylison acted. Fiery red light radiated from his left arm. It grew brighter, and half a second later, his entire arm flew off. It curled into a silver-red disc. This was the divine gear he'd brought, Chaotic Moon. Chaotic Moon. Level 19 Legendary Pinnacle Divine Gear. Effect: it took the Snow Mountain Archmage 3 years to create. After activating, it will use the chaotic void power and force the opponent to level 5. It can last from 10 seconds to 1 hour. Note: knowledge is power. Go! Dylison yelled. The air around them shook and rippled. The silver disc spun and whooshed, disappearing into the sky. Half a second later, a roar boomed from around 10 miles away. Die! Everyone must die. The voice was aggressive and furious, but to Link's group, it sounded weak. The divine gear is activated. Dylison yelled. We have 10 seconds, dot. Within 10 seconds, they either get the divine fragment, or they die. It was time to risk their lives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, Kill the God, 1. Chapter 670, Kill the God, 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. If they were to ready gamble with their lives right now, they should have gone in fully equipped with their armor and weapons. This was the problem. The 3 of them were completely stripped of those things when they were captured by the bandits. How were they supposed to fight under such conditions? This was where Link's spatial magic would come in handy. Without further delay, after dispersing Morpheus' white mist clone, Link plunged a hand that was now gleaming with a silver light into the space in front of him. When he pulled it back out, there were now 3 spatial rings on his palm. Catch! Everything they needed was in those 3 rings. Link put on one of the rings. He then willed out some equipment into existence from the spatial ring. In the span of a mere second, these pieces of equipment sat themselves on Link's body on their own. Turning around, Link saw that both Iliard and Dylison were already fully equipped as well. They still had 9 seconds. Let's move out. Activating the Void Walk spell, Link sprinted toward the leftmost cliff face of the valley. Iliard and Dylison followed close behind him. As soon as they reached the cliff face, Link turned around and saw that the bandit leader and his merry band were still waiting there at the entrance of the valley. They looked at Link in confusion. The bandit leader had level 8 power. He could still be a problem. Glancing at the bandit leader, Link swung the ode of a full moon sword behind him. In an instant, he unleashed a crescent-shaped 30-foot-long arc in the air, which silently flew 3,000 feet across the valley towards the bandit leader. Whir. The bandits at the valley's entrance, whose bodies were still intact a moment ago, were cleaved apart cleanly by an invisible force before they even knew what hit them. Turning around again, Link saw that a few thousand feet away, black smoke was rising into the air. Then, a black cloud began forming above them, gradually blocking out all light from the sky until the valley was as dark as night. He's activating a shadow realm with a law spell. Be careful, this is a level 15 technique. He still has level 15 power. Shouted Dylison. The chaotic moon was able to suppress level 5 power. If that was the case, Morpheus should only have level 14 power right now. However, he was still in possession of the divine fragment, allowing him to attenuate some of the chaotic moon's effect. This was not good. Link had been reading the book titled Sacred Realm that he had gotten from the God of Light's library whenever he had time to spare. He now had a deeper understanding of the legendary realm and the spells that could be acquired at every level in it. In the legendary realm, every level had an entry threshold. The first threshold to cross over was the one between level 14 and level 15. In the sacred realm, legendary masters at level 14 and below were akin to newborn babies. Higher-level babies would be more powerful than those at lower levels. However, the essences of their powers would still remain unchanged. With his rapid spellcasting and his lethal battle techniques, Link might stand a chance against a higher-level opponent. However, as soon as a legendary master reached level 15, the power he had spent a lifetime accumulating would undergo its first transformation. A master with legendary power at this stage would have full control of the essence of their power. In other words, they would be able to twist the laws of nature to their advantage. Low-level legendary masters might be able to muster a small portion of that power. However, once they hit level 15, they would see a drastic increase in their control over said laws. A realm would be formed through the mixing and matching of these laws with those governing the Fireman realm. The shadows were the Shadowstalker Morpheus domain. He had an ability similar to this even back in the game. In the game, incredibly powerful masters like Nozama, Morpheus, level 19 Iliard, Knorrs, and the Beastman Warlord all reigned supreme in their own realms. As soon as they activated this ability, the world around them would begin to warp into an environment that would be conducive to their powers while inhibiting the powers of their enemies in the vicinity. Under such circumstances, a legendary master would have their combat power amplified considerably. Seeing the encroaching darkness behind them, Link immediately said to Iliard, "Defend yourself. Just focus on keeping yourself alive for now." Morpheus was a demigod assassin. He was at his strongest in the shadows. A full-blown attack by him from the darkness would instantly kill Iliard, whose power was still at level 11, making him the party's weakest link. Iliard nodded. He first cast a level 11 legendary spell, Ultimate Defense, on himself. He then produced 3 void crystals and activated them. Layers of light began settling on his body, forming a 1-foot-thick crystalline sheen around him. At the same time, Link and Dylison set up their own defenses as well. The 3 of them were now floating in mid-air, 100 feet away from each other in a triangular formation. This way, if one of them were about to be in danger, the other 2 would be able to come to his aid in time. At this point, the sky had completely darkened above them. The only light in this world of darkness came from the magical defenses that Link and the other had set up around themselves. Still, no matter how anxiously they waited in the darkness, Morpheus had yet to reveal himself, but if he decided to spend the next 10 seconds in hiding, he would soon return to full strength. At that point, if Link and the others still had not managed to escape the Shadow Realm, they would be forced to contend with a level 19 demigod. Death was the only possible outcome in such a confrontation. "Dylison, where is he?" shouted Link. Dylison was the only one who could seek out Morpheus in the darkness using the level 19 Pinnacle Sacred Gear. Dylison's heart was now racing. Seconds passed, and he was still no closer to pinpointing Morpheus' exact location with the Chaotic Moon. He began channeling his full power into the Chaotic Moon. His hands now sweating profusely, he muttered, "I'm still trying to find him. His realm is really muddling up my senses." Link's nerves were tautened in anticipation of the enemy's ambush from the darkness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seconds passed, but Dylison still did not have the faintest idea where their enemy could be. None of them had ever encountered anyone as menacing as Morpheus. Their current situation was not unlike being thrown into a fiery pit with nowhere to run. Link knew that they could not go on like this. Waiting for Dylison to track down Morpheus was not an idea he found appealing right now. He needed to find a way out of this, but how? Should they run for their lives? No, they still had 6 seconds left. There was still a chance. The only thing they needed to concern themselves with now was to find Morpheus in the darkness before he found them. Suddenly, something clicked in Link's mind. He recalled using a certain spell to dispel Morpheus' Shadow Realm back in the game. Unfortunately, it was a level 18 spell. With his current power level, there was no way he would be able to use it. However, the memory of this spell was like a key which automatically unlocked certain parts of Link's memory that had been locked away in his mind for a long time. No, there was still another spell, another technique that could get us out of this. Yes, I've got it. In the game, few players were able to use magic to dispel Morpheus' Shadow Realm. However, as they still needed to defeat him, some magicians had come up with a particularly effective way to bypass his shadow realm. Though it was an ingenious technique, one still needed to have level 14 magical power in order to use it. Link would also have to burn through all of his power to cast it. But Link did not mind exhausting all his power for this, for he still had an extremely power magic stone at his disposal, the energy crystal that would replenish his power once activated. At that moment, Iliard saw that Dylason was still wrestling with the chaotic moon. He knew that the man had come to his wits' end. "Link, should we retreat?" shouted Iliard. Link shook his head. "No, we still have a chance. Witness my magic." While saying this, Link was perusing the spell menu that had appeared in his field of vision. He soon selected a spell named Sunlight. Sunlight. Level 14 legendary spell. Cost, 28,000 realm essence points. Description: convert a huge amount of power into pure sunlight. If cast at full power, the resulting illumination may even be as bright as sunlight. Note: light unlike anything you've ever seen. The sunlight spell might not be enough to pierce through the darkness around them. Even though Morpheus' power had been inhibited by them, he was still a level 15 master with his own realm. There existed a wide chasm between level 14 and level 15. Morpheus would just ignore the sunlight spell like it was nothing. Therefore, Link still needed to try another technique. To an ordinary magician, this technique might prove difficult to pull off. However, to a spatial magician like Link, it would be child's play. He currently had 190 Omni points. After buying this level 14 spell, he still had 50 points remaining, which he then used to give himself a power boost. Though he was only able to raise his power by 50 points, this 50-point power boost might just spell the difference between life and death for Link. After acquiring the spell, a shiver ran through his body. He then raised his Ode of the Full Moon sword without hesitation. At the same time, he took out the energy crystal in his left hand. He began activating the sunlight spell in his right hand while drawing power from the energy crystal in his left. In an instant, a speck of light appeared on the tip of his sword like the light from a firefly's abdomen. Then, the speck of light exploded. Hum! Like the Big Bang, an explosion of light flooded the entire valley. It spread out in every direction, crashing against the surrounding darkness like a tidal wave. However, Link knew that this level 14 spell would not be able to disperse the darkness completely. The light would soon be swallowed by the darkness. A violent spatial distortion appeared around the light at the same time. The light struck the distorted space and began filling it up for a fraction of a second until it finally burst out from an outlet in it. In a corner, Iliard saw that the Ode of a Full Moon was growing bigger and bigger in Link's hand until it was approximately a few thousand feet long and a few hundred feet wide. The entire blade seemed to be made entirely out of light, which at times gleamed like snow and at times burned like fire. Ah! Link roared. He then swung this sword of light in various directions. In a blink of an eye, he managed to swing the sword around at least 100 times. At a glance, rays of light seemed to be radiating from his body. At the same time, the light now spread far and wide across the valley, which barely made a dent on the darkness around them. This was the difference between level 14 and level 15. The combination of a level 14 spell as well as a few other techniques from Link left barely a scratch on Morpheus' Shadow Realm. At first, the Shadow Realm had been an impenetrable sheet of darkness. However, as Link danced about with his enlarged sword, the darkness now seemed to thin considerably. At this point, anyone with legendary eyesight would have been able to perceive the vague outlines of objects in the distance. In the face of this all-encompassing darkness, Link's power alone would not have sufficed. As soon as the explosion of light subsided, he would immediately be consumed by the shadows. However, he was not alone. With the aid of the few rays of light that managed to pierce through the darkness, Dylason again tried to seek out Morpheus. I found him. He's right. Link, look out! Shouted Dylason. Through the dim light, Dyson could make out a vague black form hurtling towards Link at unimaginable speed. The shadow was moving so fast his eyes could not even keep up with it. He would not be able to cast any spell to block the Shadow Stalker's attack in time. In the Shadow Realm, Morpheus' power was at its peak. Even if he were to be spotted in his domain, no one would be able to block his lightning-fast attacks. This was true in Dylson's case. As soon as Dylson finished his sentence, he suddenly felt his own body being swayed left and right by an unseen force. No matter how much he struggled against it, it was all in vain. He shouted in bewilderment, "The space is vibrating around us." He then turned around to locate the source of this spatial tremor and saw a scene he would never forget for as long as he lived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, Kill the God, 2. Chapter 671, Kill the God, 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The Dark Sky. There were two figures, one light and one dark, entangling with each other at an unimaginable speed. Their weapons clashed with an impossible frequency. Every time they collided, the air would shake. The air felt like the sea's surface during a storm. This violent battle had no sound. Other than the air shaking, there were occasional flashes too. "Help!" Iliard yelled. He could see more clearly than Dyson. Link could block Morpheus' attacks, but the demigod had the upper hand. Link was dancing at the edge of death right now. He also knew that the attack hadn't been aimed at Link. The original target was Dyson, but Link had changed the direction and blocked Morpheus. Among the three, only Link, who was a master in both magic and martial arts, could block Morpheus. If Iliard or Dyson got close to Morpheus, they would get killed immediately. Right now, Link was holding Morpheus up. It was the best chance for them to defeat Morpheus, and the only chance. While yelling, Iliard had already started acting without hesitation. A dark golden wand appeared in his right hand. It was a legendary magic tool from the Golden Rune Workshop, called Broken Winged Angel. He'd designed it himself and had used up all his allotted resources. He'd even used his credit too and had Evelina and Link's help. Now, this wand wasn't complete yet, but it was already at level 12. Fragments of light lit up at his left hand. Two runestones appeared. One was an ethereal crystal while the other was a pure magic stone. Link had made it just for this trip. Soul Lasso. In the blink of an eye, the runestone flashed. A feathery golden beam of light came out and snaked towards Morpheus. Soul Lasso. Level 14 Soul Spell. Cost, 29,000, currently in energy storage mode. Effect, after activation, the mysterious power will wrap around the target's soul and restrict its movement. The specific symptoms will be that the soul is unable to escape, the target will react slowly, their memory will deteriorate, and they will become dazed. Note, it will trap your soul. When the soul lasso appeared, Morpheus was using all his power to restrict Link. In reality, he wanted to kill Link, but after 2 seconds, he realized that he actually couldn't. He was faster and stronger, but Link's battle techniques and endurance were better. Link's sword was more like a dragon. The blocks, stabs, slices, cuts, and sweeps were all the most basic moves and were clear too. But when put together, they formed many incredible sequences. Some moves dismantled his power, making Morpheus feel that his dagger had stabbed a ball of cotton. Others were used to set things up, making Morpheus feel that he'd entered a jungle of traps. A poisonous viper could strike out at any time. He didn't dare get distracted. If Link was his only enemy, he could still survive until 10 seconds later when his power recovered, even if he couldn't defeat Link quickly. By then, he could kill Link with brute force. But he had 3 enemies. Golden light suddenly appeared behind Morpheus. Without realizing, it wrapped around him. He felt his mind tremor, and then it was as if there was a cotton ball stuffed inside. His movements slowed too. It became harder to block Link's attacks. Danger rose. And he was a demigod. If he was a regular level 15 assassin, he would definitely be dead when attacked by Link now. Damn magician. He obviously knew what had happened. He wanted to kill the magician who'd attacked him secretly, but then Link attacked with renewed strength. He couldn't escape. But Morpheus had other tricks. Missed. Black light pulsed around him. At the same time, black mist rose up in the air, swirling towards him. They connected and snapped the golden beam around him. At that moment, alarms raised in Morpheus. Using his rich battle experience, he dodged to the side, head turning. At almost the same time, sharp silver light scraped past his face, bringing with it dark golden blood that shone with a black light. It was Link's sword. This move was extremely dangerous. If he was an instant slower, his head would be somewhere else now. Before this subsided, another wave came. Restraint force field. This was Iliard with another ethereal spell. Soul Rend. This was Dylison. He used a soul spell. It was clear now, if they could disturb Morpheus' mind, Link would be able to kill them. Thus, attacks on the soul were the best thing right now. The two legendary spells acted upon Morpheus inside and outside together. He shook violently. His movements slowed again. It was only for around 1/10 of a second, but when faced with Link, it was basically a date with death. The result was set. Buzz. A sword buzzed softly. The ode of a full moon lit up with cold light. A shred of moonlight circled Morpheus. After that, Link crossed behind Morpheus and then turned around, facing Morpheus back. Morpheus couldn't move now. Faint silver light snaked around him. From afar, it looked like a crack in a mirror. After 2 seconds, he slowly turned towards Link and finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and weak. When I first laid my eyes on you, I felt danger, but I didn't think I would die at your hands. Clang! Link sheathed the ode of a full moon. That move had cut off all hope for Morpheus to live. He could only speak now because it was just a reflection. I only feared your divine fragment. I never saw you as an opponent. Link just saw Morpheus as someone who'd gotten lucky, and this opinion had never changed. Morpheus wasn't the divine fragment's master, he was the slave. Morpheus sighed. It sounded like a cry and laugh. When I received the shadow divine fragment, I thought it was a blessing. After 100 years, I realized it's a curse. Whoever gets it will live miserably. I didn't believe it when I first heard that. I thought I would be special and break through destiny's shackles. Ha! Mortals, I wish you luck. With that, a strange smile appeared on his face. The spidery silver cracks on his body expanded. With a boom, the power within him lost control, and he exploded. Shadowstalker Morpheus, who had terrorized the land for hundreds of years, died just like that. Once his flesh body was destroyed, his territory disappeared too. The omnipresent shadows vanished, and the sun peeked out. Under the sun, Link, Iliard, and Dylison hovered in the air. They were all relieved. That battle had only been around 6 seconds, but it was possible for them to die at any second. It had been like a danse macabre, a dance of death. Is he really dead? Iliard was in disbelief. He should be, Dylison confirmed. The chaotic moon says that the target has disappeared. Look, the divine fragment should be there. Link pointed at the end of the valley. Because of the battle, the fog had scattered. A wall with a castle built into it appeared at the end of the valley. That was Morpheus' lair, the Shadow Fortress. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, The First Curse of the Divine Fragment. Chapter 672, The First Curse of the Divine Fragment. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. Come on, let's go take a look, said Dylason with a smile. Due to the soul contract they had signed before, he did not have to worry about Link and Iliard betraying him. With the death of Morpheus, he was finally able to complete the mission that the Snow Mountain Archmage had entrusted him with. Once he returned to the Arago realm, he would most certainly be compensated by the Archmage himself for his efforts. Link and Iliard never had any intention to abscond with the Shadow Divine Fragment in the first place. Though their soul contract with Dylason played a chief factor in their disinterest towards it, they also knew that the fragment's power was not something that should be trifled with. Anyone capable of wielding it would be able to ascend to godhood. Those who were unable to would be overwhelmed by it and perish as Morpheus did back then. However, there was no way Link and Iliard would pass up a chance to study something so rare and mysterious up close. Link and Iliard began following Dylason just to make sure nothing happened to him. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Shadow Fortress. There was a broken humanoid statue in the Great Hall. From what was left of it, they were able to deduce that it had been shaped in the likeness of Morpheus himself. The points of breakage on it seemed fresh. The entire building too seemed to be in ruins. Most of its walls had crumbled. This must have been the after effects of their battle with Morpheus not too long ago. Once inside the hall, everyone split up to search for the fragment. In truth, Link already knew where it was. However, he had no intention of finding the accursed thing first, so he simply made a show of looking for it in a corner. Suddenly, Dylason came back hurriedly into the hall. Found it, it's right here, dot. Link and Iliard turned around and saw that Dylason was standing beside Morpheus' fallen statue, holding a black crystal skull in his hand. The skull was completely black. It somewhat resembled the crystal skulls back on Earth. However, it seemed to be missing its lower jaw and a huge chunk on its back. There were also numerous scars on it as well. Curiously enough, a pair of black spectral light flickered in its sockets. The skull seems to be made of something not of this world. I've never seen anything like it before, breathed Iliard. This had certainly been an eye-opening discovery for him. Link had seen it before in the game. However, the real thing seemed even more impressive than he had anticipated. The two black flickering light in its sockets were like entrances into an impossibly dark abyss. Upon making eye contact with the skull, he could hear a low whispering voice inside one's mind. He also suddenly began to covet it, wanting to make the skull his own. Link immediately averted his eyes and suppressed this sudden impulse to snatch it from Dylason's hands. He then looked at Iliard. There was a strange look on his face. He too seemed to be affected by it. As Dylason had a deeper understanding of the skull than his two companions, he naturally knew better than to look directly into its eyes. Careful, don't let this thing enthrall you. Link nodded. Alright, Dylason, we've completed your mission. I think it's time you give us what we're due. Of course, it has been a pleasure working with the two of you. My lord, you've certainly been a tremendous help. The Snow Mountain Archmage and I owe you a great deal, said Dylason with a smile. He took out a custom-made box and placed the black crystal skull inside it. He then used a piece of rope to tie it up and hung the box from his waist. Strangely enough, the box seemed to have erased the skull's presence from this world. Then, Dylason handed the chaotic moon over to Link. The moon can only be used once per month. We've already used it once just now, so you'll only be able to use it again in a month's time. You've seen what it can do. I'm sure it will serve you well. It is certainly an incredible item, said Link with a nod, ready to receive it in his hand. This had been a beautiful partnership between them. However, things had never been this easy for them. Look out! Link suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into a despair ball that had materialized in front of him. The sword's tip then protruded from behind Dylason. A figure in a red-gold battle robe had jumped out from behind Morpheus' statue, swinging his sword down on Dylison. Judging by his outfit, the figure must be an Inferno warrior. No, his battle robe seemed even more garish than the ones worn by the two Inferno warriors that Link had brought to Ferd not too long ago. The power fluctuations in his body felt even more powerful as well. This must be one of the high-ranking lava knights that Dylison had told them about. Link figured that the lava knight must have been drawn to the commotion in the valley just now and so waited in the shadows for an opportunity to strike all this time. The lava knight parried Link's sword with a resounding clang. The impact sent a powerful shockwave down Link's arm, paralyzing it in an instant and temporarily neutralizing Link's ability to wield his sword effectively. The lava knight was evidently a lot stronger than him. However, Link was not just a warrior. He was also a magician. Though the ode of a full moon sword was parried, it was able to buy its wielder time to cast a spell. With a reverberating hum, a thick space barrier materialized between Dylison and the lava knight. Oomph! The lava knight swung his sword down once more. All of a sudden, the two-handed sword, which seemed to be dripping with streams of lava, exploded. It then coalesced into a 50-foot-long blade made entirely out of fire and lava. The sword effortlessly cut through the space barrier that Link hastily set up behind Dylison like butter. Then, the sword's flames surged towards Dylison at incredible speed. This had all happened in a split second. Aside from Link, neither Iliard and Dylison even had time to react to the knight's ambush. Dylison was soon enveloped by the flames. Sounds of explosions came from his body, as the defensive magical gear he had with him all failed at that moment. Evidently, the flames were some sort of realm-type attack. Dylison simply had no way of defending himself against such power. This was the result of an ambush conducted by a warrior-type class on a magician. The lava knight was clearly more powerful than any other magician. There was no way his magic-wielding quarries would be able to survive any of his attacks. Just when it seemed as if the flames were about to roast Dylison alive, white light began to glow from his body. Hum. 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 It was Link's teleportation spell. When the white light faded, all three of them had disappeared from the Shadow Fortress. The lava knight did not give chase. He simply went over to where they had been and picked up the wooden box. He then opened it and found the divine fragment quietly lying in it. Dylison was not his target. His target had always been the divine fragment. With it now in his possession, the Snow Mountain Archmage would no longer be a threat to his master, the Inferno Archmage. The Lord of Ferd is certainly something. The lava knight closed the box. He had no intention of going after Link. Instead, his plan now was to head back to the Isle of Dawn. His main mission was to retrieve the divine fragment and sabotage the Snow Mountain Archmage's plans. Killing Dylison and the Lord of Ferd would have simply been an act of convenience. Their deaths mattered little to him at that point. However, the Lord of Ferd's little trick had caught him completely by surprise. Though the lava knight was not at all afraid of him, there was no need to bother with him for now, lest he trip up in his pursuit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, The Aggressive Power of Lava. Chapter 673, The Aggressive Power of Lava. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Buzz. With a soft sound, Link, Iliard, and Dylison appeared miles away. The southern forest surrounded them. It was extremely dense and covered almost all the space. There was swampy patch below with grass growing on it. The three appeared a few feet above the ground. When they appeared, Link and Iliard adjusted how they stood and landed steadily. Dylison had more trouble. His body was black and smoking. When he appeared, he dropped down like dead weight. Link's heart jumped. He knew that the situation was bad and Dylison would most likely die this time. Using his mind, he cast a low-level force field and caught the falling man. he and Iliard quickly steadied themselves. Iliard went up to check Dylason's state. "It's bad," he muttered. "He's practically baked." Link had stopped the sneak attack midway, but Dylason still couldn't dodge it. He was hit so badly that he was awaiting death. The level 15 Lava Knight was clearly powerful. Link also went up to check Dylason. From 3 feet away, he could smell the pungent fragrance of baked meat. His injuries seemed grave. Getting closer, Link saw that Dylason's robe was practically all gone. Only a shred still stuck to his flesh. His body was charred, and almost all his skin was gone. He put his hand to Dylason's nose but could barely feel any breathing. His pulse was just as weak. Everything showed that Dylason was at the brink of death and could die at any time. Link immediately cast the Dragon Essence Vitality at Dylason. A few seconds after the mana surged into Dylason, he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a gust of scalding air. Then his breathing strengthened. A while later, he opened his eyes. His first sentence was, "They took the Divine Fragment." Link had noticed, but they'd been in a hurry, and the transmission didn't work on the Divine Fragment. He had to give it up to save Dylason. They could worry about it later. "You almost died, and you still worry about that?" Iliard said. No, it's okay if I die. The Divine Fragment has to get to the Snow Mountain Archmage or else everything will be over. Hurry, Third Lord, you must get it back. Dylason's burnt face cracked open, making him look horrifying. He was panicking and his features twisted. He looked like a demon. Regular people would probably get scared to death, but Link and Iliard weren't regular men. Their hearts were heavy. To Dylason, the fragment was more important than they'd imagined. Without it, everything would be over. However, the Lava Knight's power was also unimaginable. Judging by the sneak attack, that guy wasn't stupid either. Now that Dylason was hurt like this, Link and Iliard weren't his match alone. It would be suicide if they went to steal the fragment. Dylason realized this too, of course. He breathed and said with difficulty, "I know that Lava Knight. His name is Moser. He's known as the Explosive Duke. His firepower is really domineering and has explosive strength. Less than 10 people in all of Arago can block his sudden attacks. He has weaknesses too though. The first is that his explosive power is hard to maintain. He needs at least 2 seconds to reaccumulate power. Second, he loves the fire sect Holy Maiden and doesn't let anyone insult her. You can use it to easily anger him. Knowing that his explosive strength couldn't last was important. Link could create a tactic to escape from a full-on hit. As for the second point, this was an even more fatal flaw to an advanced warrior. This meant his emotions could be swayed and utilized by the outside world. Emotions were representations of the ripples of one's soul. Moser's weakness was basically a flaw in his soul. A soul magician could easily influence his soul after knowing this weakness. Even if he wouldn't die, his combat ability would be greatly reduced. Coincidentally, Link had made great strides in the soul field after studying the Book of Revelation. He was now a good soul magician. After hearing this, Iliard looked at Link. He thought that they might have a chance to defeat the Lava Knight and get the fragment back. To be honest, this was important to Ferd too. The realms were fusing, and the Holy Maiden of the Yin Empire was Princess Milda of the High Elves. They would obviously be on the Isle of Dawn's side. That gave Ferd an unimaginable enemy. If they didn't have the Snow Mountain Archmage's help, there was no way for Ferd to face a level 19 Archmage who was about to become a god. There was a way to turn the tides now. They could risk their lives. Link didn't hurry to decide. He continued asking, "Does Moser have other famous tricks?" "Yes, I was about to tell you." Dylason took a deep breath. He already used his scariest one. It's the sword that cut your spatial barrier, called Lava Fire. It can destroy practically any defense spell under level 16. If you add his powerful burst, even a level 16 spell can be destroyed. He also has the lava double. Lava double? Iliard asked. To die in his place? Yes, Dylison broke off to gasp for breath. His state was really bad now. His exhales were all hot steam. Firelight flickered within his burnt and cracked flesh. He looked scary. How are you? Link cast Essence Vitality for him again. With the Dragon Recovery spell, Dylison recovered a bit and continued, there's no time. His sword is called Boiling Lava. The so-called lava double is that the sword could die in place of him. So, gasp, you have to kill him twice. The Essence Vitality effect only lasted a few seconds. Dylison started panting again, breathing out hot steam. A bad feeling rose up inside Link. Lava Knight Moser's fire was abnormally powerful. He actually couldn't repress it. It seemed that Dylison had to die. His breaths were now basically fire. It was as if his flesh and internal organs were burning now. He was like an active volcano. I'm going to die. My things, take them. When you see the Snow Mountain Archmage, tell him, I tried my best, whoosh. Fire spewed out from Dylison's mouth. Lava-like fluid poured out of the cracks all over his body. The fluid bubbled and evaporated. Dylison's body burned away in the blink of an eye. All that remained on the ground was a man-shaped scorch mark and a spatial ring. This was Dylison's legacy. Such powerful fire. Link sighed. If he'd been hit, he would probably die too. Bending down, he picked up Dylison's ring and checked it. It contained some spellcasting material, a magic notebook, and the Chaotic Moon Divine Gear. Even though Dylison gave them 3 level 19 Divine Gear, the other 2 were only auxiliary items. For example, the battle horn could raise soldier morale and even make them go crazy. It could affect up to 1 million people and was a great weapon in a battle between 2 armies, but it was useless in an advanced fight. The Chaotic Moon was nice, but they could only use it 1 month from now. In other words, if they wanted to defeat the Lava Knight and get the fragment, Iliard and Link could only depend on themselves. Iliard chuckled wryly. It'll be more dangerous than our fight against Morpheus. They could still escape if they couldn't have defeated Morpheus. But if they couldn't defeat Moser, they would end up like Dylison. There's no other solution. The enemy might have a territory, but he's only a warrior. We might not lose. Link smiled faintly, but his eyes were abnormally cold. Seeing him like this, Iliard knew that his old friend was ready to risk it all. Composing himself, he murmured, for Ferd. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674. Chapter 674, The Enemy's Too Powerful, Let's Run While We Still Can, February 2nd. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. He's heading northeast. He must be going to the Isle of Dawn. Not too far away from the Shadow Fortress, Iliard was able to come to such a conclusion after observing the fortress surroundings through a mirror spell. Link stood up with his sword in his hand. Looking in the general direction of the Isle of Dawn, he said, the High Elves must have used some sort of technique to summon him such that his power wasn't even affected by the realm itself. He must be in a hurry to go back to Oraga through the Isle of Dawn. The wind was howling bleakly through the mountains at that moment. Though the climate in the south was warm and the forest grew thick here, the battle they had with Morpheus had all but caused the trees around the fortress to shrivel up. Most of their yellowed leaves were blown loose by the bitter wind. Iliard walked up to his side and looked in the Isle of Dawn's general direction. Do you think we'll be able to stop him? Link shook his head. I don't think we can. Still, it's worth a shot, Dot. Their enemy was as uncompromising as a force of nature. The only way they could proceed now was to have a head-on confrontation with the Lava Knight. Only one side was allowed to come out of this alive. Since that was the case, the only thing they could do right now was to take the Lava Knight down with everything they had. As one of Link's best friends, Iliard was immediately able to make out the resolve in his voice. He smiled weakly. This is the first time I've encountered such a dangerous opponent. This should be fun. Ever since Iliard began studying magic under Link's wing, he rarely had the chance to take charge of things on his own. However, with his current power level, he was now able to fight side by side with Link. This had always been something he wanted. Naturally, he welcomed such an opportunity with open arms. As a legendary master himself, Iliard had already mastered Link's Voidwalk technique. Together, the two of them leaped into the air, transformed into two streaks of light and hurtled through the sky. A warrior would never be a match for a magician in terms of speed. The Lava Knight Moser was already a level 15 legendary master. Though both Link and Iliard were vastly outclassed by him in terms of power, the fact remained that a warrior would not be able to use that power as dexterously as a magician. A warrior below level 17 would not be able to fly in the air without the help of some special equipment or battle technique. His movements would only be restricted to the ground. He might even be faster than any other magician on land, but the uneven geography of his path would definitely hinder his movements. Link and Iliard only had to follow a straight-line path in the air towards the Isle of Dawn. After flying more than 100 miles in the air, Link finally sensed something. "Did you feel that?" whispered Link. Iliard felt for anything out of the ordinary in the area without losing speed. Half a minute later, he replied in a low voice, "It's infernal power, and it's moving really fast." "It must be Moser." Link nodded. Right now, the infernal power felt weak. There was also no sign of Moser in the vicinity. However, he figured that the Lava Knight must be no more than 20 miles away from them. After determining where the infernal power was coming from, Link and Iliard quickly changed course and headed straight towards where Moser was. 3 minutes later, Iliard suddenly said, "I can't feel him anymore. It's as if he just vanished into thin air." Link felt the same thing. Now hovering in the air, he gazed at the forest of stone protrusions beneath them. There were stones of various shapes and sizes sticking out of the ground. The biggest stones down there were hundreds of feet tall, while there were smaller ones which were only 3 to 4 feet tall. Blind spots abounded in this stone forest. He must have noticed our presences. He must also know that he would not be able to match our speed. He's probably hiding behind any of these rocks, waiting for a chance to ambush us. Dylison had told them that the Lava Knight Moser possessed incredible explosive power and a talent for sneak attacks. If they were not careful enough, he would be able to kill them in a mere second. Iliard understood what was going on. He then said, "If we can't even go down there to find out where he's hiding without having our heads lopped off, then I guess we should just level the whole stone forest." Since their enemy was still set on ambushing them, their safest option now would be to use a huge area of effect spell and remove all possible hiding spots down there that he could avail himself of. This was where a magician worth his salt excelled at. However, such a feat would come at a heavy price. Iliard would need to expend a huge amount of power in order to cast such a large-scale spell. He would not be able to be of much help in the upcoming battle with the Lava Knight. In other words, after smoking out Moser from hiding, Link would be forced to take him on by himself. Link was not too optimistic about his chances of surviving a direct confrontation with a level 15 master. After ruminating on Iliard's suggestion for a few seconds, Link finally nodded. "Do it!" He would make his move the moment the Lava Knight was forced out from his hiding place by Iliard. Though their enemy was a lot stronger than any of them, if Link could get the drop on him, he would probably be able to increase his chances of victory. Iliard took a deep breath. Then, power began circulating in his body until light radiated from his entire body. A few seconds later, he took out his magic wand and pointed at the stone forest below him. Radiant Storm. Radiant Storm. Level 11 Sunlight Spell. Description: whip up a powerful storm capable of decimating everything in its path by agitating the air with a high concentration of sunlight power. Note: no blade of grass or stone will be left standing in the storm's wake. A blinding light shone out from Iliard's wand and expanded into a 10-foot wide ball of light which seemed almost palpable. Then, the ball of light came off the wand's tip and fell to the ground. It was not unlike watching the sun fall out of the sky. As the ball's altitude fell rapidly, its volume expanded at a frightening speed. The ball of light then began spinning, agitating the air around it until a golden cyclone, which stretched from the ground to the heavens, appeared in its place. Hoo! Hoo! The fierce wind was not cool like most winds. Rather, it was giving off unimaginable levels of heat. This was the effect of the sunlight power. The cyclone began moving inexorably forward, melting every huge rock in its path. No blade of grass or stone was left standing in its wake. The only evidence of its passage was a trail of red molten mess behind it. As the storm rampaged on, Link waited patiently in the air, gripping his sword in his hand. As soon as Moser showed his face from behind a rock, he would immediately lash out at him with everything he had got. As the storm's rampage went on, the stone forest's area gradually shrunk, leaving Moser with fewer hiding places. Link's power was now boiling inside his body, which began radiating light as gentle as the moon's. Though the light seemed inconspicuous, the power it was giving off felt oppressive. 10 seconds later, a point of golden red light flashed out from the ground. A 100-foot-long flaming blade extended from the point of light towards the advancing radiant storm. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the flaming blade pierced through the cyclone in an instant. Like a dragon that was stabbed in the heart, the cyclone let out a mournful wail before evaporating into countless specks of golden light in the air. Iliard instantly felt the effects of having his spell forcibly dispelled by the lava knight. His face had turned pale, and his body was now shaking uncontrollably. The knight's retaliation had also left the internal circulation of his power in complete disarray. Seconds later, Iliard spewed out blood from his mouth. Though his injuries were visibly severe, Link could not afford to tend to them right now. At that moment, the lava knight was all that mattered to him. With a burst of power, Link immediately conjured a silver-white moon in the sky. The moon basically blocked out the whole sky at that moment. An instant later, light poured out profusely from the ode of a full moon sword in his hand. Its blade had taken on the quality of a transparent crystal. Countless runes were now flickering around the sword's tip. Link then swiftly plunged the sword into the void. However, there was no sign of a despair ball being used, as Link had seamlessly integrated the despair ball into his sword technique. At the same time, the ode of a full moon sword reappeared on the ground, moments away from piercing through Moser's forehead. Link's attack seemed almost perfect. It gave the impression that Link was bringing all the power in the heavens down on the lava knight in a single attack with the aid of the ethereal light around him. Incredible! Moser felt his very soul being weighed down by Link's power. If he had faced such an attack 3 years ago, he would have surely died on the spot. However, he had mastered his Blazing Realm technique. After dispelling the Radiant Storm, he had already anticipated Link's follow-up attack. Lava Fire. Moser let fly the power of his Blazing Realm into the air with a powerful swing of his sword. In an instant, flames surged up into the sky at incredible speed. At that moment, it was as if a geyser of lava had erupted through a hole on the ground, threatening to paint the sky red and crack open the moon that Link had conjured in it. Before long, the two legendary powers collided with one another. Hum! A high-pitched, nigh undetectable whine sounded in the air. Ripples spread out violently across the space from the point of impact. Spatial fragments had also appeared near places where the ripples were most intense. Both sides were then struck by the resulting shockwave of the impact. Waves of pain washed over Link's body as he was buffeted by the shockwave in the air. Moser seemed to have been hit badly by it as well. Though his attack seemed impressive, it was in fact hastily executed with only 60% of his full power. Due to insufficient preparation, his body went completely numb when the shockwave hit him. Being unable to withstand his power, the ground gave way beneath him, and both his legs sank into the stone as a result. However, as a level 15 master, Moser was physically stronger than Link. His recovery rate was also a lot faster than the latter. After smoothing out the circulation of his power in his body, he channeled his power to his feet, blowing up the stone around them to pieces. He then lightly jumped out of the crater. Laughing out loud, he leaped into the air, making a beeline for Link. He needed to end this quick. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Link was also a spatial magician. Though his physical body had taken on the full brunt of the shockwave, his mind remained unperturbed. As Moser came towards them, a white light engulfed the two magicians' bodies. In an instant, both Link and Iliard were teleported away. They were left with no other choice. Seeing how the knight was able to easily shrug off their attacks, their only option was to escape and come at him again with a better offensive strategy. With the disappearance of his targets, Moser had no choice but to let himself fall from the sky. Looking at the empty sky, he frowned. I don't like this one bit. He was up against two magicians. Anxiety began creeping into his heart. He would not be able to outrun the two magicians, and they did not seem willing to leave him alone throughout the remainder of his journey. At this point, he could only hope to intercept their subsequent ambushes without tripping himself up. No, I can't let this go on. I need to think of something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675 Link, you've gone on the road of no return. Chapter 675 Link, you've gone on the road of no return. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. How are you? Link looked at Iliard with his pale face and cast essence vitality into him. Iliard leaned against a big tree and took some deep breaths. He felt around his organs. I'm okay. I've already recovered a lot, but I'll need more than 1 hour to recover my spellcasting ability. This was the advantage of Sunlight Power's great recovery ability. A regular magician wouldn't be able to move for a few days if they suffered this hit. But 1 hour was still too long. Judging from the previous situation, Lava Knight Moser's power was unbelievable. If they fought hard on, Link wasn't his match at all. He could get killed with one mishap. He needed Iliard's help. But with Moser's power, if he chased with all his might, he could travel thousands of miles within an hour. He might not run to the Isle of Dawn, but no one knew what could happen along the way. For example, it was highly possible for the High Elves to provide reinforcement. If Moser had an additional helper, even if it was a level 9 magician, Link, who was already at a disadvantage, would truly have no chance of defeating him and getting the divine fragment back. He couldn't wait. He had to act now, and he had to do it alone. After thinking quickly for a few seconds, balancing the odds, Link came to a final decision. He had to do everything to stop Moser. He wasn't Moser's opponent in a direct fight, but there were thousands of ways to defeat someone. Tricks and sneak attacks all worked. Thinking of this, Link murmured, "Then you rest here. I'll go stop him." Iliard knew how important this was. It affected the countless creatures on the Fireman realm and Ferd's future. He knew it was highly possible for Link to die, but they had no other choice. Be careful. I'll go find you as soon as I can cast spells. That was the only thing he could say. Link nodded. White light already rose around him. An instant later, he disappeared and reappeared miles away. This repeated many times as he chased towards the Lava Knight Moser with impossible speed. 5 transmissions later, Link found Moser's traces once again. The other's aura was very secretive and hazy. Link couldn't pinpoint the specific location. Even if he completely focused, he could only narrow it down to a 10-mile range. This range was too large, and he couldn't determine where Moser was hiding. This meant Link couldn't attack secretively. Moser was also a level 15 fighter with sharp senses. Link couldn't hide either. Right now, Moser must know Link was close. He might even be looking for a chance to attack. To stay safe, Link kept his elevation at around 1,000 miles and activated the Eagle Eye spell to observe the ground. Different from before, this was a forest. The trees weren't too dense, and there were scattered villages with small hills in between. Winding trails connected the villages. It was 1 or 2 in the afternoon now, and so many people hurried down the trails and in the fields. Link could tell that this was the Whistling Hills in the northeast of the original Delunga Kingdom. It was mountainous, but the earth was fertile, and there were quite a lot of people. It was easy to hide here. In order to not hurt the innocent, Link couldn't use a powerful spell to force Moser out either. Seeing this, Link sank into deep thought. Ferd is up ahead. There's the Divine Punishment Protocol, so this guy won't dare to go in. Then he can only go east into the sea. He's only a warrior and will need a ship. There must be high elves at the coast. Both Link and Iliard together had been defeated by Moser alone. If he met with high elves, then Link would have no chance by himself. If he was discovered, he could die. Thus, he couldn't let Moser get to the coast. Then how should he force Moser out of hiding? Link thought back to how Dylison had characterized Moser. This guy was a genius and liked sneak attacks. He had explosive power and only cared about the holy maiden Milda. This could be used to easily anger the warrior. Milda, Milda, Link repeated in his mind. He thought of their experiences together in the Iragu realm. That night in the tree hole, the farewell before returning to Fireman, and the smiles and glances were right before his eyes. Sadly, hundreds of years had passed in the Iragu realm. Milda was no longer the young and innocent high elf princess from before. She was now the priestess of a cult and Link's mortal enemy. The changes in life were unpredictable. Right now, Link felt regret rather than anger. Looking back at the ground, Link's eyes had become emotionless. Since we're enemies, then there are no taboos. Since Milda is your weakness, then I'll use her against you. After thinking carefully and confirming his battle strategy, Link cast a large-scale soul spell, Soul Echo. Soul Echo. Level 8 secret spell. Effect: activate the soul's power and create large-scale soul telepathy with no limit on the target. The theory behind this spell was simple. It was level 8 only because it had a wide range. It could stretch more than 20 miles, which was more than enough to cover where Moser was hiding. Focusing, Link looked down and sent an image with the soul echo. The image contained 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, standing beside a tree. The man was Link, the woman was obviously Milda. Under the faint morning light, the beautiful high elf princess stood beside Link. She tilted her head to look at Link's side profile, eyes filled with love and respect. She seemed to be talking. Her eyes never left Link. To be honest, this was a very plain image. It was just a man and a woman talking on a forest path. At most, it would make people think of a couple dating. It was no big deal. After this image suddenly appeared in the minds of the regular farmers, most were dazed. They found it strange that this image would jump out in their minds. Some guys had no reaction at all. They were exhausted from working in the fields. Who cared what they were thinking? But to a certain person, this was a punch to the gut. As soon as the soul echo ended, a fiery figure rushed out from the forest. Then a ground-shaking roar traveled into the sky. Link, you've gone down the road of no return. The man had a gold-red battle robe and a lava sword. Because of his fury, bloody rays of light shot out from his eyes. Flames flickered around his body. It was Moser. He'd voluntarily given up his chance at a sneak attack, but Link still wasn't confident in defeating him. This didn't sway him though. After coming to Fireman, he'd had countless battles. Ones that he was confident in winning were actually the minority. Hovering thousands of feet above the air, he looked down coldly at the furious lava knight. "I've never gone down a path that I can return from," he said indifferently. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 676. Chapter 676, A Warrior's Realm Against a Magician's Wit, 1/3. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. Who? The wind howled past Link's ear. All of a sudden, there was a soft hum in the wind. At the same time, Link noticed that tiny grain-like points of red light had appeared out of thin air beside him. With a closer look, he quickly realized that these were balls of fire burning quietly in the air. Whom? The sounds came one after another at increasing frequency. With each hum, a new dot of light appeared. These specks of light soon filled the air, forming a fiery red mist in it. This red mist stretched from the earth to the high heavens. Floating a few thousand feet in the air, Link looked down and saw what appeared to be a sea of red. The Crimson Sea was giving off an intense heat. Everything in its area of effect, which had a radius of more than 10 miles, was burned to a crisp by it. At a glance, it was as if the whole world had been transformed into a hell on earth where the lava knight Moser reigned supreme. "So this is a level 15 master's realm," breathed Link. Despite the realm's simplicity, the knight's realm was able to slaughter countless innocent lives in an instant with it. However, Link could do absolutely nothing about it. The only thing he could do right now was to continue keeping himself alive as long as possible. Suddenly, the sound of ice breaking rang out around him. The space around him had transformed into ice. The layers of ice and the infinite reflective surfaces in it now seemed like the inside of a processed diamond. Link had activated a spatial defensive barrier known as the multidimensional barrier. Multidimensional barrier. Level 14 spatial spell, personal creation. Description: space is folded and curved by the spell around the user in a unique pattern to form a dynamically stable spatial cocoon with extraordinary defensive power. It is especially effective against energy-based attacks. Note: no matter how fiercely the storm rages on, I will not budge. After years of intensive research on spatial magic, Link's understanding of space had finally reached a high point. Not only had he gained a lot of experience in the area through his prolonged use of spatial power, but Link had also acquired the magic book Sacred Realm and an entirely new magical system from the Federo realm. Through the confluence of all the magical wisdom he had accumulated over the years, Link had given birth to a new breed of spells never before seen in Fireman. The multidimensional barrier was one such spell. Strictly speaking, Moser's flaming realm was an energy-based attack of sorts. Even though it was a powerful technique, to a level 15 legendary master, a realm served as a support spell. Its offensive capabilities were just one of its side benefits. That was the reason why the realm's unbearable heat instantly vanished as soon as he cast the multidimensional barrier around himself. The tiny balls of fire that had appeared around him just now were also ejected from within Link's barrier. "Lord of Ferd, you can't hide from me forever. Have a taste of my lava fire technique," roared Moser in the midst of the sea of fire. A realm was the result of a legendary master who had attained so much power his mere presence was enough to twist the laws of nature around him. In his realm, a legendary master would receive a lot of benefits. Not only would the scale of his power see a huge boost, but a wide variety of never-before-seen battle techniques would also be open to him as well. Moser had opened up his own lava realm around him. Link had absolutely no idea how the lava knight would be able to attack him from thousands of feet away. The only thing he should be doing right now was to stay out of Moser's realm and avoid a direct confrontation with him and his element, as that would only lead to his demise. His wisest course of action now was to observe the situation at hand and patiently wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Link did not respond to Moser's words. Gradually, the multidimensional barrier began expanding around him. Space had taken on a diamond-like quality as the barrier spread out more than 100 feet in all directions. Finally, Moser made his first move. With a boom, the ground beneath his feet turned red hot. Without warning, Moser was launched into the air by a geyser of white lava that had erupted beneath him. It was as if a huge hand made of lava had hurled Moser into the air at incredible speed. He would probably be able to reach Link within 10 seconds. However, this was not enough. Link was no fool. He would naturally try to avoid the lava knight that was coming at him fast. In the air, a warrior would never be able to keep up with any unrestrained magician who knew what he was doing. However, Moser still had another trick up his sleeve. As Moser closed in on his quarry, he drew out his sword and swung at Link. Die! Battle aura surged out from his sword like a raging river, summoning all the floating balls of fire in the air to it. In an instant, the balls crashed into Link in a fiery wave. At the same time, more balls of fire appeared, trapping Link in a thick crimson mist. Link tried to move but soon realized that a mysterious force was inhibiting his movements. Right now, he could only move at 1/10 of his original speed. This was way too slow. He would not be able to evade Moser's onslaught. This was not all Moser had to show Link. Before the first wave of battle aura could reach Link, Moser swung his sword a second time. The two waves of battle aura merged with one another to form a powerful flame strike, which glowed just as bright as the sun as it surged against Link's multidimensional barrier. From afar, one could see a huge pillar of fire rising from the ground. At the tip of this fiery pillar was a large ball of blue light, which managed to outshine even the sun. At the same time, Link could feel the realm's power restricting his movements more and more until he could no longer move a muscle. In the air, Link noticed that the space around him was about to crumble under the concentrated force of Moser's flame strike. Cracks had appeared in it, and violent ripples were spreading out from the point of impact in the fabric of space. His multidimensional barrier would not be able to hold out for long. Due to the disturbance of the spatial ripples, Link could not even cast an ordinary legendary spell to save himself. He was now trapped in his enemy's realm. At this point, he had no other choice but to confront the Lava Knight head-on. Despite being enemies, Link could not help but admire Moser's awesome power. I think the only one in all of Fireman who could withstand his attacks may have been Morpheus himself. Ha ha ha, Link, enjoy being burned alive! Shouted Moser gleefully. His eyes were now bloodshot, like those of a demon who had just gotten out of hell. Link remained mute. He had not moved an inch even as he felt the realm's hold on him. Aside from the multidimensional barrier, he did not set up any other magical defenses around himself. At that point, he could only unsheathe the Ode of a full moon sword and pointed it at Moser. The sword's tip gleamed with light as soft as moonlight. He simply floated there without making any attempt to flee, as if he was now ready to intercept Moser's next attack. You overestimate your abilities, little man. Moser was now 1,500 feet away from Link. He unleashed his third attack, bolstering his previous two attacks against the spatial barrier. The din grew louder, and more spatial fragments appeared as if the Lava Knight's onslaught was about to pierce through the realm of Fireman itself. Moser had used up all of his power with this third attack. This was his most powerful technique. None of his opponents had ever survived such an attack from him in the past. He had once even used this technique to obliterate an entire city in the Aragu Empire. The steady rush of power was inching closer and closer towards Link, threatening to swallow him up. Just then, Link, who had remained motionless all this time in the air, suddenly moved. He swiftly swung the Ode of a full moon sword in an arc across the air before him. When the sword's tip touched the air, the latter parted like a curtain to reveal a portal in front of Link. Link immediately stepped into the portal. In an instant, he was gone. Despite managing to paralyze Link with the power of his realm, Moser was unable to completely seal off Link's spatial magic. At the last possible second, Link managed to elude Moser's grasp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677 Endless Curse. Chapter 677 Endless Curse. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. The next moment, there was a boom. Endless flames crushed towards Link but hit air. Link had already used a spatial spell to escape. Indeed, space became unstable under the aggressive lava. It was also affected by the unique fire zone. Even Link couldn't easily use a portal to escape. However, no zone was flawless. Link had personally witnessed the God of Light's power and had experienced countless legendary pinnacle battles in his previous life. He wasn't ignorant. Faced with Moser's attack, he immediately saw through the fire zone. If Link was a legendary warrior, he could face this attack head-on. But he was a magician. A zone was the composition of principles, and a magician was the best at discovering and utilizing principles. It took 10 seconds for the attack to go from Moser to Link's side. It was enough time for Link to find loopholes in the fire zone. Using this loophole, Link could escape from Moser's fatal attack. Boom! Link, who had just escaped, reappeared at Moser's side. His sword was already stabbed towards Moser. A despair ball appeared halfway. The sword tip buried into it and came out at Moser's heart. Moser was dazed. He'd used all his power, but his attack had come to nothing. When one punched forcefully but hit air, it would take a while to rebuild power. Faced with the sudden attack, all he could do was raise his sword to block it. With his level 15 power and skills, he could definitely block Link's attack, despite it being so abrupt. But when he unsheathed his sword, his action had been too fast. The wooden box with the divine fragment at his waist shook. His sword hilt brushed past the box, and it cracked. The force didn't affect Moser's actions, but sadly, the divine fragment's aura seeped out. Moser froze. Countless thoughts flashed past his mind. Will the fragment fall out? Will the tricky magician steal it? No, I can't lose this treasure. How could one get distracted when faced with death? Moser knew that, but he was easily affected by the divine fragment. The result was obvious. Squelch! Link's sword stabbed into Moser's body. It passed through while realm essence also surged into him. Ha! Moser looked down at his chest. His power was quickly flowing out. Then he looked up at Link to see the black-haired furred lord was still emotionless. His all-out attack from before seemed to have been a joke to Link. Moser couldn't speak, partly due to the fatal injury, partly because he couldn't understand why he'd been distracted at this critical moment. Link had already sheathed his sword. His expression was calm, but he found it strange too. To be honest, he didn't think his attack would have succeeded so easily. Judging from the previous battle, Moser honestly wasn't a bad opponent. This should have been a bitter fight. The result was beyond expectation. Ding! The box at Moser's waist fell down with a soft sound. Already damaged, it opened by itself. A crystal black skull rolled out. It was the Shadow Divine Fragment. Seeing this, Link suddenly thought of Morpheus' words, and it dawned on him. Moser, it doesn't belong to you. You can't control it. Moser had already lost control of his internal control, and he fell from the sky. His eyes were also on the crystal black skull. He looked regretful, eyes filled with clear obsession. Even if he was dying, his hands were still flapping, trying to grab the skull falling away from him. In the end, he couldn't catch it, and he'd completely lost control. He exploded with a boom, transforming into a giant fireball that plummeted to the ground. The Shadow Divine fragment floated down, radiating shocking light. It attracted Link's eyes. For a moment, Link thought that he was facing the world he'd dreamed of. According to Dylason's last words, he had to take this fragment to the Snow Mountain Archmage. But now, he didn't want to. This beautiful thing is in my hands, so it should be mine. Why should I give it away? This thought popped up in Link's mind, scaring him. His logical mind appeared. No, this is the incarnation of bad luck. Morpheus is dead, Dylason is dead, and Moser is dead because of it too. My level is right between them. If I get it, I'll probably die too. Once this thought appeared, Link's outstretched hand turned and grabbed the box. He caught the skull with the box and quickly closed it. The box was broken, but the blocking effect still worked. Link wasn't as affected. This was a hot potato. The longer it was in his hands, the more dangerous he would be. He had to send it away. While Link was trying to figure out how to deal with it, a high elf sprawled in the dense woods not too far away. He witnessed the entire fight. Taking out a magic tool, he added in mana and reported the situation. Moser lost. The Third Lord received the Shadow Divine fragment. This message traveled to a silver storm sparrow in an isolated bay. It was quickly sent to the Isle of Dawn. After a short pause, it passed into the void to the Iragu realm. In that realm, a woman was looking into a telescope from the majestic divine pavilion. She wore a beautiful gold-red dress. Her face was veiled, and her features were unclear, but her figure was alluring. After receiving the news, she froze. Turning to look at the vast space outside the pavilion, she sighed after a long while. It took me more than a century to reach this point, but he'd gotten here in a few short years. This man, She was Milda, who had remained in the Iragu realm to stop Saravani long ago. Unfortunately, time had passed, and things had changed. Sighing lightly, she raised a hand and rotated the ring on her hand. A short while later, the shadows behind her moved. Someone appeared out of thin air. This person was shrouded in dark purple flames. His features were covered, but he seemed to be middle-aged. After appearing, he said in a low voice, "Saint, what are your orders?" "Razor, Moser is dead," Milda said softly. Razor was the head of the Lava Knights. He was known as Hellfire. He hadn't attacked many times, but everyone who he'd attacked was dead. Impossible. The middle-aged man was shocked. It has already happened. I need you to go to Fyraman personally. Kill the Third Lord and take away the divine fragment. Yes, Saint. Razor nodded. A few seconds later, he asked, "Does Saravani know?" "Of course, but don't mind her. She won't dare to object." Understood. The dark flames around Razor flared, and he vanished. He was a level 16 Lava Knight and the third strongest in the Fire sect. His only fear was Saravani. As long as she didn't interfere, he had absolute confidence in completing this mission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Moving in from All Directions, March 3rd. Chapter 678, Moving in from All Directions, March 3rd. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In a dark underground palace. Blue flames danced about in the darkness. From time to time, a blood-curdling shriek echoed in the air. In the dim light, a beautiful woman clad in black scaled armor was sitting on a throne made of white human bones. A man in a black battle robe was standing without a word below the throne, a sword dangling from his waist. 5 minutes went by in silence. Finally, the woman spoke out. With Moser dead, knowing Milda, she would probably send Razor next. "Yes, mistress." My informant told me that he had seen Razor enter the teleportation temple. He should be in Fireman by now. The teleportation temple was a place specially built to facilitate the transrealm journeys of any core member of the Fire sect. It would not take a genius to know where Razor had teleported off to after Moser's defeat. Saravani smiled. She was extremely beautiful. There was now an almost palpable air of darkness swirling around her after centuries of refining it. Though the edges of her lips were curved up in a smile, her black eyes exuded nothing but malice as they gleamed with a cold, piercing light. The black-robed attendant sank into a deeper bow before her. He knew just how terrible the Queen of Darkness Fury was. An unspeakable fate awaited those who dared slight her in any way. The deaths of his predecessors were a testament to that fact. 10 minutes later, Saravani's smile faded. She then said, "I think it's time we take things into our own hands. We can't just stay on the sidelines forever and let Milda hog all the glory now, can we? But mistress, none of us are a match for Razor. He's just too strong. Which is why I'm prepared to go there myself," said Saravani with a smile. The attendant was stunned. "Mistress, you would be publicly standing against Milda if you do so. I don't think the Lord would be pleased about this." Before he could even finish his sentence, he realized that Saravani was coldly glaring at him. Her eyes were now flashing dangerously. He quickly rephrased his words. "Of course, mistress, your wish is my command. If you still insist on doing this, I will make the necessary arrangements for you as soon as possible." Quick thinking. "I would hate to have to replace you so soon." Saravani laid back in her ivory throne. She then said lazily, "You don't need to do anything. Just go about your business as usual. I don't want anyone to know that I have left the temple. You better keep all this to yourself." "Of course, mistress," the attendant said, nodding furiously. From his perspective, this was his mistress' way of showing that she still preferred not to go against their lord's will. The consequences of her own actions concerned her still, and she would never go so far as to violate the pact that had been honored by both parties for so long. This way, their lord would not lose his temper, and the attendant would not be part of the collateral damage of his mistress' actions. He sighed in relief at this. The black-robed attendant then said with a low voice, "Mistress, I also heard that they are now up against the Lord of Ferd, who had come to the Aragu realm once with Milda a few centuries ago. Not only did the man kill Moser, but he is also now in possession of a divine fragment. I don't think it would be easy to deal with him right now." Saravani waved an impatient hand at him. "I already know about that. All right, you can leave now. Close the door behind you. And make sure no one comes knocking on it for the next 2 months." The temporal difference between Aragu and Fireman had begun shrinking as the two realms grew closer and closer. In the past, 2 months in Aragu was the equivalent of half a day in Fireman. However, right now, 2 months in Aragu now equaled 4 days in Fireman. This was more than enough time for Saravani to prepare herself. Without another word, the attendant hurriedly left the palace. Once outside, he closed the doors behind him as instructed, cutting off the dark palace from the outside world entirely. When the attendant was gone, Saravani said under her breath with a cold smirk, "What an obedient little puppy." Though he was officially Saravani's retainer, the attendant also served as an extra pair of eyes for the Inferno Archmage, observing her every move and making sure she did not step out of line. In the past, Saravani would never dare challenge the Inferno Archmage's authority. However, things had changed. She stood up from her ivory throne. Then, a magic seal glowed on the wall beside her. A door appeared on it. Behind the door was a secret room. Once inside the secret room, the wall sealed itself shut behind her. There was no trace of the magical door on it. The secret room was a bit small. It was at least 10 square feet wide. A 7-foot-tall statue stood in the middle of the room. A peculiar light seemed to be radiating from it as it alternated between light and darkness, reality and illusion. Anyone could tell that there was nothing ordinary about the statue. Saravani walked up to the statue and then knelt before it. She muttered, "Father, your daughter has returned." The statue glowed for a moment. Then, Saravani could hear a clear masculine voice echo in her mind. "Oh, I already know what you're going to tell me. The shadow divine fragment that is now in Link's possession would definitely suit you. It belongs to you, my child." Saravani was overjoyed to hear this. With the divine fragment, she would be able to light up the sacred fire, ascend to godhood herself and extricate herself from under the Inferno Archmage's thumb. She would soon be able to stand on equal footing with him. No, she could do even better than that, since her father was the one and only ruler of light and darkness. Saravani then asked, "Father, how should I deal with Link? Should I obliterate him? Or should I sacrifice his soul in your name? Give him to me. I'm forging the leader of my battle seraphim right now. His soul would make a fine ingredient." He then added, "Do not underestimate him. He is a gifted fighter." "I understand, Father," said Saravani. 100 years ago, she would not have been happy to hear this from him. She usually had a competitive streak when it came to matters concerning Link. However, the only thing she cared about right now was attaining godhood and freedom from the Inferno Archmage. She could not be bothered with anything else. Saravani had heard much about Link over the last 100 years. She had also dueled with him once in the past. She knew from experience that he was a man not to be trifled with. "Good. You can go now," said the clear, resounding voice in her head. Ripples soon formed around Saravani until her surroundings grew blurry. The blur around her persisted for 3 seconds. Then, the ripples subsided, and her surroundings cleared. She soon realized that she had left the underground room beneath the Fire Sect's temple and was now standing in the middle of a dark forest. There was something familiar about the forest she was now in. Realization then dawned on her. The Black Forest. What a wonderful place to teleport me into. A black light flashed from the surface of her body. When it faded, she was now wearing a black battle robe. After finding her bearings, she quickly sped off in the direction of the skeletal fortress. Saravani was no longer someone given to making rash decisions. As she was not at all familiar with the state of firemen, her safest option now was to hide in the shadows and find someone to act as her proxy. As a level 16 master, she was now moving so fast towards her destination that she appeared only as a streak of light in the forest. The Snow Mountain Archmage of the Iragu Empire naturally would not sit idly by as the people of the Fire Sect swarmed around firemen like sharks that had just gotten a whiff of blood in the water. Around the same time as Razor's arrival in Fireman, a bolt of lightning struck an isolated corner of Gervin Forest out of nowhere. The bolt of lightning set the forest ablaze when it appeared. An old man with graying white hair stepped out of the inferno, leaning against a long magic wand as he walked. The old man's cheeks were hollow. The power he was exuding from his body was no more than level 10. The only intriguing thing about him was his eyes, which were a pristine blue. At times, they glittered with a light which was as white as snow. Panting slightly, the old man then began his journey towards Ferd in the southeast. 3 days ago, every timeline the old man had been able to foresee led up only to his own death. However, something had changed. He managed to discover a timeline which did not end in his demise. The key to his continued existence lied in Ferd, in the Fireman realm. More accurately, his life now rested in the hands of the Lord of Ferd. This was his chance to make his final stand against death. He needed to seize it, whatever the cost might be. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679 Archmage Tutor 1. Chapter 679 Archmage Tutor 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. By using the Divine Fragment's curse to kill Moser, Link had created a huge disturbance, But he didn't know about these changes in the background. While the outside world was changing dramatically, he and Iliard had just arrived at the border of Ferd. Iliard, wake up! Link raised his voice at Iliard. Ha! Oh, sorry, that thing is too tempting. Iliard whacked his forehead and then shook his head, forcing his eyes away from the wooden box hanging from Link's waist. The box contained the divine fragment. For some reason, it radiated with a tempting aura. It made Iliard feel that it contained a world-class delicacy while he was a vagrant who hadn't eaten for 3 whole days. He also felt that if he possessed the box, he would immediately have all the good in the world. He would be the happiest person in the world and never have any regrets. This feeling was 100 times better than his first time sleeping with his first love Elena and his current love Evelina. He didn't know how to resist. Tearing his gaze away, Iliard could clearly feel a voice telling him, just look again. It's all right. Link won't yell at me. Why can Link hold it? Why can't I? Yeah, it's better if I hold it. It's better if it's mine, only mine. The voice was littered with pauses and had an indescribable persuasiveness. Iliard wanted to stop, but he couldn't. He was embarrassed by his thoughts, but it didn't stop him from thinking them. Link will never agree to let me have that treasure. How can he? Look, he's going to scold me again. If I ask him, he'll even use the Lord's authority to punish me. How should I get it then? Under the nameless desire's urging, a thought that scared him finally popped out. What if I find a chance to make Link disappear? Once this thought appeared, his pallor changed. He gulped and quickly looked up. When he saw Link's back, he lowered his head. His eyes stared at the ground, darkening. The thought only lasted for an instant. Horrible guilt seized Iliard's heart. No! How can I think that? I wouldn't be where I am now without Link. I have my beautiful lover, Evelina, and prestigious status. Link never shows off his Lord's authority. He is my best friend and my comrade. We're fighting together to create a human paradise. How can I think like that? All the questions dissipated the shadows in Iliard's heart. His eyes brightened again. But it only lasted a few seconds before another thought popped up. Will Link take the divine fragment for himself and use it to become a god? He couldn't repress this thought. It was like a seed underground that had gotten watered. It broke through the soil bravely. Iliard's logical and ethical mind ripped it out, but more and more kept growing. Suddenly, Link stopped walking and said, Iliard, this can't continue, but... Huh, what? Iliard's mind cleared up. He realized that those chaotic thoughts still existed, but they didn't affect him as much. After all, people needed company. Ding! Link tapped the air and the space before Iliard solidified into a clear mirror. He saw his reflection in the mirror. There was a familiar yet strange face. The contours were familiar, but the expression was not. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were dark. The facial muscles were tense, and the corners of his lips were tight. It was a menacing and evil face. Iliard was completely shocked. He felt his face in disbelief. How is this possible? The face is the reflection of one's soul. The divine fragment is tempting you right now. Link studied his good friend's eyes, but Iliard's gaze shied away. This would have never happened in the past. Link was shocked, not at Iliard but at the divine fragment's power. To be honest, he'd been affected deeply too. However, he'd seen Morpheus, Dylason, and especially Moser die with his own eyes. His heart could always warn him, so he didn't fall in too deep. It seemed that Iliard had completely fallen. Iliard, this divine fragment is a curse. It will bring bad luck to you and I in Ferd. You've seen how powerful it is at tempting people. The more people there are, the stronger it gets. If we bring it to Ferd, who knows what will happen? By then, Ferd may fall into internal chaos due to it. It might even collapse. Iliard was frightened, but the voice rose up again. See. He said he wouldn't bring it back to Ferd. He must want it for himself. That must be it. As soon as that idea was planted, Link yelled, "Iliard, bastard!" With that, Link suddenly reached out and slapped Iliard crisply. It dazed Iliard. As the saying went, you could hit someone but not slap their face. Even an unbothered person would forever remember a heavy slap. It was even more so for Iliard. As best friends, other than that fight at Tutor Herrera's door, they'd never even gotten angry with each other, let alone slap each other. Iliard didn't even know how to react. He just clutched his face and glared at Link in angry shock. Unexpectedly, Link's fury disappeared after the slap. Okay, are you awake now? Awake? Iliard was confused, but he soon felt the change. The dark thoughts weakened a lot. They still remained, but they'd become fleeting clouds. They no longer affected his mind. When he thought back to those terrifying ideas, he found them incredible. Iliard felt strange and embarrassed. Link waved his hand. Don't, I understand. When I first got the fragment, I had the same thoughts. Now, we have to get rid of the fragment. He was a powerful soul magician now. He didn't slap Iliard just to slap him. He used this insulting action to sway Iliard's heart. When a flaw appeared in his soul, Link yelled further to create an advanced defense barrier in Iliard's soul. The entire process was traceless but effective. It successfully helped Iliard escape from the fragment's influence. Of course, this was only temporary. As long as the divine fragment was still beside them, Iliard could fall back into it. They had to get rid of it as soon as possible. After he recovered his senses, Iliard felt belated fear. He didn't dare look at the wooden box again. You're right. We can't let this interfere. Link, are you preparing to go to the Iragu realm now? That's the plan. Link's expression was strange. He looked to the Grinth forest in the northwest. But for some reason, a voice keeps telling me that the forest is the right direction. Soul premonition? Iliard was a powerful magician too. He knew that all strong magicians had this ability. Link also had studied secret spells before. Link was a bit hesitant. I think so, but to be honest, the divine fragment is too powerful. The enemies watching it are also impossibly powerful. I don't know if the premonition is mine or if some creature is affecting me. The premonition was a good thing in lower-level battles. But at this level, most magicians had touched on this field before. The so-called soul premonition wasn't as trustworthy anymore. If he relied on it for directions, he could walk right into a trap. Iliard had no solutions. Which path do you choose? If you want to go with logic, it's Iragu. If you want to follow your gut, let's visit the forest. I'll go with you either way. It was hard to choose. Every physical appearance was a reflection of the heart. Right now, he was in a mess, so he decided to tidy it bit by bit. He looked carefully at the root and tip of each train of thought. A few seconds later, Link opened his eyes. They were clear as water. In that instant, Iliard was shocked by the clarity of Link's eyes. They were as pure as a child's eyes and as clean as a pool of water. But they also carried such wisdom. It was impossible to describe. He'd never seen this look on another man. He believed that Link had the answer. To Grinth. There should be an elder waiting for us there, Link murmured dreamily. Elder? Do you know who it is? We'll know when we see him. He shouldn't be an enemy. Link walked towards the forest, Iliard hurried after him. The two were very fast. Around 15 minutes later, they were at the edge of the forest. There was a clear creek with a flat stone beside it. An elder with a snowy robe leaned on his wand and sat there, smiling at the two. When Link and Iliard approached, the elder said, "Third Lord, you didn't disappoint me." Iliard doubted the elder's identity, but Link understood. He bowed and said, "Archmage, it is my honor to see you." With that, Link handed over the wooden box with the Shadow Divine Fragment. He didn't want to hold it a second longer. Unexpectedly, the Snow Mountain Archmage didn't accept it. He shook his head. "Fate has told me that now is not the time yet." "What?" Link wanted to throw the thing down and leave. "A powerful enemy is hurrying over. You and your companion need more strength. There isn't enough time. Let us start." With that, a magic book appeared in the Archmage's hands. He flipped to a page and pointed at a magic seal that was too complicated to be ever replicated. Level 17 Magic Seal, World of Ice and Snow. Learn it in 3 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680 Archmage Tutor 2. Chapter 680 Archmage Tutor 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Ever since he came to this world, Link had managed to master all sorts of powerful spells. He was of the opinion that there was no spell in this world that he could not master without a bit of hard work. He grew even more confident of this after having mastered all the intricacies of spatial magic. However, he was not so sure about this anymore. The reason was this: the level 17 spell, World of Ice and Snow, that the Snow Mountain Archmage had taught him seemed almost impossible for him to master. Originally a level 19 spell, the Archmage had simplified it considerably in order to facilitate Link's learning process. Even so, this less powerful version of the spell still resisted Link's efforts to understand it. After spending half a day trying to master the spell at a riverbank near the edge of Gervin Forest, Link sighed, cradling his head in dismay. "Your Majesty, I fear I may not have the capacity to comprehend this power of yours." Iliard, who had tagged along after Link to listen to the Archmage's teachings, already had a glazed look on his face. This did not mean that he had no intention of learning from the man. Iliard simply could not keep up with the Snow Mountain Archmage's train of thought. Every time he tried to force himself to listen to the Archmage's every word, he would always end up having a throbbing headache. When Link had said his piece, silence fell upon the forest once more. The only sound they could hear now was the sound of water flowing down the river. Finally, the Snow Mountain Archmage heaved a long sigh. "Maybe I'm expecting too much from you." The enemies they had to go up against this time were incredibly powerful. Every one of them was a level 16 master. In order to defeat them, level 16 power would not suffice. Only level 17 power and above would ensure their victory. However, Link only had level 14 power at the moment. Though his knowledge of the mystic arts was considerably more profound than the average level 14 master, it was still not enough for him to make a 3-level jump from his current power level. When the Snow Mountain Archmage was done, the three of them once more sank into silence. They all knew that if none of them were able to acquire level 17 power right now, they would most likely be slaughtered by their enemies. The Archmage might be able to live just a little bit longer. However, he would lose the Shadow Divine Fragment in the process. It would only be a matter of time until death caught up to him. The future ahead of them seemed so bleak and hopeless right now, it was almost suffocating. "I'm just going to take a walk around here for a bit," said Link suddenly, breaking the silence in the forest. The Archmage nodded. "All right then. Try to clear your head a bit. We still have a few days left, so I really do hope you don't give up just yet." The old man sounded almost optimistic. Link nodded back at the Archmage without another word. Patting a despondent-looking Iliard's shoulder, he got up to his feet and began walking along the river. The clear water flowed rapidly down the river with a tinkling sound. Oval stones polished by the flow of the river filled the riverbed. Green-feathered wrens flew about from treetop to treetop, warbling sweetly at the top of their lungs. It was springtime, and all manner of flowers were in full bloom to celebrate the occasion. The scene before Link was indescribably beautiful. However, Link was not in a mood to appreciate the beauty of nature at the moment. The Archmage's magical teachings were still buzzing in his head as he strolled along the river absently like a zombie. He had not yet given up. As he only had a few days left to master this absurdly difficult spell, the only thing he could do right now was to wrestle with it until he figured it out completely. As he walked on, lost in his thoughts, all of a sudden, Link's ears pricked up to the sound of splashing water ahead of him. In a corner, he saw a 16-foot-high waterfall gushing down a slope. Beneath the sunlight, a small rainbow had appeared in the white mist which steamed from the foot of the waterfall. Link came to a halt in front of such beautiful scenery, completely entranced by it. Suddenly, a thought sprang up in his mind. The Delos spacetime lock, the transformation of snow to ice, the Lafarson magical conversion, the formation of a glacial realm. Hold on, I've got it. Inspiration struck him like lightning. The tightly knotted up magical problems he had been wrestling with all this time finally seemed to loosen up a bit. He could now see the first glimmer of an actual solution for them. Sitting down on a rock near the small waterfall, Link excitedly took out his magical notebook and began writing out his calculations. Link soon lost track of time as he scribbled out his calculations. Every time he came across a hurdle or two, he could hear a disembodied voice whispering instructions in his mind. The voice served as a key to unlock the subsequent stages of his solution. Link was able to make further progress in his work by following its instructions. The light around him gradually dimmed until night fell. Then, his surroundings brightened, and the sun appeared once more in the sky. It then set yet again, bringing the darkness of night back into the forest. Just as the birds in the forest twittered restlessly to greet a new dawn, Link finally set his pencil down with a long sigh. He had diligently made his calculations in accordance with the concepts behind the Level 17 magic seal, World of Ice and Snow. Though he still could not wrap his head around the spell, this did not mean that his efforts were all for nothing. In fact, he had invented an entirely new spell with immense power. Behind him, a voice spoke out, "This Level 16 Pinnacle spell is incredibly powerful. However, it is not a spell that you'll be able to cast by yourself." Link turned around and saw the Snow Mountain Archmage standing behind him with an intrigued look on his face. The Archmage was amazed that a Level 14 magician was able to decipher a Level 16 Pinnacle spell. Even though he had given Link a few pointers halfway through, the hurdles Link encountered were not that difficult to overcome. If given a bit more time, the Archmage was sure that Link would be able to solve them eventually. He had rarely come across such an affinity for the mystic arts in anyone, even back in his own realm. It was such a shame that there were so many things going on in the realm right now. No one would be able to stand in Link's way if he were allowed to spend the next 10 years honing his magical skills. Unfortunately, to a Level 14 magician like Link, this Level 16 spell was just beyond his grasp. However, Link did not seem disappointed. He looked at the Snow Mountain Archmage and said, "You said that you couldn't bring back the divine fragment to Aragu in your current form. You need my help to do so, don't you?" The Snow Mountain Archmage nodded. His main opponent was the Inferno Archmage. In order to prevent the Snow Mountain Archmage from laying his hands on the divine fragment, the Inferno Archmage had laid out a lot of traps in his path. The Snow Mountain Archmage could break through the barrier between realms with his current level 10 form without drawing attention to himself. However, there was no way he would be able to bring the divine fragment with him on his way back. "If that's the case, I don't think teaching me one level 17 spell would be enough to compensate me for the risks I'm taking to help you," said Link with a faint smile. There was an inscrutable expression on his face. However, what he said was right. This was a matter of life and death. The Archmage would have to offer something of equal value in exchange for Link's help. The Archmage remained silent. A few seconds later, he asked, "Do you really think I can help you increase your power level?" You should be able to help me reach level 16. This shouldn't be a problem for a level 19 archmage like you, should it? Said Link, smiling. He was not making such a demand on baseless assumptions, but rather according to what he knew about the Fire Sect. There were presently 3 level 16 masters in the Fire Sect. Even Milda and Saravani were still at level 16. As far as he knew, there were no level 17 masters in the sect. This could not be a coincidence. The Snow Mountain Archmage nodded with a sigh. He then shook his head. The Inferno Archmage may be able to do such a thing, but I can't. Why not? Because I don't have a divine fragment with me to store the power of belief from my followers. If I were to help you increase your power level, I would require this power. The power of belief? Repeated Link, stunned. He suddenly remembered something about the Shadow Stalker Morpheus back in the game world. After successfully killing Morpheus, the Shadow Fortress would drop at a certain rate a couple of mysterious black crystals for players to collect. These crystals were known as Shadow Crystals. These Shadow Crystals were mission items. They served absolutely no use to the player and had no descriptions about their properties. However, the legendary magician Iliard, who was already at level 17 at that point, would begin offering high-value rewards for any player who managed to gather these crystals for him. There was no limit to how many crystals you could give Iliard. The more crystals a player could give him, the better his reward would be. Strangely enough, after giving out this quest to the player, Iliard's power began to increase steadily. Every time the game released a new expansion, Iliard's power would increase by a huge margin. When Nozama entered the scene, Iliard was already on his way to godhood. Thinking about this now, Link suspected that the Shadow Crystals must contain the power of belief that Morpheus managed to accumulate in his lifetime. The legendary magician Iliard must have figured out a way to convert these crystals into power. Link then asked, "If I provide you with an alternative source of this power of belief, do you think you'll be able to help me?" The Snow Mountain Archmage raised a brow. "Yes, I may be able to give you the power you seek with the aid of the Shadow Divine Fragment." Link was pleased to hear this. "Come with me. There's a place I need to show you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 681 Archmage Tutor 3. Chapter 681 Archmage Tutor 3. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. This time, Link traveled with the Snow Mountain Archmage alone. Iliard returned to Ferd. He was needed to organize everything and prepare against the upcoming enemy. Link was now as fast as lightning. Less than 20 minutes later, he brought the Snow Mountain Archmage to the destroyed Shadow Fortress. When they reached the ruins, the Snow Mountain Archmage's expression changed before Link could even speak. "This place really has the belief crystal." He sped to the ruins and waved his wand. The fallen rocks all flew back from the force field. Soon, the Archmage cleared all the broken rocks in the ruins, revealing the smooth and flat land. The ground seemed to be made of lapis lazuli. The zone was around 90 feet long and 150 feet wide. One couldn't see anywhere a secret door could be hidden. The Archmage walked over and circled the lapis lazuli and smiled thinly. "It's hidden well, but the method is too low. It can only fool amateurs." As soon as he finished, faint gold light shone from his wand. The light was like a probe that scanned the lazuli. A few seconds later, it stopped somewhere, and the light grew brighter. Standing to the side, Link could clearly see many faint black veins under the light. Even though the Archmage had pointed it out, the veins were still unclear. They just looked like regular veins while the lazuli was still a sheet of metal. There were no flaws. Link wouldn't think that there were any problems here. He couldn't tell. This meant that Morpheus' methods had surpassed his knowledge. "Open!" the Snow Mountain Archmage exclaimed softly. The dark gold light coming out of the wand instantly condensed into a white gold beam. Like a living worm, it wriggled into one of the veins. Then something miraculous happened. The faint veins had been hidden, but when the light dug into it, they floated up like blood vessels under skin. Then they started glowing. Under the glow, the lazuli started melting, dissolving, and retreating. Finally, the originally complete piece of lazuli turned into a cellar of more than 10 feet wide. It was shrouded in black mist that obstructed Link's vision but not the Archmage. Wow, so many things. This shadow stalker really did hit it rich. The Archmage's voice was filled with joy. This was the first time Link saw him with emotion. He pointed his wand at the cellar. Whoosh! Something jumped out. Beside him, Link looked over and saw a dark dagger-shaped crystal in the Archmage's hand. At a glance, the crystal was translucent and colorless. But after a few seconds of being in that area, it became shrouded in shadows. As time went on, the shadows thickened until it turned into heavy mist. The crystal hid inside and disappeared from sight. The shadow crystal is formed by the believer's belief in the shadow stalker Morpheus. There are so many here. It must be because Morpheus only takes and rarely blesses his believers with divine spells. A god and mortal must have a mutually beneficial relationship. No wonder he died. The Snow Mountain Archmage had a face of disdain. If he'd accumulated so many belief crystals, he would have become a true god long ago. Not only was Morpheus unable to become a god, but he was also even killed by 3 juniors, the most powerful at level 14. It was hilarious. With that, the Snow Mountain Archmage looked to either side and suddenly sighed. Dylison was a pity. I hadn't expected much from him, but he became my last hope. Sighing again, he turned to Link. There are many shadow crystals here. Each one contains miscellaneous shadow power. I didn't meld with the Shadow Divine Fragment, so I can't turn them into pure power. It's a pity. You could have used them to enter level 18, but you can only enter mid-level 16 now. Mid-level 16? That's enough. Link's eyes brightened. His opponent was also level 16. If he had this power, he would be at the same level. He wouldn't get creamed. As long as he was at the same level, he would be confident in winning. This confidence came from all his past victories. The Snow Mountain Archmage nodded. There isn't much time. I can feel their power approaching. We must hurry. Give me the divine fragment, and you start preparing. Link did as told. After the Snow Mountain Archmage received the divine fragment, he clutched it with his left hand while holding his wand in his right. His wand danced, crystals kept jumping out of the cellar. Immediately after, the black crystal skull shone with dark watery light. They wrapped around the crystals like tentacles. Whenever light got to a crystal, it would glow. The glow was dark purple at first. Slowly, the light divided into different levels. The outer level became as clean and gentle as moonlight while the inner level became pure black. The power is coming. Catch! The Archmage called. Link focused and guarded his mind. He stood there without moving. An instant later, the pure moonlight flowed towards him. When it got close to his heart, it buried in and disappeared. That moment, Link felt his chest heat up. His heart started pounding as loudly as thunder. If Link's body wasn't as powerful as it was, his heart would probably burst now. But if his heart didn't burst and could bear the pressure, this was the best way to quickly meld with outer power. The heart was a person's core. Whether it was actual blood or power, they both converged in the heart to be cycled through the body. When the power entered Link's heart, it melted into his blood. Link's blood instantly started bubbling. If the outside world could see inside him, it would be a terrifying scene of boiling lava. Under the powerful pressure of the heart, the boiling lava surged through Link's blood vessels. During this, pure energy kept shooting out from the vessels, nurturing the organs along the way, even including Link's brain. With this nourishment, Link's body started strengthening with his high recovery speed. The strengthening process sounded nice, but it also meant that his body was changing dramatically. During this process, his various nerves were stimulated, making Link feel all sorts of things. For example, Link felt indescribable things from inside his body. Numbness, itchiness, pain, stuffiness. It was impossible to describe everything. Faced with this, Link could only grit his teeth and remind himself that the outside was a reflection of the inside. He stood without moving, letting the Archmage pour power into him, letting his body change. The Snow Mountain Archmage didn't change, shadow crystals kept getting used up. Most of the power was actually wasted while only a bit was transformed and added to Link's body. But because there were so many crystals all at level 19, only 10% of the power was unimaginable to Link. When half of the crystals were used, Link felt his brain shake. Something seemed to have broken free. His soul suddenly became extremely free. His mind was abnormally transparent. He could practically do whatever he wanted. This feeling was amazing. He didn't know why it was like this and didn't think too much into the change because power was still flying into him. After a while, he suddenly felt his heart heat up. It was as if his heart had become a red-hot piece of steel. But even though it was hot, Link didn't feel pain for some reason. Instead, he felt so comfortable. There was also an indescribable feeling of power. He felt that he could topple a mountain just by blowing. He didn't know what was happening, but the Snow Mountain Archmage saw everything clearly. Right now, Link was covered in a layer of fiery light. At first, it had been as serene as moonlight. Gradually, it turned golden like sunlight. The range expanded until spinning images appeared in the air. The images were unclear at first. The specifics weren't visible. As more power was added, they cleared up. Now, there were huge golden dragons flying and roaring in the sky. At this time, the light around Link grew thicker. There were more dragons as well. In the end, there were dragons within 10 miles. It was like a land of dragons. The Snow Mountain Archmage knew this was Link's territory. He stood inside, calming, observing the characteristics. 5 times more dragon power, level 17 spell immunity, instant flash at will, ultimate dragon form. Ooh, nice. The Fireman realm really blesses this man. He must be blessed to reach this level. The characteristics of the territory were basically all the life-saving tricks Link used before. Now, they'd become solidified as parts of his territory. There were weaker and stronger territories. It depended on the owner and also the environment. The reason was simple. The territory was the result of the fight between the owner and the realm's principles. It couldn't only depend on one side. The Snow Mountain Archmage knew countless people and had seen countless territories. He'd never seen one as powerful as Link's. If he wasn't blessed by the realm, he wouldn't reach this level. Ding! The last shadow crystal was used up, and the power input stopped. Link kept standing there quietly. Around 10 seconds later, he closed his eyes. He'd just received the power and couldn't control it yet. Golden light poured out of his eyes as soon as they opened, stretching on for 3 feet. The dragons in the sky started roaring too. They were soundless, but the mightiness seemed able to destroy the world. A long while later, Link started collecting his power. The territory and phenomenon disappeared one by one. Finally, only golden veins remained in his eyes. Archmage, thank you for your help, Link said. The Snow Mountain Archmage nodded lightly and handed the divine fragment back to Link. It's up to you to bring this back to my true self. I will do my best. Link took the fragment. Now, he could easily resist the fragment's temptation. This meant his soul had become stronger and more perfect. Putting the fragment away, Link's ears twitched. He chuckled. They're almost here. Indeed. The Snow Mountain Archmage nodded. Are you ready? Link unsheathed the ode of a full moon and caressed the blade with his left hand. Golden veins snaked around the blade, turning the plain thing into a dazzling sword. My sword and I are ready. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682 The final battle dragged on for a century, 1. Chapter 682 The final battle dragged on for a century, 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. On a storm Silver Sparrow ship out on the ocean. The leader of the Lava Knight's Razor was standing on the deck with a sword in his hand, gazing off into the distance with a slight frown. A while ago, he had sensed an incredible surge of power being set off 1,000 miles away in the distance. There was a sudden pang of panic in his heart. He could feel that whoever this power belonged to might just be as powerful as he was. Who could it be? Thought Razor. The appearance of such a powerful player had raised the stakes in the Lava Knight's plan to assault Ferd. Despite how dangerous the situation now seemed, the fact remained that the divine fragment must not be allowed to fall into the Snow Mountain Archmage's hands. The High Elves had also worked tirelessly on setting up countermeasures against the defenses of Ferd's Mage Tower in order to ensure the success of this operation. There was no going back at this point. We'll just have to finish this as quickly as possible. Razor tightened his grip around the handle of his sword. He then turned towards the ship's cabin and shouted, "Full speed ahead." With a soft hum, the magic seals on the ship glowed, and the ship sped off across the ocean's surface in a blur. At the same time, a battle airship was flying towards the south. This airship resembled those of Ferd physically. However, as opposed to its blue-white Ferd counterpart, this vessel was painted black. With a closer look, one would also notice that its design was not as refined as the typical Ferd airship. It also seemed to be flying unsteadily in the air, as if it was about to drop out of the sky at any moment. Eugene, Molina, and Saravani were currently inside the airship's main cabin, along with the Yaba pilot responsible for flying the airship. Eugene and Molina were the allies Saravani had sought out in the Black Forest. As followers of the god of destruction and enemies of Ferd, none of them were too fond of Link. On the basis of having a common enemy, an alliance was naturally struck between them. "Mistress, Ferd's scorched city is just 1,500 miles up ahead," reported the Yaba pilot. Just then, sudden turbulence hit the airship. The whole vessel began shaking uncontrollably, and everyone swayed about unsteadily in it. "I would have traded this bloody airship for a broken-down horse carriage in a heartbeat," spat Saravani. If it were not for the fact that this airship was capable of getting them to Ferd quickly, she would not have gotten on board in the first place. She swore that this would be her last time flying on this accursed flying contraption. Eugene did not say a word. Ever since she was tricked by Molina, she had become reserved. Molina began apologizing to Saravani. "My apologies, mistress. We are currently lacking in competent Yaba engineers to provide you with a more comfortable ride. Forget it. It's a good thing we don't have to work with each other that often," said Saravani, waving her hand. She was about to continue what she was saying, but then she pursed her lips. Her face suddenly grew serious. "Is something the matter, mistress?" Eugene sensed that something was amiss. However, she could not tell exactly what it was. Throughout their journey, Saravani had been maintained a haughty air about her. Just then, the haughty look on her face had given way to a grave expression. Ignoring Eugene, she stepped out of the cabin and climbed onto the deck, where the wind roared wildly. Saravani was able to pick up more information from the wind outside the cabin. "I could feel an abnormal elemental disturbance in the air. The ambient power in it has gone down by 0.5%. Has someone in this realm actually acquired their own realm? The number of masters a realm was able to support was extremely limited. A noticeable drop would occur in the realm's power concentration in response to the appearance of a level 16 master. This was due to the high levels of power they would be able to store in their body. In theory, a realm could produce at least 1,000 level 16 masters with its natural power concentration. However, in reality, a realm would only be able to hold no more than 20 such masters in it. As the number of masters increased, a realm's mana concentration would decrease, making it even more difficult for others to level up until no one else would be able to do so. Still shaken by this, Saravani then felt a power fluctuation in the air, which instantly confirmed all her suspicions. Someone has definitely reached level 16 in the south. Considering that their power reeks of the light element, this person must be an enemy of mine. She had only planned to observe the upcoming battle inferred from afar and, if possible, steal the divine fragment amid the chaos. However, after sensing this powerful master's presence, Saravani hesitated for a few seconds on the deck of the airship. Finally, she returned to the cabin and said, "Change course for the Gaul Kingdom. I want to meet this newly promoted master personally. It would be best if we could end him then and there. I can't allow such a dangerous person to interfere with my plans in the future." Eugene and Molina looked at each other. Since Saravani had given out her order, they had no choice but to comply. Molina said to the airship's pilot, "You heard the mistress, fly around forward and head for the Gaul Kingdom." The airship immediately changed its direction and began flying southward. After a while, Saravani barked, "Pick up the pace, full speed ahead." The airship's pilot glanced at Molina, who nodded. He then began channeling even more mana into the airship. Hum. KSSSCH. The airship trembled as its speed began to increase by 50%. Soon, it was flying at 1,300 miles per hour towards the south, leaving a long black arc behind it in the sky. 40 minutes later, the airship had reached the Gaul Kingdom's domain. A thick forest appeared in front of them. From the airship, everyone on the airship could see a valley open up in the forest, at the far end of which stood the crumbling remains of a building. With her extraordinary eyesight, Saravani spotted two humanoid shapes standing near the ruins. Straining her eyes, she could make out a black-haired youth and a white-haired old man standing side by side on the ground. The two of them were looking back at her as well with a faint smile on their faces. At the sight of the black-haired youth, the painful memory of tasting defeat for the first time sprang out from the depths of Saravani's mind. Even though more than a century had passed, she was still able to recall it vividly, as if it had only just happened yesterday. This was because the young man in the valley was the person responsible for her first ever defeat. Saravani growled through gritted teeth, "I can't believe it's you, Link." Since her defeat in his hands, she had imagined herself subjecting Link to all kinds of humiliation and torture she could think of and watching him beg for mercy on the ground. Alas, she never had the chance to act on those sadistic impulses until today, for the real Link had appeared before her. If she managed to defeat him this time, she would be able to trample on him for real as she had fantasized herself doing over and over again for the last 100 years. Eugene and Molina had also noticed the two figures in the valley. Eugene said in a low voice, "Mistress, that's the Lord of Ferd. Do be careful." Molina did not say a word. She immediately activated the Blessing of Destruction spell. Saravani smiled coldly. Purple-black destructive light began burning around her body. It then spread out rapidly, covering a 20-square-mile area around her. Light had vanished without a trace in Saravani's domain. Black magical flames had completely enveloped the ground, while the sky seemed to have been raised by a black flaming vortex. A silhouette was now zipping about in the air menacingly. At that moment, the whole world had turned into a horrid hellscape. "Eugene, Molina, you two deal with the old fool. Link is mine," ordered Saravani. Without waiting for an answer, she leaped out of the airship and began descending towards Link at lightning speed. Before she even reached her mark, her voice reverberated across the heavens. "Link, today you die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, The Final Battle Dragged On for a Century, 2. Chapter 683, The Final Battle Dragged On for a Century, 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Saravani used to like using the whip. But after coming to Aragu, she changed to the sword to forever remember the opponent who'd blocked her from success. Right now, she charged at Link with a sword. Her territory contained sword techniques. Hundreds of feet later, she disappeared. She transformed into a dark 300-foot-long sword going straight to Link. With her current speed, she could pass through the dozens of miles within 4 seconds. Her territory was called Dark Throne. After coming to the Fireman realm, its power was reduced, but she was still 3 times faster. It also gave her attacks a horrible corrosive nature. To strong fighters like them, what kind of corrosiveness could be described as horrible? One would know after looking at the situation surrounding the Saravani's dark sword. Wherever the sword passed by, there would be countless black threads stretching to all directions. At a glance, they looked blood vessels under a person's skin. At closer inspection, one would realize that these were actually spatial cracks. Even space couldn't withstand this corrosiveness and broke down. The creatures inside the space would naturally be unable to withstand it either. In Aragu, Saravani had used her territory and sword techniques to become the best warrior below the archmages. Even Milda wasn't her match in a direct fight. The huge sword flew forward. But Link, its target, seemed unbothered. He kept standing there without moving. He didn't seem to make any defenses either. He even mentally contacted the Snow Mountain Archmage beside him. Saravani is like an old friend. I can't believe she's reached this level. Her talent is quite nice. Link was using the spiritual transmission spell. The Snow Mountain Archmage was a bit more proper than him. Her combat ability is quite powerful. Don't underestimate her. She has a trick called the Finger of Death. In Aragu, only that old fire guy and I can bear it. Not bad, quite powerful. Link nodded. Saravani's attack indeed seemed scary. The Snow Mountain Archmage only said that much. After that, he looked to the people behind Saravani. Oh, one is a saint of the god of destruction. The other is a soul snatcher. He's quite precise with his actions. Link smiled faintly. They're probably planning to give you trouble. Can your incarnation deal with it? The Snow Mountain Archmage scoffed. It's a little troublesome, but I can deal with it. Just remember to bring the divine fragment to Aragu. As soon as he finished, the Archmage transformed into a patch of broken light. The light instantly turned into an icy white gold beam. With a whoosh, it shot towards the Dark Elf Princess and God of Destruction Saint with unstoppable speed. The beam's speed was already fast. It was also formed with the Snow Mountain Archmage by sacrificing his incarnation. Not only was it fast, but it could also adjust its angle. This made it impossible for people to escape or react. With 2 puffs, the Dark Elf Princess and Naga Molina were hit in unison, their bodies getting pierced at once. An instant later, they turned into a block of ice and plummeted like a stone from the high elevation. Link didn't have to look to imagine how they would end up, a mess of broken bones. It had been an Archmage's incarnation, after all. Even though it was only level 10, it had a wealth of knowledge. The spell method caught people by surprise. Eugene and Molina were very famous figures in Fireman, but faced with someone so strong, they were killed before they could even react. This was nothing to today's battlefield though. The real battle would be between Link and Saravani. Eugene and Molina were killed, but the Snow Mountain Archmage's incarnation was dead too. Saravani took a glance and then refocused onto her opponent, Link. Link, you've run for 136 years. Let me see what you've learned. You'll see very soon. Link had already started controlling his power while talking and expanded his territory, the Golden Dragon Kingdom. Whoosh! Within a 10-mile range, everything seemed to be filled with sunlight. The gray clouds were chased away, and countless golden dragons roared in the sky. The territory kept expanding, soon clashing with Saravani's Dark Throne territory. However, neither territory retreated. They were at a stalemate. Neither was more powerful. Saravani was shocked inwardly. The moment she saw the Snow Mountain Archmage, she knew that he'd helped Link rise to level 16. However, she still attacked, hoping that Link was still unfamiliar with his territory. She'd entered this level decades ago, and her experience should be an advantage. But in this clash, she actually couldn't push Link back. This shocked her. The bit of disdain disappeared instantly. 100 years ago, this man hadn't entered the legendary level yet, but he could already cause such trouble. Now that they were at the same level, it would be even worse. She'd really underestimated him. These thoughts flashed past her mind. The result was that she'd planned on casting the Finger of Death with full force, but now she refrained from using all her strength. The next moment, she saw Link had also raised his sword, pointing in her direction. She immediately saw that the dragons circling in the sky seemed to have received some order, grouping towards Link. Half a second later, these dragons arrived beside Link and melted into his body. Then Saravani saw a glassy golden shadow appear before Link. This shadow expanded quickly, instantly turning into a 900-foot-tall giant. This giant was covered in dragon-like armor. His single sword had only been 3 feet long, but it had now become a 300-foot-long golden sword. This was Link's territory's killer move, Ultimate Dragon Form. The sword stabbed directly towards Saravani's Finger of Death. This change happened too quickly. Everything had been ready and was imminent. Saravani was shocked at Link's power, but all she could do now was focus on attacking. The next moment, the dark sword and the dragon giant's golden sword clashed. Both Saravani and Link were at the top level. Both their power and techniques were at the peak. In that instant, the two 300-foot-long swords managed to seem agile. They interlocked, pulling and fighting like two dancing butterflies. This kind of technical fight lasted for a full half-second. During this, both sides kept changing their techniques. The only goal was to find the other's flaw and loser their own costs as much as possible. But Saravani's swordsmanship had been refined for more than a century while Link's swordsmanship was perfect. They kept changing tactics, but neither sword gave way. Just then, all glamorous techniques melted away. Only the basic essence of a clash of power remained. Boom! The swords were too large. The clangs grew heavy instead of being crisp. After the swords hit, both parties' powers started clashing intensely. This was a fight of swordsmanship, while also being a competition between their knowledge of power and their territories, energy, mana, and minds, as well as their understanding of principles. These were all expressed in their swordsmanship. The ultimate dragon power gave Link unimaginable power. He was also standing on the ground and had the Earth's support. He had the absolute advantage in strength. Saravani's Dark Throne gave her incredible speed. Since she was fast, her attacks would obviously be strong too. Thus, she could meet Link's power for now. But the power brought by speed couldn't be maintained. Her speed dropped, and her strength plummeted too. If she couldn't defeat her opponent and entered a stalemate, it would be really awkward. Saravani was in that awkward state. She'd used almost all her power in that hit, but Link had blocked it. Now, she discovered that things were bad. After a while, her dark sword could no longer block the golden sword. Then Link's power started advancing wildly like a tidal wave crashing down. I'm not his match in a direct fight. Saravani immediately realized this. She wasn't happy, but she knew that if this continued, she would definitely lose. Her advantage was in speed. Fighting like this wasn't smart. Saravani instantly started retreating. Now, she was glad that she'd saved some power. Otherwise, she might not be able to escape safely now. With the retreat, she teleported to thousands of feet away. Then she turned and sped up, approaching Link from another direction. Her sword reappeared, stabbing towards the giant's side. The golden giant that Link had transformed into turned slightly and stabbed without any extra movements. This clash was basically the previous one's copy. After they used all their strength, the swords hit against each other again. Saravani realized she couldn't take Link's brute force, so she retreated and attacked again. Her sword was indeed fast while Link seemed a bit cumbersome. However, his swordsmanship was just a bit better than hers. It was practically flawless. Link wasn't as fast, but in this small area, he actually had the advantage. Because of all these reasons, Link became a seemingly clumsy tortoise with a sturdy shell. Saravani was like an agile bird in the sky. Her attacks were sharp, but she just couldn't hurt the big tortoise on the ground. If she wasn't careful, she could get eaten by the tortoise too. In this situation, Saravani's most logical solution was to retreat. Then she would either find help or think of another strategy to defeat Link. If this stalemate continued, any mistake could kill her. Link could make a mistake too, but she was the active attacker and relied on her speed. The other's strategy was defense. It was much more likely for Saravani to make a mistake. She wasn't willing though. If she returned and people asked about the fight, she would be so embarrassed. Her father was watching this fight too. She couldn't lose. Because of all this, she decided to try again. One more time. If this attack still doesn't work, I'll retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, The Final Battle Dragged On for a Century, 3. Chapter 684, The Final Battle Dragged On for a Century, 3. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Link had to admit that Saravani was a formidable opponent. He had spent a lot of power intercepting 3 consecutive fingers of death from her and was starting to feel a bit tired. However, this was a duel to the death. The victor would be allowed to live on, while the vanquished would simply perish. Naturally, Link had no intention of revealing his current state to his opponent. On the surface, Link looked as if he still had a lot of power to spare. This was not all he had to hide. Link still had a trump card up his sleeve, the new level 16 legendary spell he had mastered under the guidance of the Snow Mountain Archmage. However, he still had not given this new spell a fitting name. He had not even given it a proper test run. Right now, he was looking for a chance to use it against Saravani. Just as these thoughts popped up in Link's head, Saravani unleashed another attack at Link. Despite its size, the massive green-black sword came at Link rapidly as if it was as light as feather. Composing himself, Link lifted up the golden sword in his hand to intercept the attack. Saravani was an excellent swordswoman. It was almost impossible to anticipate which direction her sword would lash out. Anyone else standing in Link's shoes at that moment would have been slain by her in a second. Link had been parrying her attacks with everything he had. He could feel an incredible weight pressing down on him when he received her first attack. When the second attack came, he could feel that the sword's weight lightened considerably. However, his nerves remained taut in anticipation of her subsequent attacks. When the fourth attack came, Link had already seen through Saravani's attack pattern. When Saravani swung her sword at him for the 6th time, Link was confident that he could now predict where her attacks would come from and counter them accordingly. Ting. TCH. Tang. Both sides were beginning to come to an impasse as their swords clashed and clanged against each other. Shockwaves rippled out from the point of impact in all directions. As the duel went on, spatial cracks burst open and sealed themselves up almost at the same time, while spatial fragments swayed precariously around them. Most of the forest in their vicinity were long reduced to ash during the course of their duel. In the midst of their fierce altercation, Saravani suddenly felt a dip in Link's power. This dip was almost imperceptible, but she was able to pick it up thanks to her unusually keen senses. The sudden drop in his power had left a tiny gap in Link's defenses. "I see you're finally getting tired," she thought gleefully. Time was a precious commodity in death duels like theirs. Saravani was not foolish enough to let slip such an opportunity to end the fight as soon as possible. As soon as the thought surfaced in her mind, she stabbed out her sword at the gap that she had detected. TCH. The sword struck the gap. Link's defenses began to undergo a drastic change at that moment. It now seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Moments ago, Saravani felt that she had been clashing against a metal wall. When this sturdy wall began to crumble, she now began to feel a bit more hopeful about her chances of killing Link right then and there. Truth be told, even though she had harbored a burning hatred towards Link for more than a century, deep down, she still feared the human magician. She had half a mind to run away just now when she saw Link block her signature move with little to no effort. However, she finally managed to turn the tables on Link. In her excitement, she began brandishing her sword at her opponent even more frantically. With Link's defeat, she would be able to complete the mission that her father had entrusted her with and resolve her own inner demons once and for all. Amid the clangs and booms that rang out from the clash of their swords, Link's golden giant form finally began to waver as it took a small step back. The golden sword in his hand also seemed to quiver, as if it was about to shatter. "Ah, you lose, Link!" shouted Saravani with a maniacal laugh. She then unleashed another flurry of attacks with renewed intensity. She could feel that Link's defenses were now on the verge of falling apart completely. Boom! The golden giant was forced back once more. Its attacks had become even more erratic and less powerful than before. Saravani easily deflected the giant's attacks. She was now so close to victory she could almost taste it. Her attacks slackened somewhat when she sensed that her opponent was beginning to flag. Even so, her defenses remained almost impenetrable. If Link's power had really dropped to such an extent, he would definitely not be able to break through her web of death spell. However, this was all a feint. In truth, though Link had spent much of his power trying to defend himself against Saravani's attacks, his power was still in its legendary state. His actual condition was a lot better than what he was letting on. Link did not put on this facade for no reason. Link had deliberately done so to fool Saravani into thinking that she had already won this fight. Once her defenses were sufficiently lowered, he would move in for the kill immediately. "Die!" screamed Saravani. Confident that nothing now stood in the way of her victory, she lunged at the golden giant, her sword poised to pierce through its body. She had put everything she had into this one attack. The momentum of her attack was so great that she would not be able to change her current trajectory midway even if she wanted to. Boom! A loud explosion rocked the earth. Link's sword managed to effortlessly deflect Saravani's attack. At that moment, Saravani sensed an incredible power running through her sword. The green-black sheen on the blade's surface began to dissipate. Then, the sword began trembling so violently that keeping a firm grip on its handle seemed almost impossible. Where did this power come from? "No, you tricked me." Saravani immediately figured out what was happening. She had fallen for Link's feint. There was almost no chance of recovering from such a fatal mistake in a duel of this level. Saravani's instinct to flee the place kicked in. Though she had no intention of going down without putting up a fight, she began retreating away from Link, focusing all her attention now on avoiding his follow-up attacks. However, this was all in vain. Link chased after her as she tried to retreat. He was able to close the gap between them easily with one single stride. Light began pouring out of the giant golden blade in his hand that the ode of a full moon sword had transformed into. The golden sword grew bigger and bigger by the minute, hanging over Saravani menacingly like a grim reaper's scythe. As soon as it reached her, her life would be extinguished like a candle. Saravani now grew desperate. She could see that Link's sword was moments away from cleaving her in two. Finally, she broke down. Still retreating, she screamed, "Father! Father, save me!" Saravani knew that there was nothing she could do now to save herself. In another second or two, she would be killed by Link. Death would only be a breath away. Just as Link's sword was about to come down on her, Saravani's body suddenly began to glow. When the light subsided, she was gone. This was not a teleportation spell, nor was it an invisibility spell. It was a divine spell. Taken aback, Link immediately pulled back his sword. The all-powerful ruler of light and darkness had intervened in their duel. He was sure of it. Right now, Link was still immortal. There was no way he would be able to survive a direct confrontation with a deity. Link drew a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Great, she escaped. I suppose I could go back to Ferd and take care of things there." Saravani was a lot more gullible than Link had previously thought. She was already down before he could even use his new spell on her. Nonetheless, he could now return to Ferd without wasting precious time waiting for his power to recover. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685, Ferd's Calamity. Chapter 685, Ferd's Calamity. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Ferd, Scorched City. While Link and Saravani were fighting to the death in the south, Scorched City was also facing its own strong enemy. Boom! At least 8 silver storm sparrows appeared in the bay. The magic seals on the high elf warships started wildly attacking the magic defense above Scorched City. Their cannons were abnormally intense. Each attack reached level 8, and the attacks were consecutive and endless. The defense barrier over Scorched City shook without stop. The mage tower had to use a great amount of energy to maintain stability. "Sir, it's getting there. The Ferd mage tower mana output is already at its limit. Now, they need to activate auxiliary mage towers to activate the Divine Punishment magic seal. It will take 2 minutes." Lava Knight Razor nodded. He knew because these 2 minutes was the time he could operate safely. If he surpassed that time and faced the Divine Punishment's attack, he would be in extreme danger. He might even die. Jumping from the deck of the Silver Storm Sparrow, he walked in the water, steps as light as a breeze. Less than 3 seconds later, he'd crossed thousands of feet. Outside Scorched City's magic shield, he unsheathed his sword and lightly scratched the shield. A 6-foot-wide hole appeared in the thick wall-like shield. The power around this hole vibrated. It tried to close the hole, but faint black flames burned quietly inside it, swallowing the magic power that converged here. Due to the black flames, the hole was still shrinking, but the time allowed Razor to easily cross through. Jumping in, Razor entered the business area of Scorched City. It was the wealthiest part of the city and developed alongside the pier. Due to the High Elves' sudden attack, all the residents were hiding. The streets were empty. This area had its own independent mage tower. When battles occurred, it also had its own small-scale shield. This shield was special. It was unlike the dome shield that covered the entire city. Instead, it stuck closely to the buildings. Due to this shield, all the buildings in the city shone with shimmering light. It looked plain at a glance, but at closer inspection, one could see countless runes forming a sea of stars on the walls. Not only was it beautiful, but it was also very powerful. With its protection, no spells below the legendary level could damage the buildings at all. Even if it were legendary power, they could defend against the shockwaves too. This shield ensured that the residents of Scorched City wouldn't get affected by the shockwaves of a large-scale war. Razor entered the area. Seeing the clean streets and dense but organized buildings, forming a scene multiple times fancier than the High Elf royal capital, he couldn't help but praise it in his mind. I heard this city started off as a wilderness and reached this point within 7 years. The Furred Lord is quite skilled. Of course, this didn't stop him from acting mercilessly. He was hellfire. He would grind his enemy into powder without hesitation. Time was tight, he obviously wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery. After scanning the streets, he rushed towards the core mage tower in the distance. He didn't fly. It wasn't that he couldn't. It was just too dangerous. He could feel countless eyes locking onto his location. They could attack him at any time. If he flew, he would definitely be blasted by countless attacks. Even if he could fend them off, he would still look pathetic. Running on the ground, he could adjust flexibly and make the enemy hesitate in activating a large-scale attack. On the street, his body was like a ball of shadows. His agility stole one's breath, his speed chilled one's blood. In the core mage tower at the heart of Scorched City, Iliard, Evelina, Milos, and Ilovan were each in charge of one part of the tower. They all discovered Razor. They watched his every move and were all terrified. He's very fast. Judging from his aura, he must be at the peak of level 16. Iliard had fought with level 15 Lava Knight Moser before. The intruder's power waves were stronger than Moser's, so he must be over level 15. The High Elves had brought this nameless man, so he must be from Aragu. Iliard knew that in Aragu, the most powerful mortals were at level 16, so this man must be at that level. With that, the other three were all shocked. Of the four, Iliard was the strongest at the pinnacle of level 11. Next was Evelina at the beginning of level 11. Milos and Ilovan were at the pinnacle of level 10. They were the peak of firemen, but if they were to face a level 16 figure, it would be like an ant against an elephant. They didn't even dare to think about it. Iliard felt their emotions and immediately said, "Don't worry. We still have the Mage Tower. Our Divine Punishment Protocol can send level 19 attacks. He won't be able to take it." The Divine Punishment Protocol still needs 1 minute and 37 seconds, Lily reported. Evelina gasped. The attacks from the Silver Storm Sparrows outside the bay are at least 3 times stronger than usual. She yelped. They must have been modified. Now, there are 8 ships attacking the shield at once, forcing us to strengthen our shield. This is a well-planned attack. The High Elves know everything about our power. After she said this, everyone understood that this minute would be the most dangerous moment of the battle. If they couldn't grasp it, Scorched City would literally be scorched. The top human magic city created by so many people's blood, sweat, and tears would be demolished. But if they didn't have the Divine Punishment Protocol, how could they block a level 16 enemy? Let's give up the outer barrier, Milos suddenly said. Then we can instantly finish recharging the Divine Punishment Protocol. This time, the Divine Punishment Protocol became flawed because the High Elves used an attack that surpassed the city's defense limit. Under this extreme situation, they were forced to activate the mana storage to strengthen the shield. This contained the reserve for the Divine Punishment Protocol. In addition, they were spread too thin. Scorched City now spread more than 10 miles in diameter. A shield that covered this area needed an unimaginable amount of power. If they gave up a portion, they would instantly receive a lot of mana. This suggestion made the other 3 legendary magicians sink into silence. If they gave up on the outer city and activated the ultimate defense, they should be able to defeat the level 16 enemy. However, the outer city would be flattened by the Silver Storm Sparrows. The tens of thousands of residents there would be dead too. If they did this, all the years of effort would be gone. All of Scorched City's prosperity would be over. No one would dare to live here again after this disaster. But if they didn't do this, their core mage tower would be destroyed by the enemy. Furred would be even more completely destroyed. Logic told them to give up on the outer city. Like a lizard breaking off its tail, it was a great loss, but there was still hope for recovery. If the core mage tower was destroyed, all the magicians inside would die. The books accumulated over the years would be lost. Hope for the rise of humans would vanish as well. Thus, giving up was the best choice. But they would kill tens of thousands of people. Iliard, Evelina, and Ilovan all sank into silence. This choice was too heavy and asphyxiating. In the magic mirror, the level 16 enemy was already 2 miles from the core mage tower. Sunlight warriors performed suicidal attacks, and all the auxiliary mage towers were putting their all into stopping him. These attacks were unable to hurt the warrior at all. They were able to slightly delay him though. But it wasn't enough to delay him for 1 minute. They must act now. 3 seconds later, Evelina said, "Iliard." She couldn't continue. It felt like something was in her throat, choking her. Her eyes felt hot, tears were about to fall down. She'd stayed in Ferd for almost 3 years. She had given all her enthusiasm to this city, watching it develop, strengthen, and prosper bit by bit. Here, she'd found her true love. This was her soul's home now. How could she destroy it with her own hands? Milos and Ilovan didn't have as deep of feelings, but they didn't feel well either. Compared to the rigid Isle of Dawn, they lived comfortably in Ferd. Right now, they were master magicians. Even Link couldn't force them to do anything, he respected them instead. Their one word could decide the fates of countless people in the city. The atmosphere here was extremely relaxed. They would be compensated as long as they invested. In other words, this city was their heaven. They were silent. 2 seconds passed in silence. The strong enemy traveled another half a mile. There was only around 1 mile left. They couldn't waste any more time. Iliard finally spoke. "Give up the outer city and transfer the power. Recharge the divine punishment protocol." His voice shook. After deciding, he was in a daze. Only one thought was in his mind. How can I tell Link? Link had given him the responsibility for this city, and yet he'd chosen to destroy it. But then, Evelina's voice rang out. "Lily, Master Magicianess Authority, stop the order." The mana transfer that had just started now stopped abruptly. "Eve?" Iliard accused loudly in shock. He almost suspected Evelina was the High Elf spy. "Look," the man stopped. Evelina exclaimed. "It's Nana!" In the mirror, magic puppet Nana stood at the top of a bell tower. She only stood there, yet the level 16 warrior came to a halt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, A Peerless Swordswoman. Chapter 686, A Peerless Swordswoman. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Nana had mostly kept to herself ever since her return to Ferd. Other than carrying out the occasional missions she received from Link, Nana had kept such a low profile that almost everyone had forgotten she even existed. However, she was first to step up one of Ferd's defenders when the city was once again under threat. She always had a habit of making an appearance at the most critical moment, just like the time Link had his back against the wall back in the Black Forest. Razor stopped in his tracks at the sight of Nana. He did not stop before her out of any lingering respect he still had for her as a former guard of their saint. Rather, it was her power that he feared. As the leader of the Fire Sect's Lava Knights, he was privy to all the well-guarded secrets in the sect. However, only one person had remained largely shrouded in mystery. Due to how little he knew about said person, he could not help but feel a certain wariness towards her. And now, that person was standing before him. "Nana, you betrayed the sect!" shouted Razor. He was gripping his sword tightly in his hand. Every muscle fiber of his body was now vibrating rhythmically as he began optimizing his current physical state for combat. Though he had a schedule to keep, Razor knew that blindly rushing in would not be the wisest course of action. Throughout the centuries of strife between the Aragu Empire and the Yen Empire, countless level 17 and level 18 masters had existed. However, someone had begun picking off these masters one by one. In the mist of history, each time one of these masters mysteriously perished, there had always been evidence of Nana's involvement. On the surface, Nana's power level was only level 13. No, she was now close to reaching level 15. Razor did not know what Nana had encountered in Ferd. However, he was certain that Nana was now an even more formidable figure than before. Nana stood before Razor, clad in black leather armor. She was holding the single-handed sword that Link had forged for her, the last nightmare sword. Upon her return to Ferd, it was on the verge of breaking apart. However, Link had fixed it up for her and even revamped it. The sword was now a shade of blue. Around its 4-foot-long blade swirled a mysterious blue aura. Seeing Razor, Nana gave him a faint smile. "It's been a while, Razor. I see that you're now leading the Lava Knights. Not bad. However, you've made a huge mistake today." As she spoke, the blue aura now crept across Nana's entire body. From time to time, blue-white points of light flashed out in it. Beyond that, Nana remained as inconspicuous as ever before Razor. However, upon seeing this, Razor immediately activated his realm as if he was in the face of a powerful enemy. Black fire broke out in the heavens, and a horrible wail filled the air as if the souls of hell had been unleashed into this world. The sky gradually darkened with the encroachment of dark fog. Night had fallen upon Ferd. Razor's realm instantly reached Nana, who did not make any attempt to resist it. Curiously enough, the blue haze around her did not dim in the slightest amid the darkness. Back then, in the Black Forest, Nana had also displayed this same blue-white power. With it, she was even able to break through the Dark Serpent's defenses and kill the Divine Gears user. Even as a level 8 master back then, she was already capable of accomplishing this much. Now, she was a level 14 pinnacle master whose power had become even more refined after having undergone countless changes and improvements. On the outside, it did not seem as impressive as Razor's realm. However, what Nana's power lacked in range, it made up for in its purity. "Razor, I'm coming for you," announced Nana. Even though her surroundings had transformed into a literal hellscape, she still retained a casual tone in her voice. Without even thinking, Razor rushed towards Nana with his sword pointed straight at her. The attack came with the fanfare of wind and lightning in the background. The black fog began swirling around Razor until it settled into the form of a giant snake. The snake then lunged Nana at a frightening speed, threatening to swallow her whole. However, no matter how fast the giant fog snake was, Nana was even faster. The snake finally reached the bell tower where Nana had been standing and took a bite out of the building, reducing it into fine dust. However, amid the confusion, Nana had disappeared without a trace. In the Mage Tower, Iliard and the others were all spectating the ongoing battle in a mingle of horror and surprise. "Where's Nana? I can't see her. Don't tell me she's already dead? I don't think she would be able to survive a level 16 master's attack." All of them had completely lost track of Nana. Razor was the only one who had only managed to catch a glimpse of Nana's blue-white aura. Just when the snake bit into the bell tower, he saw an indistinct blue silhouette leaping out of it at an unimaginable speed. A shiver ran through him. Sensing that his life was now in danger, he immediately switched to a defensive posture and swung his sword to his side. His sword came in just in time. He suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly sharp power running through the length of the blade. A sharp ting echoed in the air. The sound was so piercing that Razor had half a mind to cover his ears against it. His eyes could barely track the blue-white silhouette that glimmered around him like a phantom. Consecutive attacks came at him without any sign of letting up. Ting, 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 ting. Razor could not afford to waste any time planning out a counter-strategy. Any delay in his reaction time would cost him his life. He was now defending himself against Nana's attacks by instinct. This was the first time he had experienced such a life-and-death situation ever since he became a lava knight. He had always known that Nana was a formidable figure in the fire sect who had chosen not to reveal the true extent of her power to the world, but he had no idea she would be this powerful. The saint definitely did not know about this. Otherwise, she would not have sent him here on his own. Ting, ting, ting. In just 3 seconds, Razor managed to block 70 blows from Nana's sword. A numbness was now spreading across his arm. He then realized that his ears were no longer functioning properly. His cheeks felt warm, and he could feel a bit of blood flowing out of his ears. His eardrums were completely ruined by the piercing sound of Nana's sword striking repeatedly against his. Razor now felt cornered like a wild beast being hunted by a seasoned hunter. If said hunter could not bring down his quarry with a single strike, he would simply need to resort to other methods, methodically forcing it into a trap that he had already set up in advance. Right now, Razor felt as if he was about to step into a death trap of Nana's design. Worse still, despite knowing the existence of this trap, he could not see a way out of it. She's too strong. If this goes on any longer, I'm going to be killed by her for sure. This thought ran through his head like a jolt of electricity. He had to do something. Otherwise, he would soon be dead. The only advantage he had over Nana now was the overwhelming power he wielded. Razor let out a roar. At that moment, power began to boil in his body. Hellfire flowed out of his body in waves, covering a 15-foot wide area around him. This was his maximum range. In an instant, Razor's hellfire burned everything to a crisp in its path. The incredible heat even managed to burn a hole in the space around him. At that moment, Razor felt the flurry of attacks around him beginning to slow down. He immediately searched his surroundings for Nana's blue-white form and saw that it had begun making its retreat. Though the hellfire was rapidly spreading out, it was still not fast enough to reach the blue-white figure, which managed to keep a 0.1-foot gap between itself and the encroaching flames. This 0.1-foot gap was the only thing standing between Nana's life and certain death. Razor sighed inwardly, knowing that there was little to no chance he would be able to kill Nana now. He decided that there was no reason to linger on in Ferd any longer. He had failed in his mission to assassinate the Lord of Ferd. However, this was fine. He was still alive. There would still be another time. All this time, he was still under the impression that the Lord of Ferd was hiding somewhere in the Mage Tower. Like a bolt of lightning, he fled the scene and soon arrived at Scorched City's barrier. From there, he continued on his trajectory across the sea until he finally reached the Silver Storm Sparrow battleship. Half a second later, he was already on board the Silver Storm Sparrow ship. Drawing a long breath, he said, "Let's go back to the Isle of Dawn." Suddenly, his foot gave way beneath him, and he fell to the ground on his knee. Then, he felt a sudden pain gripping his chest. Groaning, he lowered his gaze and was dumbstruck by what he saw. The black gold scaled armor that he was wearing was level 17 equipment of the highest quality. It was forged by the Inferno Archmage especially for him, the leader of the Lava Knights. However, Nana's attacks had left a thumb-sized hole on the left side of its chest area. Blood was now flowing profusely out of it. A few high elves leaped to his aid. "Master, you're hurt." A high elf doctor immediately inspected his wound. A few minutes later, he frowned. "Master, one of your ribs are broken, and your heart has been punctured. I could also sense a mysterious power lingering around your heart. It may take a while to dispel it completely, I'm afraid." "Just tell me everything," barked Razor. There was not a hint of panic in his voice. Injuries were to be expected in any duel between two masters. Razor was lucky to still be alive. "I've never seen swordsmanship like hers," he thought to himself. He realized that there was no way his own swordsmanship would be able to rival Nana's. He would need to use his area of effect techniques in order to deal with someone like her who obviously specialized in close-quarter combat. Today, he underestimated his opponent. This defeat was well-deserved. Immediately succumbing to Razor's imposing air, a high-elf doctor fell to the ground and stammered, "Master, I'm afraid that you will not be able to fight at your full strength for a month." A month? Though he did not trust the doctor's diagnosis, he was well aware of his current physical condition. He decided that the only thing he needed to do now was to focus on his recovery. Forget it, let's head back to the Isle of Dawn. This was all they could do for now. Just then, a high elf pointed at the southern sky and shouted, "Look, there's a golden cloud in the sky." Razor turned around. In an instant, his face went pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, Crushed. Chapter 687, Crushed. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Razor was a level 16 territory fighter. His power gave him a more advanced vision than the others. As soon as he saw the burning gold cloud, he knew immediately that it was someone's territory. It probably was around his level too. But who was it? It must be the one who'd just leveled up. An indescribable feeling of panic gripped Razor. He knew the Comer was a foe rather than a friend. Before attacking Ferd, he'd already felt power similar to this golden cloud. It was probably from the same man. This man has recently entered level 16. I can defeat him if I'm not hurt, but now. Razor looked down at the wound on his left chest and then at the silver storm sparrows speeding across the sea. Helplessness flashed past his eyes. The high elves' silver storm sparrows were only mortal power. He had to face the unbeatable force that could crush the entire fireman. The moment he arrived, the wounded Razor would already be defeated. "Sir, what should we do now?" A young hardened high elf walked over. He was the main commander of the Silver Storm Sparrow Fleet and was at level 11. He had a strange name, Dwachin 1. He was 45 years old, which was the golden period for high elves. He was young and in a high position. He also had legendary power, allowing him to look arrogantly at firemen. This made him extremely confident. Even when facing the Hellfire Razor, he was still calm and composed. He didn't seem humbled and submissive like the other high elves. Razor had seen many people. He was more than 60 years old and didn't have a serene life like the high elves on the Isle of Dawn. His life had been chaotic. To him, Dwachin was a rookie who just entered the cruel world. His exuberance was good. In a good situation, it could help him get accustomed to the world quickly. But right now, they were in a dire state. This exuberance would only make him die faster. Since he was an extraordinary figure from the Saint's Mother race and they'd interacted well this entire journey, Razor said, the Comer is of the same level as I. The situation is very dangerous. Give up on the Silver Storm Sparrows and retreat. Go back as far as you can. Dwachin froze. The Isle of Dawn had 27 Silver Storm Sparrows, and they were strategic forces. Now, Razor told them to abandon 8 ships without any resistance. No commander could accept it. More importantly, this was Dwachin's first time commanding a fleet. If he lost, this would forever taint his reputation. A few seconds of silence later, he said in a low voice, "Sir, there are a total of 200 high-level magicians on a Silver Storm Sparrow. The 8 ships are enough to create a level 17 defensive and offensive magic seal. Even if the Comer is at your level, we might not lose." This was the fleet's last card. Once they used it, the ships would be destroyed regardless of whether they could successfully force back the opponent. No amount of repairs would work. The ships could only be turned into waste material and recycled. The cost was too high. The High Elves wouldn't use this tactic unless there was no choice at all. Oh? Razor was slightly surprised. He hadn't thought much of the Isle of Dawn and hadn't taken the time to familiarize himself with this temporary ally's power. Hearing that they could construct a level 17 magic seal, he was quite shocked. He carefully inspected the magic seal. A few seconds later, he shook his head. No, it's useless. There isn't enough mana stored on the fleet, and it's not resistant enough. The ship isn't sturdy enough either. The magic seal is far from true level 17 power. It's too crude and can't stop anything. Don't hesitate and go. The only similarity between this level 17 magic seal and a true level 17 spell was the condensation of power. As for spatial locking, territorial destruction, and other true level 17 characteristics, it didn't have any. In other words, the Silver Storm Sparrow Fleet's magic seal had great offensive ability. But no matter how great its offensive ability, it was only useful if it could hit the target. Using such crude power against a level 16 enemy was like using a magic cannon to hit a mosquito outside the cannon's range. It was basically impossible. But Chen still wouldn't give up. Shaking his head, he said, "No fleet in the world retreats without a fight. If there is, I'm sure they aren't High Elves." With that, he returned to the cabin, ignoring Razor's warnings. Prepare to fight. Construct the Doomsday Storm magic seal. Boom, boom, boom. Bluish-white light flashed from each ship. The lights quickly solidified into blue-white belts. They extended and tied all the ships together. Click, clack, click. Guided by the belts, the Silver Storm Sparrows got into position. Finally, the 8 ships fanned out into a stable flower shape with the heads facing in and tails out. Soon after, the mana pools on each ship operated intensely. Blue-white light poured out and formed a circular shield. It enveloped the 8 ships without a single pore. From afar, it looked like the 8 ships had become a huge blue sphere. Oh! It seemed interesting and hope grew in Razor's heart. Without saying anything else, he sat cross-legged on the deck. He took out a bottle of fiery red recovery potion and focused on controlling the mana inside him to heal his wound. This potion was specifically for lava knights and was shockingly effective. Razor was often injured in battles and was experienced in healing. Focusing now, the potion and mana worked together. He instantly felt warmth in his chest. It was a comfortable feeling. But it didn't last long before he felt something wrong. Some force is stopping me from recovering. Nana left it. This is bad. It wasn't much, but it was very troublesome. He tried a bit, and he could repel it, but it would take a while. He wouldn't be able to fight for 3 days. Ah, the Dark Nightmare is indeed terrifying. Razor sighed. The Dark Nightmare was one of Nana's nicknames. She'd earned it after killing a level 18 magician in the Aragu Empire. Razor stopped thinking. No matter what, all he could do now was to focus on healing his wound. By then, the golden halo in the sky was already close. Razor had sharp senses. He could feel the enemy approaching at 1.5 miles per second. He was less than 30 miles away and could arrive within half a minute. Around 15 seconds later, there was a huge explosion. Boom, boom. The sound was muffled yet magnificent like rolling thunder. This was the sound created when the other tore through the air at an extreme speed. By now, the power of his territory had stretched over. The sky above the sea had turned light gold. Countless dragons flew through this golden sky. They roared soundlessly. It was frightening. Steady! Steady! Dwachen's voice sounded. He was yelling with all his might. Clearly, the enemy's force gave him great pressure. Target locked. Target locked. Able to attack at any time. A legendary magician called. His expression was one of excitement. The enemy was level 16. Their level 17 Doomsday Storm magic seal had locked onto him and could release a fatal attack at any time. Killing a level 16 magician would be such a glory. It would be passed down the generations. Prepare. Duochen was excited too. Level 16? Abandon ship and escape? Despair and hopelessness? No, they had enough power to kill the enemy. Level 16 was only mediocre. Boom! Boom! The magic seal was operating at its limit now. The air around the fleet started bubbling, ready to follow the magic seal's order. But then something terrifying happened. No, the target is using instant flash. Continuously. Target lost. Unable to lock onto target. No. In the distant sky, the dark spot no longer flew smoothly. He would vanish and then reappear at an unpredictable spot. He was also approaching the Silver Storm fleet at a shocking speed. This was Link's Golden Dragon Kingdom territory. He could teleport freely within it, especially since there wasn't someone at the same level that obstructed him. For example, he didn't dare use transmissions when facing Saravani because that was useless. Saravani could overlook the spatial obstacles and attack him. But now, he could crush his opponents. If the Silver Storm Sparrow fleet was unable to destroy this territory, it didn't matter how powerful they were. They couldn't harm Link at all. Amidst all the shocked cries of despair, there was a soft scrape. Golden light brushed past the Silver Storm Sparrow fleet's magic seal. Like cutting bread, it sliced the fleet in half. At a glance, it seemed that Link had just taken out his sword. But Hellfire Razor knew that in that instant, faced with the level 17 Doomsday Storm magic seal, Link had actually made 36 moves. He had used up all of the magic seal's energy before cutting it in half. A true level 16 magician crushing a group of low-level warriors was how it should be. Razor didn't feel any surprise. After cutting the fleet apart, the figure flashed, and someone appeared before Razor. It was Link. Sword light flashed, and Razor felt something cold between his brows. Why won't you kill me? Razor looked up. Link's sword was 1 millimeter away from his forehead. The deck shook, but his sword didn't move at all. It was as steady as a mountain. You're still useful. Link smiled thinly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, The Lonely Dragon Queen. Chapter 688, The Lonely Dragon Queen. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Razor was sitting cross-legged on the ground in a basement prison cell beneath Ferd's Mage Tower. The cell was specially designed by Link himself. Its level 19 magical defenses were directly powered by the Mage Tower's central mana pool. Link had personally installed most of them, including the magical circuits for spatial lockdown, temporal imprisonment, and mana scrambling. Simply put, even at his peak condition, Razor would not be able to break out of this place. One side of the cell was transparent. There, Link was sitting on a jade chair which he had molded for himself using earthen magic. He was now drinking a cup of tea in front of Razor. Nana was there with him as well. She stood silently behind Link, blending herself completely into the darkness. The only evidence of her presence in the room was the cold glint of her last nightmare sword. At that moment, Razor had been stripped of all his magical equipment. Clad in prison garb, his wrists and ankles were fettered with custom-made shackles. The wounds on his body completed the man's wretched look. If anyone from the fire sect's higher echelons were here right now, he or she would not have thought that this stubbly old man was the same fearsome Hellfire Knight of the fire sect. Ting! Link snapped the lid shut on his cup before putting it aside. Then, he asked, "How is Saint Milda doing?" "Humph." Razor turned away from Link. A few seconds later, he spat out, she is none of your concern. Link smiled. I'm usually quite averse to torturing my prisoners, especially when they happen to be big shots like you. However, I could be persuaded to resort to such an unsavory tactic if push comes to shove. The Shadow Divine Fragment was still in his possession. Even though the Snow Mountain Archmage had neutralized its ability to influence people's minds, it would still be able to draw the attention of countless other masters. Keeping it here with him was not a good idea. He needed to deliver the fragment to the Snow Mountain Archmage as soon as possible. The problem now was that the Snow Mountain Archmage was in the Arago realm, which was sealed off by the Inferno Archmage and barricaded by the Fire Sect. Blundering into the Arago realm without having the lay of the land beforehand would be equivalent to suicide. Link then continued, I would like to ask you a few questions. If you could answer each of them honestly, you have my word that I will let you go unscathed with all your weapons and equipment. I'll even open up a portal for you to let you go back to Arago. What do you think? For a moment, Razor was stunned into silence. How gullible do you think I am? If my word isn't good enough for you, then perhaps a soul contract would be enough to convince you of my sincerity, said Link with a smile. Razor remained silent for a moment, his brows furrowed deeply. Then he said, I know you're planning to give the Snow Mountain Archmage the Divine Fragment. I should warn you, it will not be easy. If you let me go, rest assured it will be the last mistake you'll ever make. We'll see. So, do you accept my terms? Razor narrowed his eyes at Link. You can only ask at most 3 questions. Anything about our saint or our lord is off limits. Heh, aren't you awfully picky? Very well, I accept your conditions, said Link, nodding. Ask away, then. Razor's mood had improved considerably, knowing that it would only be a matter of time until the Lord of Ferd released him from his prison as promised. Firstly, I need a detailed map of the Arago realm. Try not to leave out anything important in it. Razor shook his head. I'm not that familiar with the realm's entire geography. Before he could even finish, Link interrupted him, actually, you are. I know for a fact that a detailed map of Arago is distributed to every high-ranking member in the Fire Sect, and that you are all required to commit everything on it to memory. Don't fret about how I came to know about this. I have my methods. Just focus on drawing me that map. A normal map of Arago was not difficult to obtain. However, what Link really wanted was a military-grade map. With it, he would have a more accurate picture of Arago's geography. Despite knowing that such a map would be of great value to Link, he had no choice but to comply with his demand. This was the price he had to pay for his freedom, after all. Sighing, Razor finally nodded. You'll get your map. However, as the information it holds is just too valuable, I can only allow you to ask one more question. If you don't agree to this, then we're done here. Very well. Link did not object to this. Any attempts to coerce a man like Razor would only prove fruitless and might even end up backfiring on him. He then continued, I would also like to learn more about Arago's history for the last 100 years, especially about events that have been influential to the course of history, as well as a few other confidential matters that you've been entrusted to keep secret. Of course, you could choose to leave out any sensitive information pertaining to your saint or your lord, but what do you hope to do with such information? Asked Razor, puzzled. I have my reasons. So, what do you say? All right. Razor nodded firmly. He was only required to give Link a lesson on Arago's history. He also had no problem divulging any classified information he had come across over the years. He did not think it would have a huge impact on the grand scheme of things. When all was said and done, after signing a soul contract with Razor, Link gave him a pile of goatskin scrolls and a set of cartographic tools for him to sketch out a map of Arago. In the meantime, he decided to visit the Red Dragon Queen Gretel. Officially, Gretel was the Lord of Ferd's wife. However, Link had been living on his own even after their marriage. Given how hectic his life had been these days, he just could not find the time to be with his lawfully wedded spouse. However, there was now a lull in his schedule. He could use the time to drop by her place. He had more or less gotten over his breakup with Celine, anyway. He had a mansion in the scorched ridge. It had a garden, a fountain, and a small lake. The scenery there was beautiful. However, as Link spent most of his time cooped up in the Mage Tower, he almost never had the chance to go back to it. Rather than magically teleport himself there, Link decided to travel on horseback through the scorched ridge towards the mansion. Link's features were deeply embedded in the hearts of the people in the scorched ridge. However, everyone was visibly surprised to see him out in the open, as he was rarely seen outside the Mage Tower. All of them hurriedly bowed before him as his horse trotted on down the road. Link gave them a slight nod in return. As there were just too many of them out on the street, he could only make eye contact with some of them. Those whose bows were returned swooned. To them, there was no greater honor than receiving any form of recognition from the Lord of Ferd. It was probably the kind of thing they would brag to their friends and family over the dinner table for days to come. Link did not bother fathoming what these people were thinking. He continued down the road, admiring the city that he had built from the ground up with his own hands. As Link leisurely made his way towards his mansion, news of his imminent arrival had already reached the place. The guards assigned to the mansion were all dragon warriors. Even the attendants there had dragon blood flowing in their veins. Ever since their queen officially became the Lord of Ferd's wife, the fact that the Lord himself had never once returned to his mansion had left all of them in an awkward spot. Though the queen had lost most of her power, her beauty still remained untouched. Even so, it was still not enough to pull the Lord away from his magical research. As a result, the Dragon Queen was left to spend most of her days on her own. The royal dragon bloodline might come to an end sooner than they had feared. With such a powerful lord at its helm and its Mage Tower growing even more influential by the day, Ferd no longer stood on equal footing with the dragon race. Naturally, this meant that every time Ferd's survival came under threat, matters concerning the dragon race were all swept aside. Elder Petalon, who had been tasked with the oversight of the scorched ridge, sprang up excitedly when he heard that Link was currently on his way to the mansion. He then asked, "Are you sure about this?" "Yes, I'm sure. There was no way I would have mistaken the Lord of Ferd for anyone else," replied the attendant who had given Petalon the good news. It sounded like he was telling the truth. Despite his mundane features, Link was an easily recognizable person. Even his inscrutable air was not something most people would be able to mimic. Even a blind man would be able to recognize him from his footsteps. Petalon paced around the room, pounding his right fist into his left palm. He then said, "Go and tell the queen immediately about this." "I'll wait for him." "All right." The attendant quickly slipped out of the room to carry out his order. Petalon then marched off towards the mansion's gates to welcome Link's arrival. Soon, news of Link's return to the mansion had reached the Red Dragon Queen Gretel. Gretel was watering her flowers when she heard it. She had planted some in the garden in order to pass the time. After her marriage with Link, Gretel had endeavored to fulfill her obligations as the wife of the Lord of Ferd as best she could. At times, she was even required to receive important guests from other kingdoms in the mansion. However, whenever she was alone, she would always find herself either daydreaming about days long past or else praying for Link's safe return. In some nights, she would quietly cry herself to sleep in the darkness of her room. Ever since losing her power, she had become even more emotionally sensitive. When the attendant brought the news to her, she let out a soft ah and dropped the watering can in her hand. Stunned, she then turned to a maid who was standing in a corner and said, "Let's go back to my room. I'll need to change my clothes. My hair is a mess as well." The maid quickly followed Gretel back to her bedroom and even stumbled over in her haste. However, she immediately picked herself up, dusted herself off and tried to keep up with the queen. However, the Red Dragon Queen suddenly stopped before her. The maid then saw a black-haired man leaning against the side of the garden's circular entrance. The man was looking at them with a smile. The maid immediately blushed. Her thoughts were now in turmoil. Her feet swayed beneath her as she wondered why the Lord of Ferd was smiling at her. Then she realized that the Lord's smile must be intended for the queen herself. The maid immediately realized that this was her cue to leave the scene. She then quietly left the garden with a slight air of dejection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689 Lead the Hero to Bow. Chapter 689 Lead the Hero to Bow. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. Lord of Ferd's residence, in the Lord's bedroom. Gretel's face was like the pure moon, but today, the moon had 2 circles of red. Her eyes were like clear water as she gently helped Link with his clothes. Be careful when going to Arago this time, she reminded softly. I will. Link nodded and looked down, away from the gentleness in Gretel's eyes that he could drown in. She'd turned into this after they'd shared a night. Of course, they couldn't only sleep since they were in the same bedroom. Basically, they'd become much closer. A few seconds of silence later, Link said, I checked your body carefully. The heart of the dragon has stabilized and grew. If you don't get outside help, you'll be able to have power again after 100 years. The dragon royal bloodline's heart of the dragon was more miraculous and stronger than one could imagine. Even after a destructive attack, it could still recover bit by bit with enough time. Link couldn't check Gretel's body so closely before. He also didn't know enough about the heart of the dragon, so he didn't discover this. Last night was different though. Now at mid-level 16, his vision was many times better than before. He could instantly see this. Oh, that's good. Gretel was happy, but the feeling wasn't very strong. The recovery time was too slow. She couldn't help Link at all. Further, she didn't desire power as much anymore. She was sometimes frustrated in Ferd, but after shedding her responsibilities as queen, her life had become much more relaxed. But this freedom of the soul made her see Link's situation more clearly. Before, she only had to be responsible for the dragons. Now, Link had to support the entire human race. In the past, Gretel had been terrified of making mistakes. Link wasn't any better now. Thinking of this, Gretel felt pity. Her anger towards Link vanished too. After fixing Link's clothes, she rested in his arms. I just want you alive, she murmured. No matter what happens, even if you fall into darkness, I'll follow you. She was no longer the Dragon Queen, and her restraints were gone. She didn't care about the responsibilities, the difference between light and dark, the debates between justice and evil anymore. She could ignore them all. Link didn't think Gretel would say these things. People all said that women were more emotional. Rather than using logic, one should just make them happy. He'd thought that the Red Dragon Queen was different, but it seemed that her emotional side was just hidden deeper. Grasping Gretel's waist, thin yet still with feeling, Link felt a bit hot. He smiled. I'll live well. Alright, let me adjust your heart of the dragon before leaving. He'd just checked it last night, and then Link thought about it the entire night. He'd already figured out the basic method to support the heart of the dragon. Those were only excuses. Gretel's cheeks reddened deeper, and she nodded. Link used some power and scooped Gretel up. He walked to the bed in the chamber. After all, they needed a good environment to adjust the heart of the dragon. Ah, Gretel gasped. Your clothes will get messy again. Then you can tidy it again. It was rare for Link's voice to be so gentle. After a flurry and a storm, Gretel's eyes brightened greatly. Her eyes were always pretty, but they'd darkened after she lost her power. Now, one could make out a dancing flame inside. It couldn't be compared to the past, but the flame was still growing. I feel power again. Her voice was lazy. I've recovered your heart of the dragon's main structure. After this, you'll only need to perfect the details. It should be fine within 3 years. Link rubbed the red dragon queen's chest. That was where the heart of the dragon was. He was very serious when speaking, making Gretel giggle. It was instantly like hundreds of flowers blooming. She was indescribably beautiful. Without saying anything, Link flipped her over and began picking the flowers again. These things had to end at some point. Link stayed for another day before finally climbing out of Gretel's gentleness. When he left the Lord's residence, he composed himself and sighed inwardly. It was rumored quietly throughout the dragon race that the Red Dragon Queen was a natural charmer. All the dukes died early. After experiencing it personally, Link believed it. If not for his strong determination to leave, he would have been trapped by the beauty forever. And the queen is wounded. If she's at her full strength, I'll be done for. Cold sweat beaded on Link's forehead. Returning to the core mage tower, he saw Hellfire Razor. Razor had already prepared the map and record of all important events from the Aragu realm. Link took the scroll and checked it. When he had questions, he would ask on the spot. He asked quickly and urged Razor to answer without giving him time to think. Razor was a warrior. His mind couldn't match a legendary magician. At first, he wanted to hold things back, but the interrogation made his head hurt. He just answered instinctively. What use does Milda's wand have? Link suddenly asked. Her wand is prophetic. Ah, you're tricking me to talk. Razor suddenly realized. Link smiled. This isn't in the contract, and I'm not forcing you to answer. You answered yourself. Okay, thank you for your information. Razor was speechless. It was his fault that he reacted too slowly. Sighing, he asked, when will you let me go? Now. Link smiled and undid Razor's shackles. He returned Razor's armor and sword too, putting the equipment on him. Razor had wanted to attack, but he knew Link's power. Nana was also behind Link. He hadn't recovered fully either. If he attacked now, he would be dead, so he acted obediently. When Razor finished putting the armor on, Link asked, "Are you ready?" Yes. Razor nodded. Link pressed a rune on the cell's wall. The cell lit up blindingly, and mana poured out, spinning quickly. Razor instinctively wanted to block it. He'd been repelling the foreign power these days and healing his wounded heart. About half of his power was back. As soon as he started using force, Link hurriedly called, "I'm opening a portal door. Don't fight it or else it'll collapse." Razor was shocked. Now, he felt that the wild power wasn't hurting him. Instead, the space inside the cell started rippling. It was indeed the signs of a portal door. He could only restrict his urge and let the energy within the cell go wild. The energy spun and spun, faster and faster. Finally, the speed made Razor's heart pound. It was so powerful that it could crush him. Boom! Suddenly, there was a soft boom. Razor felt an attractive force come from the vortex, sucking him in. He wanted to fight back again, but then Link said, "Razor, I'm only responsible for sending you away, but we're enemies. Do you really think that I'll send you away nicely?" Razor froze. Indeed, the contract was still effective, so Link couldn't hurt him. But they were still enemies. It was understandable to send an enemy away roughly. While he was dazed, he was sucked into the vortex. Under the force, he started spinning. If he wasn't a level 16 warrior with a strong body, he would have fallen apart from the spinning. Even still, Razor felt dizzy and wanted to throw up. Poof, 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 pop. The vortex was still spinning quickly. Then there was a sound like a bottle opening, and then Razor was gone from inside the vortex. He wasn't dead, of course. After a great amount of power from the vortex entered his body, he shot out the fireman realm at a horrifying speed. Right then, a dazzling beam shot through the sea of void. It was going in a foreign direction rather than the Iragu realm. The speed was too fast. All Razor could do was protect himself. With his shallow knowledge of the Sea of Void's principles, he didn't know how to slow down. He could only wait for the Sea of Void's resistance to slow him down. But the resistance was so weak. It would take forever for him to stop. By now, Razor obviously knew what Link had done. Indeed, Link didn't harm him, but if he couldn't go back to the Iragu realm, he obviously wouldn't be an enemy anymore. Damn it, meteorite. Razor turned quickly and brushed past a meteorite the size of his head. A dent appeared in his armor. With his extreme speed, he would die no matter what he touched. Razor was pissed, but he couldn't get distracted. He had to focus on speeding through the Sea of Void. On the other side, Link smiled at Nana. Ferd's safety is up to you. Master, don't worry. With that, Link was reassured. He opened the realm portal and disappeared. He didn't have to worry about getting stopped halfway through. The Sea of Void was boundless while Iragu was close to Fireman. He was also experienced in crossing the Sea of Void. He quickly found a small path and reached the outer layer of the Iragu realm. His plan was simple. He would find the coordinates of the Iragu Empire from the outside and teleport in. He should be safe inside the Empire. Then he could easily find the Snow Mountain Archmage. However, he'd underestimated the Inferno Archmage. While looking for the coordinates, a fiery red figure flashed in the corner of vision. He turned and saw a six-winged angel with burning fire rush over from a distance. Judging from his force, he obviously wasn't a friend. Something from Razor's scroll popped up in Link's mind. Six-winged burning angel? This is a high-level magic puppet warrior of the Inferno Archmage. Each one is at level 15. The principles were copied from Nana. They were made from divine power and were consumables with shocking combat ability. There were more than 20, and they liked operating in teams of 3. Teams of 3? Link looked and instantly saw the other 2 burning angels. The 3 were coming from 3 directions and were about to surround Link. *CK Link didn't dare fight in the Sea of Void. It would be troublesome if the Inferno Archmage was notified. Giving up on determining the coordinates, he found the general direction and dove into the Iragu realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, A Memory That Stood the Test of Time. Chapter 690, A Memory That Stood the Test of Time. Translator, Nayubo Studio. Editor, Nayubo Studio. Boom! Link crashed heavily into the ground. After taking a hit from the 6-winged burning angels, such an unceremonious entry into another realm was unavoidable. Though he was not hurt, the angels' explosive attack had caused him to lose balance. Link had left a human-shaped crater on the purple stone ground. Link let out a breath. Climbing out of the crater, he dusted himself off and began surveying his surroundings. Due to the 6-winged angel's sudden appearance, Link had no choice but to plunge headfirst into the realm. He figured that he must be somewhere on the border between the Iragu and Yen empires. As for exactly where he was, that would require further observation of his surroundings. The landscape around him was a desolate wasteland which stretched out as far as the eye could see into the distance. Straining his eyes, Link could make out a few small hills on the horizon. Purple rocks jutted out from the wide expanse of yellowing grass around Link. The scenery immediately put him in mind of a yellow cloth embroidered with purple gemstones. Purple rocks on the border between the Iragu and Yen empires. This must be the Slanda Plains, thought Link. He was finally able to confirm his position using the information that Razor had given him. There existed only one continent in the Iragu realm. On the left side of this spindle-shaped continent was the Yan Empire, which covered 2/3 of the continent's total landmass, whereas on its right side was the Aragu Empire. Not only had the latter's land area shrunk considerably, but it also seemed to have lost much of its influence. A year ago, both sides had clashed against each other on the Slanda Plains in a large-scale war that the Yan Empire had called the Infernal Crusade. Approximately 300,000 people had fought this war for 4 days and 4 nights. More than 200,000 had taken their eternal rest here. So much blood was shed during this war that a blood-red lake was formed in the middle of the plains. In the spring of the following year, blood-red flowers bloomed across the plains. Smoothing his clothes, Link began walking away from the crater. He continued observing the geography of his current whereabouts. At the same time, Link tried to recall every detail of the Infernal Crusade. After the Infernal Crusade, both Aragu and Yen had taken heavy damage. However, due to their steadfast beliefs, the soldiers of the Yan Empire proved to be even more resilient than Aragu's forces as they fought on until their very last breath. Unable to hold out against the forces of Yen, the Aragu Empire's soldiers were forced to retreat. Having lost a considerable portion of its military forces, the Aragu Empire could no longer continue this war with the Yan Empire. On the other hand, having exhausted much of its resources going after Aragu's remaining forces, the Yan Empire decided it best to abandon their pursuit and rebuild their strength in order to launch one final attack at their enemy. At that point, the Yan Empire only needed to give Aragu a push and the latter would be done for. In other words, if everything were to go as planned, the Aragu Empire's days were numbered. It would not be long before the Yan Empire decided to strike again. Link was now walking across the battlefield where the Infernal Crusade had taken place. Numerous dirt mounds protruded from the ground. The grass and trees sprouting from these mounds seemed unusually lush. Broken pieces of bone were scattered around them as well. Link figured that these dirt mounds must be the resting places of those who had fallen during the crusade, and that the bone fragments must have been dug out by the wasteland's animal inhabitants. Every one of these dirt mounds was 5 to 6 feet tall and around 20 feet wide. There seemed to be around 50 of these slipshod graves scattered across the wasteland. There were also broken pieces of armor and weapons lying on the ground. They were all stained with dried blood. Woo! A couple of wild dogs suddenly leaped out of a clump of tall grass nearby, their eyes glinting hungrily at Link. After living off of the corpses that were left to rot across the wasteland in the Crusade's aftermath, they must have developed an appetite for human flesh, dead or alive. However, Link simply ignored them and continued eastward towards the Aragu Empire. The crusade had taken place in the east of the Slan Plains. The Raging Dragon River is just 200 miles away in the east as well. The forces of Aragu must have used the river to their advantage to shake off its Yen pursuers. If I follow the trail that they had left behind during the war, I should soon be able to reach the Raging Dragon Fortress that the Aragu Empire had set up along the bank of the Raging Dragon River. Link quickened his pace towards the east. Thankfully, the traces that the Great War had left behind was as clear as day. Link was able to race across the wasteland without spending too much time trying to spot them on the ground. With the aid of a dimensional jump spell, he would probably be able to clear 200 miles in less than a minute. Figuring that the sooner he reached the Aragu Empire, the safer he would be, Link decided to activate Dimensional Jump to shorten his travel time. Countless runes appeared around his body with a hum. With a flash of light, his body popped up 20 miles away. The same runes materialized once more around him, and with another flash of light, he was teleported across another 20 miles. All of a sudden, something happened. Just as Link was about to perform a third dimensional jump, an overwhelming sense of danger tautened his every nerve. A thought ran through his mind in an instant. A fluctuation in the space had appeared 1,000 feet away behind me. Something's coming. Not just one, there are 3 of them. It must be the 6-winged burning angels. Link's body immediately reacted. His vote of a full moon sword was out of its scabbard. At that moment, 9 golden rune circles appeared across its blade parallel to each other. Then, its upper portion vanished into thin air. This technique was an improved version of the Despair Ball. Link had combined it with elements of other techniques such as the Time Sword and the Realm technique, such that it now enabled its user to lock down both time and space. In other words, Link could kill off any opponent below level 16 with this new and improved version of the Despair Ball. When the tip of his sword slipped into the fabric of space, Link immediately felt his sword piercing through something, which seemed to pop like a bubble. An instant later, the distorted space returned to normal before him. Must have killed one of them. Though he had killed one of them, 2 of his pursuers managed to emerge into the Iragu realm. Their slender bodies were swathed by wreaths of fire, 3 pairs of wings of uneven sizes sprouted from their backs. Their faces were completely obscured by a dazzling light. There was no doubt in Link's mind that they were the 6-winged burning angels who had been chasing after him in the Sea of Void. "Can't they just leave me alone?" muttered Link. He was not afraid of these level 15 burning angels. He was simply worried that their pursuit would draw the attention of the Inferno Archmage and his fire sect to him. "Mortal, kneel and beg for forgiveness from the infernal god," said the 2 winged beings in unison from the sky. Link did not respond. He decided it best to end them here and now. He then stabbed his sword out at one of the burning angels. As soon as he saw what Link was doing, one of the burning angels realized immediately that it was the same technique that had taken down one of his compatriots. The light obscuring his face began to intensify. Without a moment's hesitation, the angel assumed a more defensive stance in anticipation of Link's attack. Seeing the opportunity, the other burning angel lunged at Link at breakneck speed with one stroke of his wings. Both angels were acting in sync with each other. Link would have a more difficult time dealing with them if he had not taken down the 3rd angel. The Ode of a Full Moon sword was still winding its way through space towards the defending angel in the distance. In the face of the incoming burning angel, Link extended his left hand, summoning a number of intersecting rune circles in his palm. He then pushed his hand out. In an instant, a golden dragon rushed out from the runes on his palm, roaring at the incoming burning angel. Link's magic had reached such a level that he was now capable of casting powerful spells at a moment's notice. For instance, the level 15 6-winged burning angel that was coming after Link needed only less than 1/10 of a second to traverse the 1,000 feet distance between him and his target. However, in that same span of time, Link was able to cast a powerful level 15 spell to intercept the burning angel's attack. An instant later, Link's sword finally pierced its mark. There was no way the level 15 burning angel would be able to defend itself against a level 16 attack. In the next second, Link's magical dragon collided with Link's magical dragon, sending off ripples through the space. Both sides seemed to be equally matched in terms of power. As soon as the ripples subsided, before the burning angel even had time to regain his senses, Link's sword had already pierced his body. With his mana circulatory system severed by Link's attack, the burning angel immediately lost control of its mana. He then exploded into a puff of smoke in the air with a loud bang. Link did not bother inspecting his own handiwork. Runes appeared once more around his body, and he was gone from sight. 3 minutes later, consecutive flashes of white light appeared in the middle of the wasteland, where around 10 humanoid figures had appeared out of nowhere. The leader of this party was none other than the Fire Sect's Holy Maiden and Princess of the High Elves, Milda. She was dressed in a golden red robe. After walking a few paces across the wasteland, she came to a halt before a gemstone which was glowing with a dim red light on the ground. She then picked it up for a closer look. Her brows furrowed. "This is a fragment of a 6-winged burning angel's heart. I could sense an unfamiliar realm power on it. We may be dealing with an extremely powerful intruder here, capable of taking down 3 burning angels in an instant." Just then, an Inferno priest approached her with a memory crystal in his hand. "Holy Maiden, I've collected traces of the battle that had occurred here into the memory crystal. However, the spatial fabric had been severely disturbed by a powerful presence. I don't think we'll be able to produce a clear visual on the intruder. This was one of the Fire Sect's divine spells, which enabled its user to collect traces of an event and reproduced it as faithfully as possible in the form of a hologram. Good work! Milda received the crystal from the priest. From the blurry image, she could only make out an indistinct form, whose techniques were so fast and clean that none of the burning angels even stood a chance against him. Milda was stunned by what she saw. She thought she had long put him behind her. She thought she would no longer be influenced by him in any way. However, she did not think she would be this affected by just a blurry image of him. He's really here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691, The Dark Omen That Destroys the Sun and Stars. Chapter 691, The Dark Omen That Destroys the Sun and Stars. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. After defeating 3 six-winged burning angels, Link quickly left the scene. Half a minute later, he arrived at the new intersection between the Yen Empire and Aragu Empire, Raging Dragon River. Crash, whoosh. The river's crashing waves were thunderous like thousands of galloping horses. Standing on the riverbank, he could feel the ground trembling. Upriver and downriver of the Raging Dragon River were vastly different. There were many cliffs and water was abundant, thus creating this scene as it tumbled down. The river wasn't just fast, but it was also very wide. From what Link could see, the surface was at least half a mile wide. Steam rose up from the surface, hiding the river. Link sensed carefully and got a basic idea of the Raging Dragon River's secret. He couldn't help but sigh. There are signs of mana operation. This is a perfect fusion of magic and natural principles. What a great representation of man and nature as one. As soon as he thought this, he felt a slight energy surge from the near distance. It wasn't malevolent though. He had an idea of the comber's identity. Link stood by the river and waited. A few seconds later, dark blue light pierced through the heavy mist and landed by the river. It was a warrior in dark blue crystal armor. Seeing Link, he saluted in the Araguan way and smiled. "Master, you have great vision." His smile wasn't submissive. His crystal blue eyes sparkled with confidence. Seeing the man's appearance, Link already knew his identity. Since the man called him master, he guessed that the man also knew him. They hadn't met before, so the Snow Mountain Archmage must have told him. This meant that the Archmage already knew of his arrival. Similarly, the Inferno Archmage must know too. Neither had appeared yet, so this could only mean that the Snow Mountain Archmage was fighting the Inferno Archmage, so he couldn't come. Thinking of this, Link knew that he should be safe now. With his current power, other than people above the Archmage level, he didn't fear any Aragu warriors. Even if many people surrounded him and he couldn't beat them all, he could use spatial magic and escape easily. He returned the Frost Warrior's salute. "I heard that there are 6 powerful Frost Warriors in the Aragu Empire. Each one has top skills in the realm. May I know your name?" The Aragu Empire and Yen Empire were opposites. The Yen Empire had Lava Knights while Aragu had Frost Knights. They were at the same level. Hearing Link's words, the Frost Warrior puffed up his chest even more and said seriously, "I am Therido Heather, the Absolute Zero. The Snow Mountain Archmage, Grandmaster Year told me about your arrival and guided me here. You came much sooner than I'd expected." Grandmaster was another name for Archmages because once someone reached level 19, they would start a clan and have many students. "Oh, you're Therido. I brought the thing. Do I give it to you or hand it to the Archmage?" Link asked. The divine fragment was difficult. If he could, he would definitely toss it to the Frost Knight and get out of there. But reality disappointed him. Therido shook his head. "The Grandmaster told me that you must give it to him personally. Our responsibility is to escort you there safely. This made Link furrow his brows. Is the journey dangerous? If they were regular people, the Yen Empire might send someone powerful into the Aragu Empire to attack them. However, they were at the top level, and the Aragu realm was their turf. How could anything happen? Theridault shook his head. I don't see any danger, but Grandmaster said that he feels a surge of darkness is corroding the realm. This darkness will cover the sky and earth, destroying the sun and stars. Unfortunately, he's caught up with the Inferno Archmage. Otherwise, he would definitely come welcome you personally. This deepened Link's brows. Surge of darkness? Cover the sky and earth, destroying the sun and stars? Is there more information? Theridault didn't reply immediately. Looking at the Slanda plains behind Link, he said, Master, it's not safe here. How about we cross the river first? I will explain to you on the road. Sure. Theridault whistled. The raging dragon river instantly calmed a lot. The mist that had covered the surface now showed a clear passageway. Follow me. Be careful not to touch the mist. The Grandmaster created it personally, and it's extremely cold. It can freeze anything, even space. That's why transmissions are forbidden. With that, Theridault activated his power and started walking through the water. Every time he stepped, the water underfoot would turn to ice. With hard ground under him, he could jump forward. The ice would then get swallowed by the rapid current. On the other hand, Link used Void Walk to float behind. His expression was calm, but his heart was in tumult now, not because of the raging dragon river but because of the Snow Mountain Archmage's words. Archmages had extremely powerful souls. Their knowledge of spatial and chronological principles was far beyond Link's grasp. The Snow Mountain Archmage had seen the darkness and described it as destroying the sun and stars. In other words, the realm would be destroyed. Even more incredible was that the Inferno Archmage didn't feel anything about the darkness and still wanted to fight. Didn't he care that after the realm was destroyed, he wouldn't become a god anymore? Also, what kind of darkness could destroy a realm? Many possibilities instantly flashed through Link's mind. The first was the Sovereign of Light from the Federo realm. He was the only true god Link knew. He had the motivation and the ability. The second was a magic accident. An accident had happened in Fireman that had split the realm into two. There was also the World Tree that could fuse the realms. If the tree made a mistake, it could also spell disaster. The third was a bit less certain. The Sea of Void was boundless. No one could say it wasn't possible for some terrifying god to jump out somewhere. Deep in thought, Link arrived at the other side of the river with Theridault. Rather than Raging Dragon Fortress, it was a remote place. The fortress was a few miles away, and Link could see it easily. This is a secret mission, Theridault explained. There's no need to let the mortals know. If they know, more trouble will appear. Link agreed. Then where are we going? He asked. Theridault whistled again. A while later, a figure appeared. They were also clad in blue crystal armor, but their figure was more graceful. They had long silver hair too. Getting closer, Link discovered that it was a female warrior. She was around 5 feet and had a slim body for a warrior. The huge sword on her back looked jarring in comparison. Other than the long silver hair and the ponytail, this female warrior also had dark blue eyes. They were deeper than Theridault's, and her gaze was more composed. As for her looks, she was better than the average, but she couldn't be compared to the Red Dragon Queen or Selene. This is Lily, the Ice Queen and General of the Frost Knights. She is my commander. Link was a bit shocked. He didn't think that this slim woman with the same name as his tower spirit would be the General of the Frost Knights. She didn't look like it at all. Lily smiled. Her features expanded, reminding one of a snowy plain under the sunlight. Third Lord, it is my honor to meet you. I've heard many legendary stories about you. Her voice was clear like a breeze that brushed past the snowy plain. It boosted Link's energy and left a deep impression. Link nodded inwardly. With such a powerful psychological contagion, she must be at the pinnacle of level 16. Her combat ability must be shocking too. No wonder she led the Frost Knights. They're all insignificant experiences. Should we go now? Link didn't want to waste a second. Of course. Therido and I will accompany you. Please follow me. Lily led Link while Therido stayed in the back. The three instantly started traveling. On the road, Lily explained, Master Year is at the Fortress of Eternal Winter in the northeast. He is around 2,000 miles from us. If we travel at full speed, it will take around 3 hours. I see. Link nodded. 2,000 miles wasn't far. After that, they traveled in silence. An hour passed and the three were on the verdant plains in the heart of Aragu. There were no abnormal signs. Because it was the heart of the empire, the three were slightly relaxed. But then Lily stopped abruptly at the front. What? That is. Link looked over and saw someone familiar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692, An Unwavering Spirit. Chapter 692, An Unwavering Spirit. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The Verdant Plain. Before the three of them stood the petite figure of a 15-year-old girl. Link and the two Frost Warriors frowned at the sight of her. It was none other than the daughter of Nozama, Saravani. It was not too long ago that she had barely escaped with her life from firemen. She also seemed to have grown a lot more powerful since then. Saravani was standing before them in silence, with her black battle robe billowing about her. At a glance, the embroidery seemed to be squirming in the robe's fabric, as if it had a mind of its own. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that there were actual human souls twisting and turning in it. Her garment was like a dark abyss, inside which were trapped countless spirits writhing about in agony. No matter how much they struggled, none of them were able to flee from their imprisonment. Link and the other two shivered at the sight of what was going on with Saravani's battle robe. Gazing at Link, Saravani asked, "Do you like my new outfit? My father gave it to me. I really like it." Link seemed troubled by this. He had seen a battle robe like hers back in the game world. The only difference was that Nozama was its wearer back in the game world. Here, it would seem that he had passed it on to his daughter, Saravani. After merging with the god of light to become the all-powerful ruler of light and darkness, Nozama had certainly become quite generous with his belongings. In the game world, the battle robe was called the Abyss of Despair. It could only be equipped by players who had completed their classes. As a level 19 legendary pinnacle equipment, it was also notorious for being extremely difficult to obtain. During his time playing the game, Link had only ever seen it on Nozama himself. In order to obtain this battle robe, a player would need to gather 300 abyssal fragments from Nozama by defeating him again and again, as he would only drop 1 to 2 pieces of these fragments every time he was vanquished. It should be noted that Link and his party were the first players to ever defeat Nozama throughout the whole server. Link remembered the first time the game announced the robe's attributes. Just then, the game system pulled up a list of the Abyss of Despair battle robe's properties in front of him. The Abyss of Despair. Quality, level 19. Special Effect 1, Abyssal Power. Its user will have their power increased by 100% and their power recovery rate increased by 50%. Special Effect 2, Abyssal Corrosive Armor. When this effect is activated, the battle robe will provide its wearer with protection that can only be broken through by attacks above level 15. Attacks which manage to bypass this effect will have its damage reduced by 90%. Special Effect 3, Foresight. The user will be able to open their third eye and see 1 second into the future. Special Effect 4, Abyss of Despair. Every time the robe's wearer kills someone, their victim's soul will be slowly ingested by the battle robe's fabric in order to nourish its wearer's power. Link's blood froze as he read through the robe's special effects. How were they supposed to defeat a level 16 Pinnacle Master who was now equipped with level 19 Sacred Gear? The Snow Mountain Archmage had also given Link 3 level 19 pieces of equipment as compensation for his troubles. However, the Abyss of Despair battle robe was in an entirely different level. Link would have chosen to flee if he had to fight this fight on his own. Thankfully, he was not alone. There were 2 Frost Warriors with him right now, Frost Queen Lily, who is currently a level 16 mid-stage warrior, and Absolute Zero Therido, a Frost Warrior in the early stages of level 16. With their powers combined, all 3 of them might stand a chance against a level 16 Pinnacle Master like Saravani. However, it soon became apparent to Link that he was their weakest link. After receiving the Realm's blessing, not only did Link have a faster power recovery rate, he was also endowed with a powerful Realm Environment. This was the reason why he managed to defeat Saravani back then and decimate an entire fleet of Silver Storm Sparrow battleships not long after. However, here in the Aragu realm, he was completely stripped of those benefits. After his encounter with the 6-winged burning angels, Link realized that his power recovery rate had dropped by half. Though he could still use his realm technique, its power had been reduced by 30%. In other words, even if Saravani was not wearing the Abyss of Despair battle robe, Link still would not be a match for her. Her power and stamina had seen a drastic increase since their last encounter. Even without using any of the battle robe's special effects, Saravani could end Link's life in an instant. Even the trump card that he had conceived not too long ago with the Snow Mountain Archmage's help would probably not do much damage to her, let alone kill her. The 2 Frost Warriors had sensed the incredibly oppressive power that Saravani was giving off. Frost Queen Lily stepped forward in front of Link. She then reached for the huge sword on her back as she said, "Maiden of Darkness, you dare trespass in the kingdom of Aragu? Aren't you worried you might get frostbite?" Saravani's mouth twisted into a mocking smile. "Oh, are you one of those all-powerful Frost Warriors I keep hearing about? I'm shivering in my boots right now." If Lily was not too careful, she could have herself killed by Saravani before she even knew it. Link quickly whispered behind her, "Lily, be careful of her battle robe. It once belonged to the level 19 Lord of the Deep, Nozama. Not only is he Saravani's father, but he has also claimed godhood by becoming the ruler of light and darkness." Both Lily and Therido were taken aback by this piece of information. Saravani was already more powerful than any of them individually. The fact that she was the child of a god who had also gifted her with a powerful battle robe did not exactly fill Link's party with optimism. Saravani looked at Link, who had shrunk away behind Lily. "Lord of Ferd, you seem to know a lot. However, I'm afraid there's not much you can do with such information." She then began to stroll towards the 3 of them. "To tell you the truth, the Inferno Archmage knows just how powerful my father is now. He's already chosen to side with him. Once the Archmage lights the sacred fire and ascends to godhood, he will become a god second only to my father. With my father's help, the Snow Mountain Archmagier will not stand a chance. Tell me, Frost Warriors, is the Snow Mountain Archmage still worthy of your loyalty?" Link and the others were at a loss for words. Lily muttered to herself, "No, this can't be. This can't be." Therido was standing behind the other 2 with a blank expression on his face, gripping the frost sword tightly in his hand. Link's brows were deeply furrowed, evidently searching for a way out of this. Still languidly gazing at them, Saravani continued, "You can't think your way out of this, Lord of Ferd. You're a smart guy. Surely you must know that there's no way to stop a god. Why bother resisting us? Come serve my father, and together we will rule the whole Sea of Void. Eternal glory will be yours to have." Link remained speechless. Saravani then turned towards Lily. Lily, you're a talented warrior with royal blood running through your veins. Why should a noble queen like yourself stoop to sacrificing your own life for peasant scum like Year? Lily let out a long breath and shook her head. She then said, Save your breath, Saravani. Master Year was my teacher. He was a kind, generous man. You, on the other hand, are a psychopathic butcher who has killed thousands of people over the last 100 years, and I'm guessing your father isn't that different from you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made you such a despicable battle robe. I'd rather die in battle than live to serve the likes of you. Lily drew out her huge sword and held it in both her hands, ready for battle. Oh, what a disappointment, said Saravani with a sigh. She then looked at Theridaw. What say you, handsome one? Theridaw's features were indeed handsome. This much was undeniable. If he had been born on Earth, he might have been able to make a name for himself as a male supermodel. However, looks serve little to no purpose here in this war-torn world. After a moment's deliberation, Theridaw finally made his decision. He began walking towards Saravani. I pledge my loyalty to your god. Even though she had not yet made her move, the aura she was giving off was enough to send a shiver down everyone's spines. The fact that she was able to stay so calm even in the Aragu Empire's domain meant that she was confident she could deal with any of their attacks. Theridaw had switched sides out of a sense of self-preservation. Blind allegiance had no place in this world. Giggling at this, Saravani pointed a long, white finger at Link and asked, Link, I'm still waiting for your reply. Link still remained silent. He had come up with a solution for his current predicament. However, he would need to pay a huge price for it to work. He was now deciding whether he should go through with it. Saravani waited patiently for him to speak. She was ordered by her father to capture Link alive. Being the obedient daughter that she was, she would try not to kill him unless she absolutely had to. Lily suddenly spoke, Master, I've chosen my path. You're free to do whatever you want. If you choose to leave now, I'll try to buy some time for you to escape. If you choose to side with this ruler of light and darkness, I hope you won't attack me from behind and at least give me the pleasure of fighting you in direct combat. Link could not help but let out a soft sigh. Obviously, the Queen did not become the leader of the Frost Knights for nothing. Drawing a deep breath, Link stepped out from behind Lily and looked straight at Saravani. We all could learn a thing or two from you about having an unwavering spirit like yours, Lily. Saravani's brows shot up in anger. The sky suddenly went dark. In an instant, the air was filled with the wails of despairing spirits. Not a smart move, Link, not smart at all. My father was wrong about you. Now you die, ... If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, Unwilling to be a Slave. Chapter 693, Unwilling to be a Slave. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Whoosh, whoosh. Wind rose up on the verdant plains, and the clouds rolled. The sky darkened as a show of betrayal and loyalty was performed at once. Evil and justice, chaos and order were at a stalemate. Buzzing slightly, Saravani's sword shook. Countless bolts of purple-black lightning flowed out of it while the tip pointed straight at Link. This is the last chance. Life or death. Link looked down but didn't reply. This conflicted Saravani. Her father wanted her to catch him alive. She also didn't want to kill her old enemy so easily. It would be great if she could capture Link and make him her subordinate. In this mindset, she didn't move when Link didn't reply. She still had the tiny hope that Link would turn back. Clearly, this was impossible. Taking advantage of this rare chance, Link's thoughts whirred. In his vision, the game system showed him various spell cards while a mission popped. Activate Ultimate Mission, choice. After this mission, the light system will be completely unlocked. Mission content, choose your own path. Mission reward, 1000 Omni points, can be given beforehand. In the past, 1000 Omni points could instantly boost Link's power. But now, they could only raise his upper limit a bit. In truth, he could use these points to buy level 19 spells. However, they would be too inflexible, and he wouldn't even have time to cast them. Even if he could, his current power wasn't enough. Even burning his soul wouldn't provide enough power. Nozama was the incarnation of the god of light's darkness. He was also Saravani's father. Saravani most likely knew Link had this system and also knew its weaknesses. Indeed, after a few seconds of silence, Saravani said, "It's useless. Link, don't struggle anymore. The god of light's blessing has ended. It can't save you at all." Link sighed too. Saravani was right, but she judged him incorrectly. She'd also missed a spell from the game system, a dark spell. Link had bought this with a high price from an auction to learn just so he could have an unexpected hidden card. Bright cards flew past his eyes. Soon, it stopped on a dark blue card. Its surroundings had blue flames rather than dazzling light. The flames kept changing, sometimes forming a howling skull, sometimes sketching a struggling figure. Its evil was obvious. Level 18 spell, Flame of the Soul. Flame of the Soul. Cost, 0 points. Effect, choose a target and ignite their soul. The light and heat from burning the soul will transform into the spellcaster's own strength. This spell's efficiency at converting power is above 80%. If the target cooperates, it can reach 95%. Side effect, after using this spell, the player's mana will completely turn into dark mana, and the player will be branded with the dark camp. The player's mind will forever be affected by darkness. Note, strong power must come at a high cost. Young man, are you ready? Link took a deep breath and chose to learn this without hesitation. The card in his vision dissipated, scattering into countless will-o-wisps that floated into Link's body. He shuddered. When he raised his head again, black and silver flames were dancing in his pupils. He looked just like a necromancer who could turn himself into a warlock. Seeing him like this, Saravani burst into laughter. Good, good. You finally chose the dark path. Link, this is a wise choice. You won't regret it. Earlier when Ice Queen Lily heard Link say that he wouldn't change his heart, she'd thought that this magician was pretty good. She didn't expect that he would turn straight into darkness. The world is filled with mist. I hope we will not change our hearts. She realized now that this phrase hadn't been a vow but rather a helpless lament. Lily's eyes were dark, but her determination was stronger. There's nothing else to say. Just do it. Saravani pursed her lips. She was ready to kill this stubborn woman, but before she could act, Link called out, "Let me do it." Saravani instantly smiled. That works too. Go for it. Link looked at Lily. I know a spell that can burn one's soul, he said. It will bring about endless pain, and I want to try it today. While speaking, he also used the telepathy spell. There's no way I can defeat Saravani with my own strength. I was forced to choose the dark path. At the same time, Link sent an image that clearly showed his plan. The plan was good, but it also had a cruel part. It was the critical step and also the darkest one, igniting Lily's soul to turn into power for Link to use. This was the only way for Link to counter Saravani and give the divine fragment to the Snow Mountain Archmage. The image was straightforward, Lily quickly understood. She stared at Link, and Link met her eyes confidently. The black and silver flames danced, but his eyes were as resolute as ever. Clang! Lily tossed her sword onto the ground and closed her eyes, not saying a word. She chose to believe Link and sacrificed her soul without hesitation. Link walked over and hoisted up the ode of a full moon. He pierced Lily's chest and activated the spell. Lily's soul was ignited instantly, burning with frosty white flames. Even the strongest person would lose their calm when their soul was suffering. Lily was the same. She grasped Link's sword and cried out chillingly. Her body writhed uncontrollably, instinctively trying to escape from Link's control. Unfortunately, the spell was activated. Everything was over. While the frosty white soul fire burned, pure dark silver power flowed across the ode of a full moon and surged into Link's body. It quickly bolstered his strength. A level 16 figure like Lily had extremely powerful souls containing incredible power. As the white flames died down, Link felt unprecedented power. He checked his stats. Link Morani, Third Lord, Dark Dragon King, Avatar of the Realm. Level 16 Pinnacle Master Magician, Level 16 Pinnacle Assassin. Energy Type, Dark Realm Essence. Energy Limit, 52,380 points. He'd been at mid-level 16, but now he was at the pinnacle with only a step away from level 17. His power had increased by 30%. By now, Saravani finally felt something wrong. Furrowing her brows, she looked at Link. You? Link indeed possessed dark power and even did something as cruel as devouring a soul. Only a dark magician would do that. But something felt wrong. Yes, the Ice Queen never protested. Now, only a bit of Lily's soul remained. Link stopped the spell and using his thoughts, the soul's remnant entered his sword. A determined thought from the soul entered Link's mind. Darkness has fallen. I hope you do not change your heart. I won't, Link replied. Looking up at Saravani, the flames in his eyes stopped dancing. Instead, they became steady light. Even if I join the darkness, I will be the ruler. Slave? No, he wouldn't even become the slave of the god of light. Link's voice contained unchangeable determination, his tone was indescribably ambitious. The dark power in him condensed and settled like the darkest night. Faced with such resolute will, Saravani stepped back involuntarily. In a fight of will, she was defeated. Afterward, she lost her cool. Realizing that she'd been played, anger seized her. Link, you're dead. Boom. The dark territory instantly expanded to its max. Black lightning cracked endlessly in the sky, and a heavy fog rolled out from the abyss of despair battle robe. Saravani disappeared from her spot. She charged towards Link, sword pointed between his eyes. Clang. With a huge sound, Link blocked Saravani's sword. Rather than clashing directly, he'd cut in from the side, shaving off Saravani's strength. Scrape, scrape. Sparks flew under the grating noise. The two sides entered an intense fight. Therido, having just joined the darkness, couldn't participate in the chaos at all. He was level 16, but he was only in the lower level. Both his skills and his will were far from the two fighting. He could only avoid the clash from afar. In the chaos, no one noticed that the divine fragment hanging at Link's waist suddenly rippled abnormally. A shred of light shone from the wooden box. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, I now proclaim you ruler over all. Chapter 694, I now proclaim you ruler over all. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Saravani's power and speed had improved dramatically thanks to the Abyss of Despair battle robe. With its foresight ability, her offense and defense were now impeccable. She was now the perfect warrior. On the other hand, Link had also received a great deal of power after absorbing Frost Queen Lily's soul energy. However, he was still slightly weaker than Saravani with her Abyss of Despair battle robe. Fortunately, his nigh-flawless swordsmanship, complemented by various support spells that he had cast on himself, was enough to compensate for this difference in power level between them. They had been going at each other for 10 seconds, and still, their duel was no closer to a conclusion. In the span of 10 seconds, both sides had exchanged 325 blows with each other, setting off ripples of power which spread out in all directions. The ground undulated beneath them like the surface of a stormy sea. It was a truly horrific scene. In the realm of Aragu, most duels between two level 16 masters would not last for more than 2 seconds. As a rule, one blow was all it would take to end the other. This was due to the fact that level 16 masters had access to various methods of execution, which most of them were usually not in the habit of advertising to the world. Any misjudgment on their opponent's power level would prove fatal for them. The outcome of a duel also hinged on the stamina of its participants. For instance, with just 5 powerful swings of his sword, Frost Warrior Therida's power reserves would be depleted completely. Only combat masters of unmatched skill and power were capable of trading blows with each other for 10 seconds. Link and Sarabani were 2 such masters. One of them had the body of a dragon, while the other was a demon from the depths of the abyss. One had full mastery of the essence of his own power, while the other was in possession of legendary pinnacle equipment. Both sides seemed to have come to an impasse right now. Frost Warrior Therido had wanted to join the battle. However, the power released by both sides was so intense that he was pushed back 40 miles away from the action. He watched as the duel raged on before him, a look of astonishment on his face. Both warriors had attained power levels beyond his wildest imagination. Therido had no trouble understanding how Sarabani came to become this powerful. She was the child of a god, after all. However, Link was a different matter entirely. On the surface, he simply looked like an ordinary-looking, if somewhat well-built magician. The ferocity that he had displayed in his attacks had caught Therido completely off guard. Still, waters ran deep indeed. 3 seconds passed. The duel before Therido seemed to have come out of its standstill. Link now had the upper hand, forcing Sarabani to assume a defensive stance. She lashed out a few times in retaliation but was ultimately pushed back by Link. Heavy, sonorous clangs rang out from their swords every time they collided against each other, due to the huge amounts of power flowing inside them. Every time Link stabbed his sword out, numerous black rune circles would appear around its blade, causing severe distortion to the space around it. The spatial distortion was the result of an invisible force field that Link had conjured around his sword. As a result, every blow from Link's sword was driven by the sword's own power and the force field that had formed around it. Every time Sarabani swung her sword, her power was greatly weakened by said force field. Despite the power boost the Abyss of Despair battle robe had given her, Sarabani now found herself being driven into a corner by Link. Thankfully, her combat abilities were not terribly affected by this sudden drop in her power. However, Sarabani soon realized that the battle robe's foresight ability was not as effective as she hoped it would be. Foresight, during battle, its user would be able to see 1 second into the future. If Sarabani's opponent had been a warrior or a typical elemental magician, with such an ability activated, she would be able to finish him or her off with a single blow. No matter how powerful her opponent was, she would be able to triumph over them with ease. However, even though the ability was still in effect, the predictions she had received from it during their fight had become less accurate. What made this ability so powerful was the precision of its predictions. If she could no longer predict her opponent's movements accurately in such a tense battle, what was the point of having it activated at all? Link's swordsmanship was indeed flawless, but his accomplishments in the field of magic were what made him such a formidable opponent. Though he had yet to master time magic, he had learned enough of it to be capable of disrupting the flow of time and consequently rendering Sarabani's foresight ability useless. Sarabani began gasping for breath as Link continued his assault, seamlessly combining his combat techniques with his magic. She now felt as if she was stuck in a mire. The more she tried to struggle, the deeper she felt herself being dragged down into an invisible pit. Anger began rising in her until finally, she snapped. "Arg!" screamed Sarabani. "Die!" Taking advantage of the Abyss of Despair battle robe's damage reduction effect, she decided to charge at Link with everything she had. Reckless as it might seem, this technique was also extremely effective. Link's sword pierced Saravani's arm. The sword's tip sank into the battle robe's fabric, which managed to absorb much of its impact. Link felt as if the sword had plunged into a layer of thick, viscous mud. Link's sword had left a deep cut on Saravani's arm. To Saravani, however, this was no more than a flesh wound. She could still fight. Her retaliation would be 100 times more terrible than what she had received. Ignoring her injury, Saravani thrust her sword out towards Link's heart. Link would definitely die on the spot if he were to take this hit. Link immediately avoided the attack. However, this allowed Saravani to turn the tables on him. Realizing that her self-harming tactic had paid off, she decided to continue with it until one of them finally collapsed. For the next few seconds, Link managed to land a few hits on Saravani. However, he was now in a precarious position himself as well. The moment he slipped up, it would be the end of him. 5 seconds later, Link had left 18 cuts on Saravani's body, which was now completely covered in blood. His sword had also left a hole through her abdomen. Link was no better himself. Despite his efforts to dodge her attacks, her blade managed to land a few hits on his arms, thighs, and back. His flesh flapped loosely around his wounds. Blood flowed out of them profusely. He could also feel Saravani's abyssal power lingering on his injuries, hindering his body's ability to heal itself up. His injuries were evidently more severe than Saravani's. Her Abyss of Despair battle robe had managed to offset the difference between their combat powers. The duel went on for another 5 seconds. Both sides had depleted much of their power reserves. Their attacks also became more erratic. However, Link seemed even more ragged than Saravani. The latter had decided to focus more on her offense, knowing that her battle robe would be able to reduce the damage she would receive from Link's attacks. 2 seconds later, the sound of tearing flesh rang out in the air as Saravani and Link flashed past one another. When she finally came to a stop, Saravani's feet gave way beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. Her body was riddled with cuts. Link's sword had left a particularly deep wound through her stomach. Portions of her intestine had been torn apart by it. The pain that now assaulted her entire body was more than even a demon with a sturdy physique like hers could handle. However, the look on her face was one of ecstasy as she turned around to look at Link. Link was still standing on his feet. However, he remained motionless like a statue. Seconds later, blood spurted out of his chest. It then flowed down his body, staining his battle robe along the way until it reached the soil beneath his feet. Link fell to a half-kneel on the ground, with one hand pressed firmly against his chest and one hand holding onto the oat of a full moon sword. His head was limply drooping over his chest. He was unable to avoid Saravani's final attack. Her sword had pierced through his chest and sliced his heart in two. The fact that he was able to remain standing for so long was due to his own sturdy constitution. Saravani was now laughing on the ground. Her laughter was punctuated by coughing fits which sprayed out blood from her blood. Though her injuries were severe, it did not change the fact that she had won this fight. Finally, Saravani had finally defeated Link, who had been the bogeyman in her dreams for so long. "I've defeated you, Link. Your soul will be enslaved by my father for eternity." Cough. Saravani coughed up even more blood. Link remained kneeling on the ground. He did not hear what Saravani was saying to him. He was now looking back at everything that had ever happened in his life, from his time on Earth to all that he had accomplished during his time in Fireman. Faces of those closest to him in this world flashed before his eyes: Celine, Herrera, Riley, Gretel, Illiard, Vance, Nana, and even Ferd. Finally, every other face faded into oblivion, leaving only Celine's before him. His sight was beginning to blur. He could now feel his spirit leaving his body. "Goodbye," whispered Link. There was not a hint of regret in his voice. He was about to die a hero's death on the battlefield. This was more than enough for him. He was simply passing on into the afterlife before everyone else in this bleak and empty world. As for his soul, he had no intention of handing it over to anyone. He had a plan in place to snuff his own soul out before anyone could lay their hands on it. Link's body relaxed, ready for the cold embrace of death. At that moment, nobody seemed to have noticed the wooden box hanging from Link's waist. It had been holding the Shadow Divine Fragment all this time. Due to the intensity of Link's duel with Saravani, a small crack had appeared on the box. Link's blood had seeped into the box through the crack and was now dripping on the Shadow Divine Fragment. The black crystal skull's eye socket started to glow with a black light as it was gradually being soaked in Link's blood. At first, a few weak rays of this black light radiated from the skull sockets. Then, the light expanded across the entire black crystal skull. It then trembled for a moment. Without warning, the entire fragment evaporated into a column of silver-black smoke which burst out of its wooden container and dove into Link's body. In an instant, a jolt of electricity exploded in his head. The fog in his mind lifted, and he was once again back in the world of the living. An ancient voice boomed out in Link's mind moments later. "You who would rather die than be someone else's slave, you whose veins are filled with the blood of a hero, shed off your mortal skin, for I now proclaim you ruler over all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 695 Darkness Does Not Rule, I Rule Darkness. Chapter 695 Darkness Does Not Rule, I Rule Darkness. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. Boom! Link felt great power burst within him. It swept through him like a wild flood, quickly healing his injuries. The wound on his heart started mending at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a hymn-like voice rang out in his mind. Darkness, our Lord, is boundless. With shadows as his flag, murder as his sword, he destroys the weak and rules the void. This sound was as ancient and magnificent as before. It was as if millions of people were chanting at once. Under this prayer, Link saw the sky darken. The golden sunlight turned dark yellow, then red and dark red, until it finally extinguished. After the sun extinguished, countless stars appeared in the sky. But it didn't end. The stars faded and disappeared too. Finally, the entire world was pitch black, devoid of any light. Only the hymn from before remained. As time passed, the voice grew stronger and stronger. It felt like the hymn was getting closer to Link. He felt instinctively that something was about to happen. Pushing down his shock, he waited patiently. After who knew how long, when the hymn was booming around him, the pure darkness before his eyes suddenly formed an image. Thy sky had already been dark before. But after this black image appeared, the sky seemed to have a shred of light in comparison. Link felt that there was nothing blacker than this in the world. It devoured all light, almost devouring even Link's mind and soul. Thankfully, Link's soul was now strong enough. He felt the lure, but he could still anchor himself down. He wouldn't get sucked in. Then the figure spoke. Mortal, I shall crown you. Link wasn't sure what was happening. He didn't get flustered by that sentence either. He remembered Morpheus' words, the Shadow Divine Fragment wasn't a blessing. It was a curse of misfortune. He was still guarded against the Divine Fragment. Who are you? Tell me your background. Do you have any choice now? The Black Shadow asked in reply. At the same time, a few shreds of light shone from behind him, illuminating the area around Link. In that area, Link saw himself. He was still half kneeling on the ground, supported by his sword. But he was surrounded by thick darkness. The space around it was highly distorted. Because of the chaos, rapid air currents kept appearing. It looked like a web of dense silver-black lightning. Not too far from Link, Saravani had sat up on the ground. She was badly hurt and couldn't move. At the moment, she was screaming at Frost Knight Theridaw, who had hidden away. He was now thousands of feet away and was flying towards Link. With his speed, he could cross the distance in less than a second. Under these circumstances, Link would get killed by Theridaw if he didn't agree. He had no choice. Link was very practical. He quickly calculated the costs and benefits. He would either get killed or choose this mysterious road. The former was a dead end. The latter had risks but also a sliver of hope. It was obvious. "I accept," Link agreed. As soon as he spoke, the black shadow laughed heartily. Then it quickly transformed, solidifying into a circular thing. Looking closely, Link saw a crown. It floated towards Link's head. That moment, the game system actually reacted and showed the specific stats of this crown. Crown of Eternal Night. Level 19, can be upgraded to level 29. Effect 1, Boundless Darkness. The wearer's max power will be increased by 200%, magic resistance increased by 80%, and physical resistance increased by 30%. Effect 2, Dark Thoughts. The wearer's mind will speed up, and their spiritual energy will increase. They can easily sink the enemy into panic and chaos. Effect 3, Eternal Night Divine Authority. With the ancient dark contract as a witness, the wearer can easily control all dark creatures below their level. Effect 4, Ultimate Incarnation of Darkness. After activating the power contained in the crown, the wearer will transform into the Sovereign of Eternal Night for a short period, less than 5 seconds. In this state, the user will be immune to any spell and spirit attacks. Their power recovery rate will be increased by 300% and physical defense by 90%. This effect can be used once per day. Side effect, dark power will flow through the body, corroding the user's mind. Finally, the user will become the representative of the Sea of Void's origin of darkness and be ruled by darkness. Note, ash to ash, dust to dust. All originate from darkness and will return to darkness. Seeing the dark attributes, Link sighed inwardly. He knew this was the crown of Eternal Night's use, but he still had no other choice. Bowing his head, the crown, seemingly made of black glass and with an ancient yet majestic style, lowered slowly on Link's head. In that instant, he felt something icy and cool settle in his soul. This power's invasion was unstoppable. After it entered his soul, Link instantly felt his thoughts turn indifferent. Everything that he'd treasured and loved seemed unimportant now. He could sacrifice them at any time. This was the cost of choosing darkness. Strangely enough, Link didn't feel fear. His soul seemed to have split into two now. One of the souls became the bystander. He floated in the air, watching calmly as darkness invaded his soul. He could even see the process clearly. The watching soul was the Link from before. Everything he cared for was preserved well. They weren't affected at all. The situation was strange, but it happened naturally. Link didn't know how he did it either. But the system gave him the answer. This is Soul Dominator Thoreau's blessing. Blessing? What blessing? Link froze. Thus, the game system displayed the blessing's specific uses. Soul Dominator's Blessing. Unrated soul spell, souls can be small or big, powerful or weak. It depends on a thought. Effect, this spell is for the one who received the Soul Dominator's gift. With this blessing, the blessed soul will not be affected by any outer force. Note, ask your original heart. For some reason, when Link saw this blessing, the dark hymn suddenly rang out in his mind. Darkness, our Lord, is boundless. With shadows as his flag, murder as his sword, he destroys the weak and rules the void. In this hymn, darkness was above all existences. It was the source of all, and it ruled the void. But Link suddenly discovered that the ancient Soul Dominator seemed to have found a special soul cultivation method that could make the soul rule all. In other words, Link, who had studied the Book of Revelations before, had somehow inherited the Soul Dominator's truth. Whether a soul was strong or weak depended on a single thought. This was the special thing about a soul. The hymn should change its first sentence for Link, "I rule darkness." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be impressed by the Soul Dominator's boundless wisdom. He thought of the sovereign he'd seen in the ice cave. There had been endless wars. Even undefeatable strength had been useless. Only the soul could rule all and find refuge in the chaos, leaving quietly. That was true wisdom. By then, Therodo was close to Link, but he didn't dare approach. 300 feet away, he raised his sword. Ice and frost gathered on the blade, and it instantly turned hundreds of feet long. Then he brought it down towards Link's head. Crack! The sword came down hard, but it couldn't hack Link into pieces. Under the frost sword, Link raised the ode of a full moon horizontally. Silver dark light flowed through the sword. It was subtle, but it easily blocked the shockingly powerful frost sword. Crack, crack, crack. It was the sound of ice cracking. Threads of dark power whizzed through Therodo's sword, quickly undoing it. Pieces of ice fell down. Therodo maintained it with all his might, but it was useless. He felt irresistible strength come from his sword. He couldn't block it at all. On the other hand, Link rose from his kneeling posture. He easily lifted the huge frost sword as if it was a feather. When he'd stood up straight, his sword shook and there was a huge explosion. Therodo's frost sword instantly shattered. The pieces evaporated and disappeared in the air. The unstoppable power forced Therodo back. He also had very rich battle experience. While retreating, he immediately activated his frost territory. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Instantly, everything inside the territory froze and crumbled into white powder. White mist rose up in the air. This was the strange phenomenon of space being frozen. Absolute Zero was quite powerful. This power would be troublesome for someone at level 16, but Link was way stronger than him. When the cold swept past Link, he just ignored it. What was the coldest in the world? It was darkness, rather than ice. With the crown of eternal night, Link had become the candidate for the ruler of darkness. He didn't care about the cold at all. He grabbed towards Therodo and cast the dark spell, Flame of the Soul. Therodo screamed. White flames burst from his eye sockets, nose, and ears. After the flames reached the air, they turned into strands of white current that flew into Link's body, transforming into dark mana. Therodo's soul was instantly gone whereas Link's power increased again. He was only a sliver away from level 17. Here, Link suddenly heard something. Turning around, he saw that the injured Saravani was disappearing into the air. Seeing that things were going wrong, she ran again. Link frowned. He suddenly felt strong danger. His instincts told him that he must leave the Aragu realm, or else something bad would happen. He immediately prepared a portal, but then he discovered something wrong. It wouldn't open. He tried again and realized some force was obstructing him. This force seemed to smell of fire. Thinking, Link immediately understood. The Inferno Archmage locked the Aragu realm, but he didn't come personally. The Snow Mountain Archmage must be delaying him, but I can't leave. I'm sure many will come to kill me soon. Since he couldn't escape, he could only get surrounded. This was dangerous. Thinking more, Link realized he only had one choice: find the Snow Mountain Archmage. That was his only ally and the only force that could save him in Aragu. With this in mind, he rushed towards the Isle of Eternal Winter in the northeast where the Snow Mountain Archmage lived. While Link was looking for his ally, the Fire Sect also entered full battle mode. This time, they received the God's Oracle. They only had one target, the legendary magician, the Lord of Ferd from the Fireman realm. The Oracle said that the Ferd Lord was close to level 17 and had incredible combat ability. Thus, practically the entire fire sect was sent out. Within 5 minutes, the 5 powerful fighters with territories, St. Milda, Saravani who just run back and finished recovering, the 3 remaining lava knights of the fire sect, set off. With the help of the Inferno Archmage, they opened a portal and entered the verdant plains. When Saravani didn't see anyone, she sniffed the air and smelled Link's aura. Deducing, she immediately said, "He's gone to the Isle of Eternal Winter. Go!" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, You're My Only Hope. Chapter 696, You're My Only Hope. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Who? A cold, bitter wind howled from the north. A young man was striding urgently across the frozen ground. He was clad in a black battle robe with a crystal crown on his head. It was Link. The clouds in the sky above the Isle of Eternal Winter churned like the surface of a stormy sea. Snowflakes fell from the heavens like feathers. These hexagonal snowflakes were a hazard in and of itself. Not only were they colder than ice, but their edges were also so sharp that they could wedge themselves into one's flesh. At any moment, these snowflakes could come tumbling down from the sky like shurikens. The waves on the surface of the sea around the island were all frozen in place. In any case, the island was unimaginably cold. However, thanks to the Crown of Eternal Night, his power had been converted into dark power, and he now had a high resistance to such freezing temperatures. No matter how the wind howled at him, Link did not feel the slightest bit cold. The spatial fabric in the island had been completely frozen, preventing anyone from using teleportation magic within its confines. Link had no choice but to make his way through the snow on foot. The entire island was a 300 square foot wide circular disc. In the middle of it stood the Snow Mountain Archmage's frozen palace. After striding for half a minute through the snow, Link finally saw the magnificent palace in the distance. The frozen palace was made of huge blocks of ice, each of which seemed to be of a different color. The entire building stood out garishly against the snow-white backdrop. Link was about to resume his path towards the palace when suddenly he noticed a wizened man standing before him in a white robe which matched his equally white hair and beard. Link knew who he was. It was the Snow Mountain Archmage who had sent his double to Fireman. He was also known as Yer, and here in Aragu, he was widely recognized as the Grandmaster of the Mystic Arts. As soon as he saw the old man, Link suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He had intended to deliver the divine fragment to the Archmage as promised. Instead, he was the one who ended up using it. Though he did not really have a choice on the matter itself, Link still felt somewhat guilty for not being able to keep his promise. Upon seeing the remorseful look on Link's face, Archmage Yer said with a wistful smile, "Lord of Ferd, do not beat yourself up over it. I already know what happened. The divine fragment wasn't even mine to begin with. It wasn't your fault that the fates have deemed you worthy of it. The fates have also informed me that my life is about to come to an end, and that destruction will come upon the Sea of Void soon." "Are you talking about the ruler of light and darkness?" asked Link. Even though he had already been mentally prepared for such an eventuality for some time, his body trembled still, somewhat unnerved to hear it straight from the Archmage's mouth. Yer nodded. "At first, all I saw was darkness. I did not know why. However, you have revealed the truth to me during your duel with Saravani on the verdant plains. The Inferno Archmage has chosen submission. An unprecedented catastrophe will soon beset the Aragu realm. I thought all hope was lost for all of us until the day I met you." Yer turned towards Link with a grave look on his face. His dark blue eyes were fixed on him. "The light of hope burns bright in you, Link. You will soon gain power which rivals even that of the ruler of light and darkness. Only you will be able to stop his genocidal campaign against all life in every realm. You must not die. Leave the Aragu realm now." Return to Fireman and become strong enough to vanquish the ruler of light and darkness once and for all. Just then, Link felt a sudden warmth in the air. Then, he noticed a red glimmer spreading out from the horizon as if the sun had finally sunk into the ocean and left the last rays of its light in the sky. Before Link could even make a remark, the Snow Mountain Archmage muttered, "The Inferno Archmage, Saster, he's coming." This was the first time Link had heard the Inferno Archmage's real name being spoken out loud. With his thought processes accelerated by the Crown's Dark Thoughts special effect, he was able to quickly predict what was about to happen soon. "He's probably after me. Saravani had said that her father wants to make a slave out of me. She's also said that the Inferno Archmage has chosen to side with the ruler of light and darkness. From the looks of things, the entire fire sect must be coming after me in full force. With the Arago realm completely sealed shut, escape may be all but impossible." Even with the Crown of Eternal Night and his supposed potential for further growth, the fact remained that Link's power was still at level 16 and that the only ally he had right now was the Snow Mountain Archmage. With the enemy coming in fast, Link might not be able to make it out of the Arago realm alive. Archmagier waved a hand, conjuring countless frost runes around it. The runes sparkled for a few seconds in the air. All of a sudden, they fizzled out. Saster has sealed off the entire realm with the power of his followers' belief. As long as his spell is in effect, even I will not be able to break out of this realm. We'll just have to fight our way out of this. He began walking towards the frozen palace. "Come with me, Lord of Ferd. Time is of the essence. The Arago army will not be able to come to our aid in time. Even if they do, it would not be of much help. Our only course of action right now is to help you attain more power." The old man was walking so fast that Link had to jog after him. The two were soon inside the frozen palace. The Archmage's footsteps did not stop. Once they reached the middle of the palace's main hall, the Archmage waved a hand. As if in response, the rune circle beneath their feet glowed, revealing a secret storage space. "Rise." The Snow Mountain Archmage waved his hand again. An ice pillar began rising from the middle of the storage space with a sound of ice breaking. A crystal box was set on the pillar. The Archmage opened the box with another wave of his hand. A colorless crystal as big as a pigeon's egg floated out of the box. As soon as it came into contact with the air in the outside world, it was immediately surrounded by a milky white mist. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped to -30 degrees. Link could not help but shiver in the sudden cold. "Swallow this, quick." The Snow Mountain Archmage quickly gave Link the crystal. The cold was so intense that it was as if there were hundreds of cold needles piercing his face right now. Link could not imagine how his stomach would react to being forced such an ominous-looking thing. He had no idea what the Snow Mountain Archmage was making him eat. "Game system, do you know what this is?" thought Link. He knew the Archmage would not try to harm him. He just wanted to know a bit more about the crystal before he put it in his mouth. Scanning. Scan complete. It's a flawless frozen essence. Flawless frozen essence. Quality, level 19. Effect, the essence is made of pure concentrated frost power. Anyone who takes it will experience an intense cold. If they manage to survive it, their power level will be increased by 1 level. Otherwise, their body and soul will be frozen solid. Note, great power comes at a great cost. After reading through the crystal's effects, there was no doubt in Link's mind what he was supposed to do right now. These were dangerous times. Link had to take a leap of faith. He opened his mouth and bit into the flawless frozen essence. Ignoring the growing numbness in his mouth, he let the crystal slide down his throat and into his stomach. Link's thoughts flashed through his mind so quickly that the Snow Mountain Archmage did not even detect Link's initial misgiving about swallowing the crystal. He did not think that Link would take it so willingly. He then laughed out loud. "Good man, good man. Seeing how much faith you have in me, you have my word that I will do whatever it takes to get you out of Aragu alive. Link could barely hear what the Archmage was saying. The only thing he was feeling right now was the indescribable pain in his stomach. It was as if hundreds of knives were now cutting up his intestines into ribbons. The coldness had also spread to every corner of his body, threatening to turn him into a human-sized popsicle. The pain was excruciating. However, Link's mind still remained somewhat lucid. I could still feel pain, which means that the crystal's coldness hasn't completely ruined my body yet. If his body were to go completely numb, he would have to activate the Crown of Eternal Night's ultimate darkness form in order to boost his own magical resistances and mitigate the damage done to his body. However, the situation seemed a lot better than he had expected. Link was now in so much pain that he could barely stand up. He plopped down on the ground, fighting off the biting cold in his body. The Snow Mountain Archmage was silently watching over him in a corner. At that point, the red glimmer in the sky had intensified. The snow and clouds in the sky outside the frozen palace had somewhat cleared. Half a minute later, a terrible voice exploded like lightning in the air. Year, hand over the intruder and pledge your allegiance to the ruler of light and darkness or die. The Inferno Archmage, Saster, had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, Nemesis After 100 Years. Chapter 697, Nemesis After 100 Years. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Inferno Archmage Saster was the god of the Fire Sect, the mastermind behind the Yen Empire, and an undefeatable figure at the pinnacle of level 19. Nozama was at the pinnacle of level 19 too. In the game, he'd almost upended the Fireman realm. The World Tree of the High Elves was a magic item at level 19. It was powerful enough to fuse two separate realms. In this realm, the pinnacle of level 19 was a synonym of incredible. The pinnacle of level 19 was also the highest level a realm could contain. Any further in one would enter the divine state. Anyone in that state would either get repelled by the realm, or they would cause the realm to burst. Of course, there hadn't been any god who'd forcefully burst a realm yet. Even the frightening ruler of light and darkness couldn't. To someone at level 19, anyone below their level, even someone at the pinnacle of level 18, could be killed with just a bit of strength. This was why people at the pinnacle of level 19 had arch before their title. Warriors were arch-warriors while magicians were archmages. After Saster arrived at the Isle of Eternal Winter, Snow Mountain Archmage did two things. One was to activate a defense spell, sealing his palace. The second was to leave the palace and fight Saster thousands of feet in the air. Saster hadn't come alone. Some of his men had come, but they were at level 16. To Year, they were as insignificant as flies. Of course, they were flies now. But if he kept fighting Saster and used up a lot of energy, these flies could still influence the game. That was alright though. Year didn't care about life or death now. He had one simple goal, which was to send Link to the Fireman realm so he had enough time to mature and counter the ruler of light and darkness. Saster, I used to respect you because you were the most talented magician I've met. But now, I'm disappointed. No matter how talented or lucky you are, you're just a dog. Year was calm as he spoke. Rather than insulting Saster, he seemed to be stating an obvious fact. To the proud Saster, Year's words were like an arrow to his heart. He felt his face heat up, but he just couldn't utter any refutation. The fire simmered in his heart, and it felt so uncomfortable. After many seconds, he finally gritted out, Year, you don't know what you're facing at all. You. Year waved, cutting him off. Cut the nonsense. Let's start. Before he finished, beams of light already flashed around Year. The dozens of arrow-like crystal cones appeared out of thin air. They spun around Year in a complicated yet precise way. The iciness in the air thickened. Saster's expression grew serious. Retreat from the isle. He called to his believers. This was the battlefield for the archmages. Everyone else would be swept up by the storm and be crushed easily. This time, even Saravani didn't delay. She was the first to turn and escape. Milda and the 3 lava knights quickly retreated too. They'd been far behind the Inferno Archmage. After getting the command, they ran at full speed and quickly exited the Isle of Eternal Winter. When the last lava knight retreated, deafening cracks came from the 200-mile-wide island behind them. The island and the frozen sea around it were instantly covered in a web of cracks. The cracks deepened and widened. Less than 10 seconds later, the entire island disappeared from the sea surface. The frozen sea also turned into warm water. In the distant horizon, there was a red and white ball of light. They entangled and collided, setting off ripples of shockwaves. Under the colliding power, the members of the fire sect could feel the ground shaking despite being hundreds of miles away. The sea had started roaring too. Mountainous waves crashed towards all directions, creating tsunamis going towards land. The furious waves forced the people back further. This kind of power made one speechless. Milda and the lava knights had lost their words. Even Saravani, who called herself the daughter of a god, was floored. She couldn't believe a mortal could reach this level. The battle went on for 16 seconds. At 17 seconds, the ball of white light at the horizon was scattered by the red light. However, the red light also paid greatly. His light was much dimmer than before. If his light had been comparable to the sun before, he was now like a star at night that glowed a bit brighter than the others. Inferno Archmage Saster was extremely talented, but Yer was a grandmaster too. Their skills were at the same level. The main reason why Saster won was because he had the divine fragment and the support from his believers. The fight between the 2 archmages had ended. Saster quickly turned and ran from the battlefield. At the same time, a voice rang out in the minds of his believers. Yer is dead while the Third Lord is still unharmed. I will continue to lock the realm so he can't escape. You all work together to kill him. By the time he finished, the Inferno Archmage had already vanished. Milda and the others all had reverent expressions. Only Saravani looked in the direction Saster went in deep thought. He ran so quickly. He must have been hurt badly and is too scared to face the Third Lord now. Yer may have died, but the Inferno Archmage had paid greatly for it. Let's go, Milda said. Let us go meet the Third Lord. Saravani, are you okay? Saravani's injuries were healed by a divine spell, but it had been a serious wound. It would still affect her combat ability. Milda didn't want something to happen at this critical time. Saravani never liked this high elf. If Milda wasn't here, Saravani would be the most powerful in the fire sect and be worshipped by the thousands of believers. After Milda came, she took all this glory away. No wonder Saravani hated Milda. She scoffed. Worry about yourself, Milda. I heard that the Third Lord's your old lover. Don't get soft and cause trouble. Milda smiled thinly. Since you're arguing with me, I guess you're fine. Let's go. This annoyed Saravani. She wanted to tear apart this pretty and clever high elf, but she still knew her place. She was much more powerful than Milda, but the 3 lava knights were all on her side. Milda's prophecy staff was powerful too. Saravani might not be a match if they got into a fight. She would get reprimanded by her father too. She never did things with no benefits. Huffing, Saravani opened her territory and rushed towards the palace in the heart of the island. Milda and the others followed. The Isle of Eternal Winter had completely sunk. All they could see was the blue sea surface. After flying for more than 100 miles, they finally saw something different. There was a lonely stone pillar in the middle of the sea. The pillar had the damaged palace. At the entrance, there was an elder holding a staff with both hands. He stood there quietly. It was Year, the Snow Mountain Archmage. "Ah, Year isn't dead!" a lava knight yelled. "Oh my god, what do we do?" At the front, Saravani's pupils constricted. Her heart skipped a beat too. She'd just witnessed an Archmage's power. No matter how brave she was, she didn't dare fight an Archmage. That was suicide. But she quickly realized that even though Year was standing, he had no power aura. His body was completely frozen too. This was a lifeless corpse. "Don't freak out. He's dead," Saravani called. Everyone looked carefully and was relieved when they realized it was true. "This damn old guy. He's scaring us even when he's dead," a lava knight cursed. As soon as he spoke, footsteps sounded from the ruins of the palace. Clack, clack. A few seconds later, a young man with black hair, black eyes, the crown of eternal night, a silver-black battle robe, and a long sword walked out. He stopped at the door and bowed to the Snow Mountain Archmage rooted there. Then he raised his head and looked at the lava knight who'd spoken. "Everyone will die. Some die without any meaning. Others should be respected, even in death. Knight, kneel and apologize." The lava knight shuddered under Link's gaze. Then he realized the opponent was alone while his side had 5 people. It boosted his courage. "I am the blazing fire lost. I'll say what I want." Link wasn't looking at him anymore. The sentence before was announcing the other's end. There was no need to say more to a dead person. He turned to Milda. A century had passed, but as the fire sex saint, she had top skills and maintained her beauty well. In fact, she looked more graceful and elegant now. If Milda had been like a lily growing beside a creek before, she was now like a blooming rose being cared for in a royal garden. Thinking back, the past had become smoke. The smoke now transformed into a faint smile. "After so many years, we've become rivals. We'll meet with our weapons later. I can only say sorry." Milda opened her mouth. She wanted to speak but found herself speechless. Now that she actually faced Link, her calm disappeared. All that remained were complicated feelings. Seeing this, Saravani pulled out her sword. "Link, you won't defeat me even if we fight again. Come at me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 698, What a Shame. Chapter 698, What a Shame. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Saravani's goals had always been to go out of her way to please her father by becoming stronger and winning her battles. This had made her the sole recipient of her father's affection. She could not care less about the constant struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. The only thing on her mind right now was defeating Link. In an instant, the sky went dark as her realm unfolded around her. Her movements had become so fast her body was a blur. A moment ago, Saravani was a mile away from Link. The next second, she reappeared right in front of Link, her sword aimed directly at Link's forehead. Ever since she received the Abyss of Despair battle robe from her father, she had become so powerful that no one in the Iragu realm would be able to survive a direct hit from her, not even Milda. The 2 archmages were the exception to this rule. Saravani's sword was now a foot away from Link. The disturbed air in its trajectory managed to stir a few strands of his hair. Still, Link remained motionless. "Something's wrong, not good, it's a magical decoy," she thought. Saravani finally realized what was going on at the last possible second. She immediately swung her sword to her side. In the next second, an intense cold washed over her. She then felt her sword coming into contact with immense, concentrated power. Upon impact, Saravani could feel the needle-like power flow through her blade and into her hand, causing it to go numb. The current of power continued working its way across the entire length of her arm. There was now a sharp pain in her forearm. The Abyss of Despair battle robe immediately reacted to this intrusion by blunting the penetrating, needle-like force. Bang! Saravani's body flew off 3 miles in the opposite direction, as if something had slammed into her hard. There was a dazed look on her face. This is level 17 power. If she was not already a level 16 pinnacle master, and if she did not have the Abyss of Despair battle robe on her, Link's attack would have killed her instantly. She turned around, frantically searching for Link. Suddenly, a terrible cry pierced the air. It had come from Lost, whose chest had been stabbed by Link. Dark, cold power flowed from the ode of a full moon sword into Lost's body. Despite being given the title Flaming Sky, the man only had level 15 pinnacle power. The power flowing out of Link's sword would have easily put out any fire he was able to summon. Catcha! Catcha! Black crystalline frost began spreading across his body until he was frozen solid. Kneel! Link activated an area of effect spell with a swing of his sword, forcing Lost to kneel down. He then sent Lost's frozen body flying through the air until it landed on its knees before the Snow Mountain Archmage's ice statue. A shiver ran down everyone's spine when they saw what just happened. However, as seasoned fighters, everyone soon recovered from their shock and immediately leaped into action. Milda was the first to attack. She pointed her prophecy staff at Link and muttered, "The Lord has decreed that your legs be ensnared in mud, your body becomes so weak that you would not be able to hold your sword upright for the rest of your life, and your mind be thrown into the pits of madness." Restriction of movement, emaciation, and delirium were the 3 effects that Milda had prophesied for Link. Ordinarily, these effects could be induced by normal spells. Unfortunately, they could also be resisted by anyone with a high enough magical resistance. On the other hand, prophecy spells could rarely be dispelled. They also tended not to leave any trace. Its target would have to endure its effects for as long as the spell was in effect. Hum. Hum. Black waves of power radiated from Milda's staff and into the void. In the next second, Link began feeling the effects of her spell. His strength was fading, his feet felt as if they were stuck in a mire, and countless thoughts had filled up every inch of his cranium, threatening to drive him mad. If Link was just a warrior, even with his level 17 power, he would not have been able to deal with such a powerful prophecy spell while being surrounded by his enemies. Fortunately, he was an accomplished magician who had dabbled in all sorts of magic, including elemental, spatial, time, and even soul magic. He managed to brace himself mentally for Milda's attack in time. Let the heart be still as the moon in the raging ocean of one's consciousness, let it focus the spirit. This was a soul spell from the Book of Revelation. It read like a passage from a martial arts manual. Before, even though Link understood what each word in it meant, he never could put the spell into practice. Having reached level 17 power now, the spell's usage came to him naturally. Wisdom and power had always been closely connected to each other in this world. Some things could only be understood from a high enough point of view. With the soul spell activated, his mind was now able to withstand the onslaught of thoughts that raged on still inside his head. Regaining composure, Link then activated the Crown of Eternal Night's Dark Thoughts effect and began using time magic. Time magic was not one of Link's strongest suit. However, this was alright. Prophecy spells usually had to follow a set path until they reached their targets. By disrupting the spell's path, he would be able to neutralize it completely. Link's eyes began to glow with a silver-black light. He could now clearly see the flow of time in front of him. Link then brandished his sword about, leaving silver arcs of light in the air. Link's movements had seemed completely random to Saravani and the 2 lava knights. However, Milda's eyes widened with surprise as soon as she realized what Link had done. Her prophecy staff had cracked, and her spell had been neutralized. Her opponent had managed to counter her most powerful technique. Just how strong have you become, Link? Milda was now looking at Link in fear. 100 years ago, they had entered the Araga realm, still wet behind the ears. 100 years later, she had become the fire sect's holy maiden. She had always believed that she had far surpassed Link in terms of power. Little did she know that he had become even more powerful than her in such a short time frame. Even though her spell had been broken by Link, it had lowered Link's defenses enough for Saravani and the two lava knights to move in for the kill. 3 blurs of light came at Link from all sides. All 3 of them knew that they could not hope to beat Link individually. Only by attacking him simultaneously did they have any chance of defeating him. This was their last chance to strike Link down. After beating back Saravani, killing Flaming Sky Lost and dispelling Milda's prophecy spell, Link's mind was now clearer than ever. There was not a single shred of fear in him as he watched his assailants closing in on him. If anything, he was even more fired up right now. With the Dark Thoughts effect activated, his thoughts were now zipping through his mind so quickly that all 3 of them seemed to be in slow motion. He was able to counter Saravani's Abyss of Despair battle robe and defeat her before by severing the flow of time. The crown's ultimate darkness form effect was activated. Countless black crystals began spreading across his body until they formed a black crystalline battle robe around him. His body was now enveloped in silver-black flames. At that moment, all 3 of Link's attackers were moments away from plunging their swords into his body. Link's right hand was now brandishing his sword in a blur, while rune circles appeared around his empty left hand, summoning a net of black vine-like shapes into existence. Not only did these vines serve as a shield for Link, but they had also conjured a long blade for him as additional offensive power. This was the scene that had unfolded before Milda. Before any of them could reach Link, black shapes burst forth from where he stood. In an instant, the 2 lava knights were sent flying off in the opposite direction at breakneck speed. Saravani only managed to hold out against Link's attack for half a second before she was beaten back as well. Seeing no point in fighting a losing battle, Saravani decided to turn around and run for her life. Link then activated the Flame of the Soul technique. The 2 lava knights were now glowing with a red light. The light then left their bodies and rushed into Link's body. Bang! Bang! The 2 lava knights hit the seawater beneath them. Straining her eyes, Milda saw their bodies mangled beyond recognition by the impact. Both of them were gone. The 2 lava knights were killed, while Saravani had managed to escape with her life. Only Link remained standing without a scratch on him. Wind howled past. Link was now standing before Milda. He knocked her staff out of her hands with a flick of his sword and rested its tip beneath her chin. With her most powerful spell easily countered by Link, Milda now stood powerless before him. "Are you going to kill me?" asked Milda. "Is it too late for you to renounce the fire sect?" asked Link. "Yes, I'm afraid so," replied Milda, shaking her head. She had devoted 100 years of her life to the fire sect. There was no way she could turn her back on it now. That's unfortunate. In one clean motion, Link swung his sword through Milda's neck, sending her head flying into the air. He then caught it in mid-flight and immediately activated the Flame of the Soul technique. Like the 2 lava knights before her, the red light of Milda's soul flew out of her head and then entered Link's body. After converting the souls of Milda and the 2 lava knights into dark power, his power level had reached level 17 midstage. Milda's headless body began to fall out of the sky. With a few strokes of his sword, Link was able to reduce it into fine dust from a distance. He let out a sigh. After floating in the air for a few seconds in contemplative silence, he tried to open a realm portal. However, nothing happened. Link frowned. Saster still has the realm under lockdown. Once he regains his full power, I may be in deep trouble. What should I do? All of a sudden, a mad idea popped up in his head. Since you're still dead set on keeping me here, you leave me no choice. The plan he had was indeed mad. However, the line between madness and greatness had always been blurred. I still haven't had the chance to use my new level 16 spell. From the looks of it, there's still room for improvement. I could make some improvements to it along the way, thought Link as he flew towards the Yin Empire. Who knows, an opportunity to use it might present itself while I wipe out all of Saster's followers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699 Endless Bloodshed. Chapter 699 Endless Bloodshed. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. What did Saster use to lock the realm? He used the strength of his believers accumulated through the years. This move used up much of his stored belief power. If not for the ruler of light and darkness orders, he definitely wouldn't do something so crazy. He was badly injured from the final battle with the Snow Mountain Archmage and was forced to go rest in the Yin Empire. However, an Archmage's body was abnormally strong. Once hurt, it required a great amount of energy to heal. Where did this energy come from? From the millions of believers in the Yin Empire. The belief power from regular believers was weak and impure. The purification process took a lot of time. Thus, to quickly replenish his power, he had to rely on the hardcore believers. This time, Saster was truly hurt. He lived in the Fire God Palace, which was built in the mortal temple of the Isomeric realm. Saster went to the center and lay directly onto the ground. A fiery crystal hovered quietly around 10 feet above him. Threads formed by countless runes stretched from the crystal. Like smoke or fog, they extended out and disappeared in the air. These threads weren't still. They would vibrate occasionally, and tiny balls would rush out of the air, entering the fiery crystal. It looked like countless water pipes reaching out from the air, connecting to a pool in the end, the fiery crystal. Clear water flowed in without stop, but the crystal never became full. Its light just grew brighter. Drip, drop. Suddenly, a drop of fiery liquid dripped from the crystal. Inferno Archmage Saster opened his mouth to catch it. He instantly felt warmth go from his throat to his organs, warming his icy body. This fiery crystal was his divine fragment. It absorbed the belief power and converted it into pure infernal power for Saster, strengthening him. Of course, it was also the thing helping him recover quickly now. If no accidents happened, he would receive 5 million drops of pure infernal power around a month later. This should help him recover to his top state. 1 month is still too long. Saster was a bit anxious. If he was in his best state, he could definitely use a divination spell to find the source of the anxiety. He couldn't do it now. He just wished time could pass a bit faster. God? God? Are you there? A thought suddenly rang out in Saster's mind. It was a prayer from a believer in the mortal world. His voice was hurried, and it trembled. It contained great fear. Saster froze. The bad feeling in him grew stronger. His power was limited now, but he still replied. In an infernal church in the mortal world, the eyes of Saster's statue lit up with faint red light. This meant that God's consciousness had arrived. He was ready to listen to his believers. A horrible demon is blaspheming you. He is very powerful and cruel. He keeps killing your children and absorbing their souls after destroying their bodies. Ah, no, he's coming. Ah. Instantly, the prayer turned into cries of terror. A portion of Saster's mind was still on that mortal statue. In that moment, he saw a black-haired man with a black crystal crown rush into the temple. It was indeed the Lord of Ferd. He grabbed the praying believer. Saster recognized the believer as the archbishop of this church. The poor mortal was raised in the air, and he struggled like a rabbit caught by a lion. He cast various divine spells on the Ferd Lord, but these were just like scratches to a lion. Other than nice lighting effects, they were useless. Amidst the useless struggling, the Ferd Lord suddenly applied pressure. Wriggling fiery red light was pulled out of the archbishop's body. It entered the furred lord while the body in his hands turned into a lump of dead meat. Plop! The furred lord tossed the archbishop's corpse onto the ground. He looked up at the statue and suddenly brought his sword down. In the last moment, Saster felt sharp murderous intent rush towards him, shaking his heart. Then the statue was destroyed, and he lost connection with the church and the mortal world. Saster was still an archmage. Though physically weak, his mind was still strong. He wouldn't get scared by an upper-level 17 legendary magician. After the shock, anger rushed out from his heart. It was like a volcano spewing furious lava. Ant! Maggot! You're taking advantage of my crisis. I shall crush your soul. Saster gritted out. But the anger only lasted an instant. Afterward, his physical weakness reminded him cruelly that he could only face ordinary fighters now. Level 14 was his max. The furred lord was an upper level 17 with a level 19 pinnacle magic tool. Saster wasn't his match at all. In other words, he couldn't do anything now. He's killing my believers. This is destroying my source of power. I must stop him, or else everything will be over. He'd managed the fire sect for 100 years. He'd established the Yen Empire and received thousands upon thousands of converters. This was the foundation for lighting the divine fire and becoming a god. It was also his source of power. If this foundation was destroyed, his speed of recovery would slow drastically. He might even die. Who knew that the damn furred lord would reach level 19 after absorbing so many souls? If he really did, the Yen Empire would be over. But the Lava Knights have all died, as well as Milda. Saravani escaped with serious injuries, and I don't know where she is. How do I stop him? Do I ask the ruler of light and darkness for help? Thinking of this, Saster realized it was his only option. The furred lord's speed of killing was shocking. The rate that infernal power dripped from the fiery crystal already slowed by 3 seconds. This meant that his recovery would take much longer. No, he wouldn't have the chance to recover if the furred lord kept killing. There was no time. He must ask for help. Ruler of light and darkness, majestic true God of the void, I beg you to save me. If you help me through this crisis, our contract from before will be voided. Your thought will be my order. I will serve you for eternity, fighting for you until the end of time. There was no reply from the void, but Saster didn't give up. He kept repeating it. After the 5th time, he suddenly felt the space in the palace shake. Then he felt a horribly powerful consciousness descend into his palace. A voice soon rang out in his mind. Your loyalty isn't enough. If you want me to save you, you must catch the furred lord. I want him alive. You can destroy his physical body, but his soul must not be harmed at all. Why? Even crushing Link into dust could only slightly alleviate his anger. Because he is thousands of times more valuable than you. To me, you are dirt. I won't do something as idiotic as losing a pearl to receive dirt. The ruler of light and darkness was very straightforward. He straightforwardly ignored Saster's dignity. With his strength, he didn't have to care about Saster's feelings anyway. Saster felt like he would explode from anger. After the fury, he felt jealousy and finally, helplessness. He couldn't refute it. The threads from the fiery crystal reduced. The infernal power flowing from it slowed down too. Forced by the situation, Saster had no choice but to submit. Your wishes are my commands. As long as you can save me, I won't disappoint you. I like dealing with magicians. They're all so wise. The ruler of light and darkness laughed. An instant later, a silver-white beam of light appeared. It shone on Saster's body and then entered it. This phenomenon lasted for around 10 minutes. Then the beam disappeared. Saster climbed up from the ground and bowed. My master, I will bring him to you. Go now, but don't be careless. He's growing much faster than you can imagine. With that, the ruler of light and darkness consciousness exited the palace. Saster scoffed. So what if he was fast? Only around 10 minutes had passed, and Saster's power was back to his optimal state. How powerful could Link be? With this in mind, he glanced into the mortal world. His pupils constricted instantly. Earlier, Link had only been at upper level 17. Now, he'd already destroyed more than 20 large temples, killing all the believers in them and taking their souls. This wasn't all. He'd killed every living thing along the way and absorbed their souls. Everywhere he passed had turned into zones of death. In around 10 minutes, more than 20 temples had been destroyed, and 5 large cities had been wiped out. At least 1 million souls had been ignited and absorbed. Crazy. Crazy. This guy has gone mad. He's turned into a complete demon. There were strong figures among those 1 million souls. This meant that the Third Lord was now at the pinnacle of level 18 and would soon reach level 19. Once he did so, he could fight with Saster. Then it would be hard to say who would win. Seeing that the Third Lord was still massacring, Saster didn't dare dally. He rushed over immediately. Mortal world. Link reached another city. This was a mid-sized city with 100,000 people. There was also a mid-sized temple. If he could absorb all the souls here. No, he only needed half to reach level 19. It was cruel, but he had no other choice. He would either become the ruler of light and darkness puppet and destroy countless realms, or he would choose his own road of darkness. Rest in peace, mortals. Link jumped towards the temple in the city center. Along the way, thousands of souls flew into his body, turning into power. Just as he was about to reach the temple, it suddenly lit up. Horrible power forced Link away, and a resounding voice rang out. Demon, halt, dot. Inferno Archmage Saster had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Fall of an Archmage. Chapter 700, Fall of an Archmage. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. The Inferno Archmage Saster had appeared before Link in person, stopping him in his murderous tracks at that moment. His appearance had left everyone in the temple in a frenzy. Our Almighty Master has graced us with his presence once again. You are the sun that warms my soul, Almighty One. Demon, you're in big trouble now. Some of them immediately knelt before Saster, their mouths filled with praise for him. Others, emboldened by their master's arrival, began cursing at Link, as if Saster's presence had lent them his invincibility. Naturally, Link ignored them. The words of insects meant nothing to him. The power that he had absorbed from his victims was now overflowing out of him in the form of churning black smoke. Flashes of electricity appeared in it from time to time, giving him the appearance of a powerful demon from the pits of hell. There was not a hint of fear in him when Saster appeared before him. He had attained level 18 pinnacle power and was moments away from reaching level 19 himself. Despite being somewhat inferior to the level 19 Inferno Archmage in terms of power, Link still had a few tricks up his sleeve. There was a chance Link could come out of this victorious. Saster, you've allied yourself with the Devourer of Realms. There will come a day when you yourself will be devoured by him, along with the entire Aragu realm. Your cowardice has spelled the end of this world. Link's voice rang out loud and clear throughout the whole city. His words were immediately met by outrage from all of Saster's followers. Saster was standing at the entrance of the temple with a grave expression on his face. He then retorted, Demon, you bring with you nothing but lies, destruction, and chaos. No one here will believe a word from your mouth. Ha ha ha. Link let out a hollow laugh. He then held out a hand, setting 10 more souls ablaze and converting them into power for himself. Isn't your Dark Knight, Saravani, the same kind of demon that you're describing? That's a bit hypocritical, condemning the very people that you've associated yourself with, don't you think? His words had left everyone speechless. Saravani's notoriety had spread across the entire realm. Though she had only ever targeted the Empire of the Light, her methods were known to be extremely cruel. Her order of Dark Knights were something of a taboo among the inhabitants of the Iragu realm. Saravani had earned the moniker of demon even among the followers of the Fire sect. None of them could come up with a proper retort to Link's words at that moment. Even those who had been quick to boo and hiss at Link were at a loss for words before the uncomfortable truth of their alliance with a demon like Saravani. Saster's face contorted in annoyance. Save your breath, demon. Today is the day you die. Link chuckled at this. Haha, hypocrite, you plan on attacking me here? Aren't you worried everyone in this city might be caught in the crossfire? Mortals, take a good look at who you're really worshipping. See just how black and twisted his soul really is. Saster narrowed his eyes at Link. In the corner of his eyes, he could see that all of his followers were now gazing at him hopefully, hoping that he would be able to protect them all from Link. However, they were all mistaken. His opponent was a level 18 Pinnacle Master. Even though the Archmage believed he could easily take him down at his current power level, he also knew that he could not afford to be distracted by anything in the middle of a duel of this scale. There was nothing he could do for his followers. Collateral damage was almost always inevitable when two titans danced. Saster let out a deep sigh. Some sacrifices have to be made. I wish there was more I could do for you, my loyal subjects. At that moment, Link knew that the Archmage was about to make the first move. Activating the Dark Thoughts effect, he immediately leaped into action, beating his opponent to the punch. Die, hypocrite! Silver-black rings of light had appeared around the ode of a full moon sword. In an instant, copies of the sword materialized in the air and hurtled towards Saster like a tsunami. This was the technique that Link had come up with back in Gervin Forest. It had originally been a level 16 spell. Since then, he had made continuous improvements on it with the aid of the Dark Thoughts effect. Only God knew just how powerful this spell had become at this point. Link had named this technique Infinite Blades of Time. Infinite Blades of Time. Level 18 Pinnacle Spell. Description: summons an array of swords from an infinite number of parallel universes. Unblockable. At the same time, Link diverted the mana overflowing from his body into the Crown of Eternal Night. Strictly speaking, this overflowing power was not a part of his level 18 power reserve. In theory, the thousands of souls that Link had absorbed could push him up to the pinnacle stage of level 19. However, the diversity of powers swirling inside him right now had prevented him from using them efficiently in such short notice. At that moment, Link had decided to redirect into the Crown of Eternal Night all this excess power, which had far exceeded the proportion of power that Link could use. Unlike Link's body, the Crown of Eternal Night was not too picky about what kind of power it was fed with. In fact, it sucked up all the power overflowing from Link's body even more readily than a sponge would water. In the blink of an eye, it managed to absorb all the excess power from Link. Not only was its power replenished, but it had also leveled up. Crown of the Eternal Night. Level 20 Divine Gear, maximum level it can reach is level 29. New special effect, Authority of Darkness, its user's attacks will have level 20 dark power splash damage. Note, the crown's wearer will be forced to shoulder the realm rejection that the crown itself will be subjected to due to its high level. The crown had gained a new special effect. Its rather simplistic description belied its devastating effect, which would allow Link to damage anyone below level 20. The downside to such a powerful effect was the realm rejection he had to bear. As soon as the crown leveled up, Link immediately detected a sudden drop in his power recovery rate. In other words, he no longer had the ability to replenish his power reserve naturally. If he wanted to return to full power, he would have to use the flame of the soul technique and absorb the souls of others. The Inferno Archmage did not seem overly concerned about Link's time swords when they first appeared. He simply cast a level 19 multidimensional Inferno shield around him, confident that it would be able to hold out against his opponent's attack. However, as soon as Link's attack reached the Archmage's Inferno barrier, the Crown of Eternal Night leveled up just in time, giving each of his time swords level 20 dark power splash damage. Link had intentionally delayed the crown's level up in order to lull the Inferno Archmage into a false sense of security. At first, every time sword was a shade of silver black. After the crown's level up, there was now a pristine black gleam on each of them. Upon receiving divine power from his crown, Link's time swords were now able to easily break through the Inferno barrier. The tsunami of blades blasted past the Archmage's barrier at a frightening speed as if it were a piece of paper. Before he realized what had happened, it was already too late. The time swords rained down on Saster's body. Before impact, each of them seemed insubstantial. However, as soon as the blades reached their mark, they immediately solidified, causing the Archmage considerable damage. Saster was completely defenseless in the face of such a barrage. He simply stood there as Link's time swords penetrated his body. 3 seconds passed. The ode of a full moon sword's illusions vanished. Saster remained standing at the temple's entrance, his body completely perforated by Link's attack. He was still alive, his eyes fixed firmly on Link. I never would have thought that I would die at your hands. I have always thought I would be killed by you in battle someday. He was after all the only being in this realm whom I truly feared. You have never been anything more to me than an insect waiting to be squashed, until today. The fight had ended in an instant. Not much damage was done to the city. Most of Saster's followers were still alive. However, they were all stunned into silence by such an outcome. The demon named Link had vanquished their god. This was truly the end of days. Cries of despair pierced the air in the temple at that moment. Ignoring the chaos that was unfolding around them, he asked, "Any last words? I've battled against Yer for most of my life. I only wish that my remains be buried alongside his." There were no signs of grief on his face. Rather, it seemed as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his mind. I will. The void will soon descend into darkness, where only one ruler will reign supreme. Perhaps death isn't such a bad thing after all, he. When he finished, Saster collapsed to the ground. Just as Saster drew his last breath, a thunderous roar rang out from the Temple of Creation in the Federo realm. Lord of Ferd, our fated battle is upon us. With a boom, a huge shape burst out of the Federo realm, scattering the dark green mists outside the realm behind it. Soon after its departure, the realm began to collapse and break apart until it dissolved completely into the dark green mists. It was the ruler of light and darkness. He had consumed all of Federo's realm essence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.